If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
Have you ever encountered or experienced something creepy and unexplainable, or a strange paranormal being that still terrifies you to this day?
I saw Bigfoot when I was 17, eating from row crops in my rural area. The sighting was as clear as day, and it was very close by. Fast forward 20 years, my son and I were hunting. Well, he was hunting, I was just sitting in the blind enjoying the scenery, in the same area, as my mom still lives there. We got out in the woods about an hour before sunrise. That way, any deer we spooked walking in would be calm by the time it was actually time to hunt. We sat perfectly still and quiet for maybe 10 minutes when we heard it. The loudest, most intense bipedal footfalls you can imagine. I immediately felt the hairs on my neck and arms stand, and I just knew that it was that same creature. Knew it in my gut. I didn't say anything, as my son has always been a bit of Gimli, he is only scared of things that are unexplained. But my son also got spooked. Whatever it was, it ran from one side of the woods to the other with minimal steps, and it was so loud. Only time that day my son raised his gun. It may not sound trippy, but I know my state's flora and fauna. I can't explain it. It was terrifying, but we came out of the woods okay. A few years ago we had to clean out my grandmother's house after she passed away. She lived alone, and my grandfather had passed in that house before I was born. I loved my grandmother but always hated that house, no idea why. She had moved into the house during its construction, leaving only my family to live there. Anyway, it was a small, two-story house with a large mirror at the bottom of the stairs, so as you walk down, you can see yourself, the top of the stairs, and the bathroom doorway. I hated going upstairs and always thought I should not be up there. So we are cleaning the house, and I obviously had to go up and down the stairs a lot. Every time I would go downstairs, I would purposefully not look in the mirror. Just before finishing up, however, I decided to pluck up the courage and look. It looked like dark shadows behind me and near the doorway at the top of the stairs, almost like faces poking out. I only got a quick look and got down those stairs so fast. It's strange, I believe that if there were any spirits present, they would be my grandparents, yet I never felt comfortable in that house. I will never forget the time when I was approximately 12 years old. We were visiting my grandparents in Venice, Florida, from Vermont. My mom had just given me this tiger eye ring that she got when she was around my age, and I loved that ring so much. My grandparents had an in-ground pool, so my brothers and I spent a lot of time in it, but one evening I couldn't find my ring. I hadn't taken it off since it was given to me, so I assumed it slipped off while swimming, and I was distraught. I spent so much time looking in the pool that night, and it was nowhere. I woke up early the next morning before everyone else because of my grandparents' cat. He wanted to go outside around the pool, I guess. It was a screened-in area, and he wouldn't stop meowing. I opened the door for him, and he started walking a couple of steps and then would turn around and meow at me. He did this like 4 times, so I finally walked outside with him. He continued stopping and meowing until he led me to a bunch of bushes that were right up against the screen, and I kneeled down to pet him, and when I did that, I looked at the ground, and my ring was sitting right there. I'm almost 40 now and sitting here on my couch with that ring still on my finger, all because of that cat, and to this day, I have no idea how or why he led me there. When I was 14, I was texted by a friend asking if I wanted to sneak out to visit them. My parents were incredibly strict, and I was never allowed to see anyone outside of school. I responded to my friend and said yes. I snuck out of my window and left. The walk there went pretty normally, and I was in no danger since it was a safe town, but then I had to cross the bridge. This bridge has never given me any strange feelings. But on that night, I felt like I was in danger and sick to my stomach. I eventually crossed the bridge safely and made it to my friend's house. I hung out with my friend for a bit and decided it was time to leave. When I made it to the bridge, a feeling of dread came over me. The bridge was the only way back, so I decided to be brave and cross it quickly. Midway through the walk across the bridge, I saw a pair of eyes in the forest on the right side. I assumed it was a coyote since they are pretty common in that area. I kept my eyes on it to try to intimidate it since I was much taller than it, and coyotes tend to go for small children. As I watched, I heard a cry coming from the forest. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but my phone had died after my trip to my friend's house. I looked back at the coyote and was instantly filled with terror. That thing was not a coyote. It stood up on its hind legs and opened its mouth to let out a blood-curdling cry. Out of fear, I sprinted all the way home and didn't sneak out again for almost a year. I still have no idea what that thing was, but it scared the hell out of me. Growing up in rural Sweden, I spent a lot of time outdoors, wandering around the forest around our house. It was a classic Swedish forest with tall pines and spruces, lots of rocks and moss, and not a whole lot of undergrowth. One time while exploring a little further from home than usual, I came across a stand of really tall bracken fern. Curious, I pushed through and found a small, perfectly round tarn as black as night. The surface was like a perfect mirror, reflecting the trees and sky above. I got down on my knees and leaned out over the water, looking down to see if I could see the bottom or any frogs or fish. Almost immediately I got a sense of wrongness, but it took me a few moments before I realized that although I could see the trees, clouds, and sky above reflecting on the surface, I couldn't see my own reflection. I went to stand up but instead found myself walking towards my house, several kilometers away. I had lost several hours of time, and although I tried dozens of times, I could never find that tarn again.
In 2013 a 19-year-old female at the time, decided to take up jogging.
The city had nice waterfront trails that were usually busy, so one morning before work I went out for a run at 6 a.m. Turns out the trail was actually empty at that time of day. I reached a long straight stretch that's isolated, near a patch of woods, and there's a man sitting on a lawn chair fishing. I knew that area only had water an inch deep and has never had fish, so he's just sitting there with the line in the rocks, really. He's also aggressively glaring at me the whole time I'm approaching and wearing purple medic's gloves. Creeped out, I muted my music but kept my headphones in. I was walking at this point, catching my breath. As I passed him, he kept glaring, and I got a look at his tackle box. It was full of tools, like a hatchet and a hammer. No fishing supplies. I walked by, and after a few steps I got a terrible feeling and instinctively looked over my shoulder. He had gotten up silently and was right behind me. I ran for it and didn't stop until I reached a busy parking lot. To this day I wish I'd reported it. This was back in the summer of 2017, when I was 13 years old. At the time, I was living in a trailer deep in the holler. We had a creek in our backyard, where there were crawfish, algae eaters, small fish, and snakes. The creek would also have some weird things in it, like a broken meth pipe I once found. One day, I found something really strange. It was some kind of weird bloated animal carcass that I couldn't even identify. I don't exactly know what was weird about it, but I'm guessing that it was because it was some strange unidentifiable animal. I was also deep into the woods when I found it, so I reckon that added to the eerie feeling of the situation. Since it's been a long time, I can hardly remember what the carcass looked like, but it had a kind of dark pink color, and it seemed to have no hair or anything on its body. There were no distinguishable features either, like a head or limbs, so I really couldn't guess at what the animal was. I was at a park late at night because I was a Dagon. I was there with my friend, his ex, and probably 9 other people. My friend's ex, let's call her Susan because I don't remember names well, asked me for advice. We walked for a bit out back behind a church because Susan didn't want anyone else to hear. She asked about my friend and if he still had feelings and if she should try to work things out with him. So we talked for a bit, maybe 30 minutes or so. Then we heard my friend calling for me. She said we should get back because he's looking for us. We start walking back, and my friend keeps calling my name. It sounds further away, so we walk faster. We hear it down the hill, so we start walking. We hear it again by the tree line. At the edge of the tree line is a forked path. One side curves back to the park, and the right side goes further down into the trees. We stand there for a second because we don't know which way he went, hoping he'll call again. We hear him shout, and we both take a step in different directions. She says she hears him to the left, and I say I heard him to the right. She defaults to what I heard, and we start walking to the right. About 4 or 5 steps in, I feel like something is very wrong. My spidey sense was off the charts. I look up into the woods, and it's pitch black on the path. The park trail light was on, but it wasn't reaching that blackness. That's strange, I think. Normally that area has more light. Maybe my eyes weren't adjusted yet from being by the lit up church. My spidey senses are screaming at me. I take one more step, and I say, he's not down here. We stop walking. I am not going any further. I am ready to nope out. Then a voice says my name in my left ear like they are half an inch away, and there is nothing in my personal space, but it tickled my ear, it was that close. The voice was deep and dark, and it was not my friend, literally or figuratively. I realized that's what was calling us. I'm giving my everything not to run away. Everything. I'm frozen in place. Susan didn't hear that voice, and she takes another step toward the dark path. I say louder this time, he's not down here, we should head back. She says okay, and we head back. I'm half jogging up the hill, so she moves faster. My friend was asleep on a picnic table. I woke him up and asked if he was calling for us. He said that he had called for us about 30 minutes ago, but since he didn't receive an answer, he fell asleep. I went back the next night to see what was up with the light. Nothing was wrong, it lit up the area, and I could see all the way into the trees. I stood there a long while looking, trying to figure out what had happened. I went to go cuddle with my mom when I was a kid and scared of the dark. Stepdad said no. I guess I was 8 or 9, so yeah, it makes sense, he's a nice guy. Anyway, I got back up to try and sneak back in, and I saw someone turning the corner down the hall. I was like, sweet. Stepdads are doing laundry or something, I can go to my mom's room where it's safe. Of course, they were both in there passed out. There was no one else in the house at the time. Just want to say I barely remember anything from my childhood, I remember that moment quite vividly. But I just went back to bed, it was too confusing for my tiny kid brain to dwell on. Maybe it was a dream, and I got mixed up with reality while dozing off. But yeah. Interesting to think about now. I inherited a percentage of my parents' house when they passed away and moved back in. My mom had passed away in her bedroom, and that always gave me the creeps, so I didn't use it. It became a storage room for everything I had to sort through but couldn't face throwing away. I was only in my 20s and had a boyfriend at the time who was a bit of an asshole. He semi-moved in for a while, but we argued a lot, and he would either storm off, and I wouldn't see him for days. Or he'd sulk and we'd avoid each other. One afternoon, I came home from work, and my then boyfriend was out at his job. The house was empty, no one else had access to it. I could hear music, so I headed upstairs, as I assumed he'd left his stereo on. But the music was coming from my mom's old room. I opened the door, my heart feeling like it was going to burst out of my chest. An old radio was playing. But this radio was probably 40 years old. And the battery had died a long time previously. Given that this was a room to dump junk, it had probably been battered about. Yet this old radio was tuned, turned up to maximum volume, and had somehow regained its battery charge. I turned it off, ripped the old battery out, and double-checked that it was indeed old, and ran to call my boyfriend. I'd been hoping he'd set it up to freak me out following yet another argument. But he swore blind he hadn't. It took me a long time to calm down from that one. I can't explain what we saw in that clearing. On July 20, 2022, around 1 a.m., my friend and I were following our usual habit, taking the car and driving aimlessly, often through small villages. That night was no exception. After passing through a small village, we reached the last house. Beyond it, there was a short stretch of road, a chapel, and then, a bit further on, a clearing surrounded by fields. On foot, it was quite a long way, especially along a very poorly lit road. The area was barely illuminated, but with the high beams, we could make out the surroundings. When we arrived at the iron gate marking the entrance to the clearing, we saw a woman crouching down. In her hands, she held what appeared to be a rabbit's head, though we weren't sure, from which a dark liquid was running down her arms. She was wearing an orange hat. When our eyes met, we felt an intense, almost primal fear, a sense of imminent danger. Without thinking, we sped up along that road lined with fields. As we reached an intersection, the fear was still there. We decided to drive straight back to my place, about 30 minutes away. On the way, still within the fields, we heard a scream. It was strange, somewhere between a human sound and an animal cry. Once we got back to my apartment, the unease didn't go away. This oppressive feeling, as if we were being watched, lasted for about a month and a half, maybe 2. It followed us both in my car and in my home. Then, suddenly, it was gone. I should mention that we're not the kind of people to scare easily, and earlier that same year we had already experienced another paranormal incident together. The feeling of danger was so strong that I actually developed eczema for about a month and a half. When we talked about it with friends, some suggested it might have been a drugged woman, a ritual, or even something related to a cult. We went back several times with other friends, both at night and during the day, but there was never anything there again. If someone has a plausible explanation, we are eager to hear it. My grandfather told me this story when I was a child. Many years ago when my mother was young, she used to pass through a narrow street next to a park, going to school. On that Monday, she told her father that a dirty old man in the park next to the street was being rude to her as she walked by. Suggesting terrible things, not for the ears of a young girl. So she ran. The incident apparently happened most of the week, the dirty man being rude and following her from the park to near her school. On the Friday she was so relieved he wasn't there. As she continued walking to school, she saw a figure of a man in a ball of flames in the park following her, as the dirty man had done through the week. She turned and ran home. My grandfather had had enough. He went to investigate what had been happening all week, yet no one knew anything. My mom was so distressed that weekend, she swore she was going to be taken away by this person and was so frightened by the figure in flames. My granddad had bought her a new wardrobe for her bedroom that same week. That Saturday night she went to bed and woke up screaming after 3 a.m. about a man in flames coming to get her. My granddad ran to her to comfort her. The next morning he smelled smoke in the house. He checked all the rooms and found nothing. Then he pulled out the new wardrobe, and the back of it was scorched, like it was on fire. On the Monday on her way to school, an old man's house had been set on fire the night previous. On that same street, she walked every morning. He was burnt to death. This incident took place in the mid to late 90s. We were camping with family at a local state park, and we decided to hike down to an old abandoned cemetery within the park we were camping at. The cemetery was at least 100, if not 150, years old or more. It was just in the middle of the forest surrounded by a stone wall. About 10 to 20 graves. This park apparently had a few settlements in it prior to being a state park, or even a state for that matter. But nothing is really left except for some old foundations and this cemetery. We started getting weird vibes, and my siblings and I decided we needed to go. It just felt off. As my siblings and I were walking out on the trail, we all started commenting on how it felt like we were being watched. I swear to this day that I would see human-shaped shadows in the woods off trail, and every time I would turn to look back, I would see a human-shaped shadow dart across the trail or disappear back into the woods. My siblings claimed they saw the same things whenever they looked. We picked up the pace and got out of there as quickly as we could. We spent one more night at camp, which was a mile or so away from where this cemetery was. None of us got any real sleep that night, and we all decided to just kind of hang by the fire until morning, when we packed up and left. Paul, my dad's brother, died in a car crash at the age of 19, and at least 4 people have since seen him. The first one was not long after the accident. My Uncle Dan was sitting alone on a wall very near where Paul had died and obviously was very upset. The next day his friend asked who he was sitting with. My uncle, feeling very confused, stated that he was alone. However, the friend insisted that he was not alone and proceeded to describe the clothes Paul had been wearing when he died. The next experience was my dad's. It was late at night, and again, not long after Paul had died, when my dad went downstairs for water. As he got to the kitchen door, he saw his brother Paul standing in the kitchen behind a bar area they had. He didn't get his water. The next one was when my grandma, Paul's mom, was uptown, and her daughter had to go into another shop. She went to find her and was looking around town. It was the late 80s, I believe, so no mobiles, and she was stopped by a woman. The woman told my grandma that she had seen a young man following behind her and that he looked like he was trying to get my grandma's attention. She explained that she was unsure where he had gone, but she described what the young man was wearing and how he looked, confirming that it was Paul without a doubt. The next story was in the house my grandma and granddad used to live in. They had a dog called Eric who wasn't a puppy but still a young dog at the time and would just go ballistic all of a sudden and bark at thin air. They also noticed several strange occurrences that I can't recall. The last time I spoke to them about this, I was around 8 and terrified, but eventually they discovered that the previous owner had died, uncertain whether in the house or in the hospital, and seemed to be attached to it, prompting my grandma to stand in the kitchen and say, "You need to leave. It's not your house anymore. You're scaring my dog. Please leave and rest in peace." Eric never had a random outburst again. The final story is my dad's when he was around 14 and takes place in, I believe, what's called Bluebell Woods in Wales. He was playing in the woods with his friends, my dad, 2 other boys, and 1 girl. The 2 boys and the girl went running off in front and eventually out of sight. My dad wasn't bothered, as he loved nature and the woods, so he kept walking at a slow pace. After about 10 minutes, he sees his friend, the girl, sitting on a tree stump with her head in her hands, seeming like she was crying, and he goes up to her and asks what's up and keeps trying to get her attention. He goes to put his hand on her shoulder. But something feels wrong, and then he hears his friends further up the trail. He also then realizes that it's not his friend and just sprints out of the woods. The next day, he went to the library to look through books about the woods and discovered that the girl had been a victim of a killer who was sometimes spotted in those same woods. He recognized her from the pictures in the article. Terrified but curious, he went back to the woods and again saw her sitting on the edge of a lake, head in her hands, seeming to be crying. At this point, he's seen enough and leaves. Got lost in the woods in down East Maine when I was a kid. The very nice compass kept taking me back to the same place. Over and over, until it was almost dusk. In a panic, I went the opposite way that it was telling me to go to get home. I found a service road I'd never taken before and followed it to the highway. I swear, It was like in the Blair Witch Project. The first thing I can think of happened to me last week, actually. Although it wasn't a direct encounter and likely had a logical explanation, the experience left me feeling uneasy. So I live on a street with a hiking trailhead at the end of the road. It goes into some decently thick woods and takes you to a small lake called Lost Lake, named so because once you get there, if you didn't get lost in all the switchbacks going there, you feel lost once you're there with how far in it feels. I had decided to go hiking to get some nature therapy after a stressful week and had made it all the way to the lake. My usual spot to stop has a small bench, where I like to journal and reflect, and then I usually hike back out. On this day, as I'm writing, I heard some distant thunder and noticed the sky had quickly darkened, so I wrapped up early and got walking back. I had a small pack with me and could take cover if needed, but I hoped to make it to my car before the downpour. About 3/4 of a mile from the trailhead, the wind picked up suddenly, and it was like someone had basically switched the sun off because it got dark. Like not normal for noon kind of dark, even with rain. So I get walking faster. A half mile away from the end, I hear a low, loud howl that probably lasted 5 seconds. Something to note, there were no houses with dogs nearby. I know because all the closest houses had no fences, and they were a ways away still. The howl came from the direction ahead of me, down the path. I'm not a skittish person, but it stopped me in my tracks. The wind, conveniently, also decided to totally die. Suddenly I'm stopped in dark, quiet woods. I decided now was a good time to double time it to the trailhead, even if the sound was ahead. Even if there was something to it, there are enough switchbacks to eventually make it come from a different direction. I also had a walking staff handy, in case it was just a loose dog and not the first thought that came to mind. As I came to the trailhead, I heard the howl one more time, more distant and behind me now, clearly inside the woods. I hustled to my car, threw my stuff in, and jumped into the seat. The literal second I closed the door, it was like God himself just dumped a massive bucket of water down on me. It went from a light breeze to a torrential downpour in seconds. I drove home, ran inside, and I haven't been back to the woods since. Not sure what it all was, but it was weird enough for me for 1 week, that's for sure. As a folklore enthusiast, I know plenty of stories of the Rougarou and fully believe that all folklore has some basis in truth to some degree. Was that what I heard? No idea. I don't want to find out, though. The first ever paranormal thing happened on the day my adopted grandfather passed away. He had died early in the morning, in his bed. He suffered a massive fatal heart attack in his bedroom. One of my cousins had a meltdown. So my father left me and my baby sister at the house with the cousin. The rest of the family went to the funeral home. My cousin was lying down in the spare bedroom. I kept busy washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen. I heard a thump/thud coming from the bedroom area. I looked at my baby sister, she is lying on the couch watching cartoons. So I walked down the hallway to where my cousin was resting. I quietly opened the door a crack, she is out cold. As I close the door, I hear a thump from the grandparents' bedroom. I felt pretty confused because the door was shut and no one else was in the house. As I approach the door, I can see movement underneath the gap. I flung the door open, only to find the bedroom in disarray, as expected. But I could see that the top sheet was coming back down on the bed. It looked as if someone had snapped the sheet back into place, as one does when making a bed. The bedroom was small and cluttered, no one was in that room. The sheet was floating back down, I stumbled backwards, slamming the door, to close it. I went back in the front room, and my 5-year-old baby sister said, "I saw Grandpa walking around." I rechecked the house, nothing but my sister is crying. Petrified, I sit with her on my lap, just staring down that hallway. Heard a bunch of noises but did not go and look. Thank God, they all came back shortly after that. Later on, I did not have a good feeling about the house. When Grandma passed away, the family gave up the home, the tribe built it. My mom said the 411, the kids, my cousins who inherited, were seeing both grandparents walking around, making noises, and disturbing the peace. When I used to go to my grandparents' cabin, this deer would follow and stare at me sometimes. It was this one buck. I had never fed him or anything. But he would just look at me like I was some unnatural creature. It was a cabin community, so he should have been used to seeing humans, so I don't know. And I always knew it was the same buck because he had this weird scar on his neck. I honestly wish I had gotten a pic. However, the truly creepy part occurred when he climbed onto the cabin's elevated porch and stared at me through the window for a long time while I was about 7 years old. He only did it once, but gosh. Many years back I was visiting family up in the deep mountains of northern PA near the border of NY. This area is located near Blue Mountain and Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I was coming down a long stretch of road leading up into the mountain valley and came across a long tree line with a forever road straight through it. Out of nowhere, as I am driving, a figure that looks like a walking person in a white shirt just emerges from the wilderness down the dark road. I was only able to visibly see him/her/it because its white clothing shined off my headlights. I eventually stopped the car a good quarter of a mile away from it. Looking back, I could see it faintly in the distance using my emergency flashlight that I always travel with. The figure moved as if in slow motion and was like barely gaining traction towards my light or location. Bear in mind that there was quite a bit of distance between us, but I could tell the figure was slowly getting closer down the road. I was honestly really spooked the whole time because this was in the middle of nowhere late into the night. And I was thinking, who the hell would be walking this late at night? Were they lost, or did they need help? So like an idiot, I shouted out toward the white figure walking faintly towards me down this long stretch of road. However, as I kept shouting to it, this figure would still not respond. To ensure my safety, I got back in my car and drove a little further down the road before making a U-turn to return and see who or what the figure was. However, by the time I reached the spot where I last saw it, the figure was nowhere to be found. At that point I was still shook but concerned at the same time because after that point it was completely gone. So after I coasted up and down this strip of road a couple of times and honked my horn, I met with no such luck. So I eventually drove on to my destination. To this day, I don't know who or what I saw, and I don't know if I left someone in need of help. It was the weirdest experience. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon on a bright and sunny California day. I was driving a coworker home after our shift. We were going to smoke weed at his place. About a block away from his apartment building, an animal of some sort darts in front of my car. It was running too quickly for me to get a good look at it, but this was sadly not my first experience having hit an animal with a vehicle before. A coyote ran in front of my family's car on a trip to Yosemite when I was a child, so I was familiar with the distinct crunch of a car running over an animal. Worried that I'd just hurt somebody's dog that got loose, I immediately pulled over to the side of the road and started looking around for the poor animal. It wasn't in the street, so I figured it must have kept running off while injured. I looked in the direction from which the dog had come and the direction where I thought it might have continued running, but there was no sign of any animal at all. I inspected my car for damage, and there was nothing. No blood, no fur, it was as if I hadn't hit anything at all. Shaken up, my coworker and I agreed to skip smoking weed that afternoon. His apartment was less than a full block away from the location of the collision, so I quickly dropped him off and headed home. While waiting at a red light, I glanced down the street toward where the collision occurred and saw something I cannot explain, nor will I ever forget. It wasn't a dog. It more closely resembled a deer, but it was all wrong. It was massive, it had to be at least 8 feet tall, including its antlers. It was entirely black and unnaturally thin, as if its skin were clinging to its bones. What freaked me out the most was that it was limping. This was definitely what I hit with my car. But how? Never mind the fact that I don't believe in the supernatural. How could I have hit something so huge and not noticed it? How could something enormous leave no trace of damage on my car? The light turned green, and I drove forward. I immediately made an illegal U-turn after the intersection. I needed to get a second look at whatever this thing was. But when I brought my car back around again, it was gone without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. I consider myself a logical and rational person. I'm not religious, nor do I believe in the supernatural. But I have no earthly idea what I hit with my car that day. My boyfriend and I got lost in Colorado trying to find a campground where our friend was staying. It was in the way backwoods. We'd been lost for hours and thought we'd finally found the trail. It wasn't long after sunset, but no one was moving. Just random trucks and campers we could see parked in spots along the trail. No campfires. No dogs. No people. We come to a fork in the road. One path goes straight up a small hill. The other path goes off to the left. We decide to get out and walk to try to figure out where to go. My boyfriend goes left, and I start up the hill. Almost immediately, I feel a presence. I look up the hill and see a person standing at the top, just outside the limits of the headlights. There's enough ambient light coming from somewhere that I can see the dark shadow of them. But I can't make out any detail. I also notice they are tall and skinny, like the friend we were coming to meet. I thought they were too tall, like 9 feet. But figured that must be an optical illusion. I called out our friend's name, no answer. I thought maybe he couldn't hear me or I couldn't hear him with the truck behind me. So I started walking. The shadow started walking down the hill. I kept walking, calling out. By this time my boyfriend had returned to the truck. I kept walking, the shadow kept advancing. That's when I really started noticing the difference. It wasn't getting shorter. I wasn't making out any more detail. The lights were shining on it, and it was still pitch black. Like smoke had filled the skin of the invisible man. My boyfriend asked if that was our friend, and I said I wasn't sure. Then I started laughing because, the headlights were behind me. It was an optical illusion. It was my shadow in the darkness messing with my head somehow. But as I stood there, stock still, my boyfriend standing far behind the lights, I noticed the 9-foot shadow was still there about 15 feet from me. Shadow still reflecting the light. Casting its own shadow behind it. Then, as I was standing completely still, it started moving forward again. I don't remember screaming or anything. I just turned and got in the truck and told my boyfriend to floor it to the left. He was already on it. We stumbled around in the dark for a while before calling it and getting in the camper for one of the worst nights I've ever had, jumping at any sound. The next day we found our friend back down the path up the hill. We asked him if he was playing a joke last night. He looked at us totally confused and said they'd gone to bed before dark and had no idea. I don't know what we saw, but I believe it was something unusual. To this day, I still can't tell the story without my boyfriend having to go out of earshot. My whole life, I've heard stories about weird experiences happening in my house. These stories included kids playing on the staircase in the middle of the night and my father's feet being dragged while he was asleep. I was always told these stories at a young age by my father and other relatives, but I always thought there had to be a logical explanation. They discovered ashes, diaries, and other mysterious items behind the attic wall before I was born. As the years went by, these events started to die down. I was not alive when all this was happening, so I didn't know how serious it was. Until 2016. I was 18 to 19 years old back in 2016. It was a Thursday around 8 to 9 p.m. I just got out of the shower, and I was changing. Mind you, my room is in the attic. My whole family was always scared of the attic, but to be honest, I never gave a duck because I loved my space. But this day it was different. While I was changing, I felt a presence behind my room door. You know that feeling that you get when somebody is behind you? It felt like that. The door was slightly open, and I had a mirror next to my door, which helped me see outside of my room without having my door open. It felt like somebody was watching me. I told myself to stop making things up and that I was scaring myself. As I'm walking out the door and I'm heading towards the staircase, something catches the corner of my eye. There's a room across from my room that we call the demon room, for obvious reasons because it's scary. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm getting chills just thinking and writing this. I see a small human dancing from left to right under a bedsheet. My whole body froze, and for some reason I knew it wasn't a human being from this world. It was a feeling I can never explain. A fear I never want to feel again. It took me around 15 seconds to finally say, "What the F?" As soon as I said that, the being under the blanket stopped and turned its head towards me as if to stare at me. I clearly can see the head movement under the bedsheet. It was a fear I never want to encounter again. My blood left my body, and it felt like the earth itself stopped. I snapped out of it and jumped the whole staircase. The whole ducking staircase. I fell at the bottom of the staircase, but I ignored the pain, and I ran to my parents' room, and they couldn't recognize me. I was pale white, and I couldn't get any words out of my mouth. I was in disbelief. I explained to them what happened, and they believed me. We waited to see if anybody was going to come downstairs, but nothing. To this day I don't know what I saw, but I saw it. Me jumping the staircase made me tear my meniscus, and I had to get surgery 6 to 8 months after that. That moment will forever be engraved in me. I felt like Paulie from The Sopranos when he saw the Virgin Mary. That moment made me believe in God and that we truly don't know what's out there. Me and a friend walking home late at night through a residential street, about 15 years ago. We were just casually chatting when we both stopped dead in our tracks and watched some kind of object hover around the roof of a house. We were both stunned, and I remember the feeling of confusion and dread. But the weirdest part of it was that we both were completely unable to actually describe what we had seen and spent the rest of the walk home in silence. We both had the same experience of surreal fear, dread, and the feeling that we had seen something we couldn't comprehend. Even now, I can recall the experience, knowing that I saw something and how it made me feel, but I can't visualize it in my memory. I am still in contact with that friend, and we still talk about how creepy that night was and still can't properly explain it. I work in many older buildings on a college campus. One of my first weeks I was checking out all of my buildings, and one of them is an old auditorium that had been out of use for about a decade. My coworker and I are checking the building for water intrusion because there's a massive thunderstorm moving through dumping rain, so we split up, and he checks the rafters, and I check the basement. The building only has emergency exit signs illuminated, so I'm walking around with my phone light in a dirty old basement when I notice a small stairwell leading below it. I'm looking for water, so I go down the stairs and open a door, and there's a pristine hardwood dance floor under the basement, with 2 chandelier-style lights on fairly low and warm, so I put my phone away and start searching for puddles. There's no dust or debris like dead bugs around, and the floor looks recently shellacked. I spent maybe 10 or so minutes looking around the edges of the room before I went up a small stairwell on the opposite side that spit me out in the basement at the bottom of the service stairs for the stage. My phone starts going nuts with texts and missed calls from my coworker, who had been trying to find me to go to the next building. I gave him a call and explained I was in the basement and had no service, and he said he looked through the basement and called out but didn't see me and left for the next building an hour ago. When I told him about the dance floor below the basement, he asked if I was thinking of the right building and said there's nothing below the basement except the steam tunnels, and they can't be accessed. He jokes that I shouldn't be goofing around wasting time in my first month and asked what I was really doing for an hour. I told him I couldn't have been gone more than 10 or 15 minutes, and he said he tried calling me an hour ago. Somehow an hour and a quarter passed while I was on a dance floor that doesn't exist. We went back to the basement and the stairwell so I could show him the dance floor, but there was no stairwell going below the basement anywhere. Where the hell was I? Every time I go back to that building, I check the basement like a crazy person, still no stairwell. At the time this happened, I was about 16 years old, and my sister was about 14. We went camping. It was all quite fun until it got dark. For dinner we prepared salad and grilled meat, but once we finished, my father and I took care of ordering some things while my sister went to wash the dishes. About 5 minutes passed, and my sister came back, trembling and completely pale, and asked me to please accompany her because she did not feel safe at the sink. I must add that there was a common sink where everyone went to wash dirty things, so it was a bit far from where we were camping, not too far, but a bit. After telling her not to be so scared, I decided to accompany her because she didn't want to go alone. As we approached the sink, it was completely dark, so I had to approach with a flashlight. As I got closer, I saw that there were spiders on the sink. At that moment, I turned to laugh, thinking that it was the spiders that had scared my sister. I approached again, and when I was about to crush one of the spiders, a shadow of what seemed to be about 2 meters passed extremely fast behind the sink, hiding behind it, and I say that it was very fast, at a speed impossible for a normal human. Obviously I was scared, and I approached with the flashlight to check what that had been, but there was nothing. I turned around to see if my sister had also seen what I had, and I only saw her again, pale, trembling, and with wide eyes. I looked again in the direction of the sink and realized that the figure was now about 5 meters away from where we were, totally still. It looked like the figure of a normal person, except that it was very tall and was completely dark, although I pointed the flashlight at it. We both looked at each other, saying with our eyes, "We must get out of here quickly." Just at that moment, the figure began to move toward us, so we instantly ran out of there. We went back to our dad, and we told him everything. He got angry with us and went to wash by himself, and when he came back, he told us that he did not know what we were talking about and that he had not seen anything in the sink. At the time of writing this, I asked my sister if she could remember all this, and she just looked at me with wide eyes and left the room without saying a single word to me. I noticed that she was still scared by that, even if it was years ago. My high school friend was super into Ouija boards, but I don't like them, as I believe they can open portals or summon things you aren't meant to. She came over to my house with one, begging to use it because the house I grew up in always feels off. I finally caved and said she could, but I wanted no part in it. As a side note, this was in the early 2000s when we still had house phones, and I had my own portable house phone that would ring at a base and on the phone itself. At the same time, all the other phones rang, and mine had caller ID on the phone. Well, when she started to use the board, she asked for a sign something was with us. A few seconds later, my handheld phone started ringing. Only my phone. Not the base or the other phones. When I picked it up to look at the caller ID, it read 9 6s, and the name was missing, just the number. Needless to say, I freaked out, she freaked out, and we immediately stopped. I don't think she ever picked up a Ouija board again. A long time ago, something like 10 years ago, I and my friends would often go to the Banshee Women's House, a piece of folklore from my hometown. The story is that she used to kidnap kids from the local day school and bring them back to her house and do Blair Witch type stuff to them and eventually end them. In classic fashion, she was burned alive inside the house by the townspeople. I can't speak on the validity of this story, it's just a rumor/story surrounding my hometown. Anyways, we would occasionally go there just for something to do, there wasn't much to do in our hometown. So we would go there for a cheap thrill. About 4 other people and I went, hoping to find the remains of the property where her house once stood. We walked on a dirt trail for about 10 minutes but found nothing. 2 of the people we were with started getting scared, so we decided to turn back. My friend and I were at the back of the line, trying to scare everyone by making noises and imitating a woman's voice. They became angry and told us to be quiet while we walked back. Since they were quite scared, we stopped making noises. Then, both of us heard a woman's voice say something behind us, even though we were at the back of the line. I and my friend simultaneously turned our heads when we heard it. Nervously we started laughing, not believing what we heard, and when we told everyone what we heard, we all started running back to our car. To this day I can't explain it, there was nobody behind us. To me, I don't know if it was paranormal, but I can't explain it, so take that how you will. Okay. My husband and I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and had to travel to Lake Havasu. Half of the trip is on the interstate. The other half is on a 2-lane highway bordered by low hills, lots of dry grass, and tumbleweeds. It is the middle of nowhere. No buildings or lights. Nothing but land. We left Havasu later than expected and were on the highway in the pitch dark. No one else was on the road. You could see for miles and miles on this road in the daytime, and at night any headlights would be visible. It was deserted except for us. In the distance we could see lights that looked like they might be police lights. We both laughed that we weren't the only people out here after all. As we got closer to the lights, we realized they were brighter than any police lights, and there were a lot of them. We were so confused because there wasn't supposed to be anything out here. We'd driven this road the day before and didn't remember seeing anything. We got closer and realized that it was a full-blown carnival to the side of the road, lights blazing and rides going. A Ferris wheel, the zipper, and we could see the top of a carousel spinning. The carnival was situated right behind a small hill, which partially obstructed our view of the ground where the carnival was, but the tops of the rides were clearly visible. We pulled over on our side of the road and got out. We stood there and stared. It was absolutely silent. No vehicles were visible. The highway had fencing all along it, and the carnival was behind the fencing. There were no roads that we could see that led back there. In fact, there weren't any side roads for miles. There was no noise of people or music. Just rides and lights. It felt so wrong. After a few minutes we got back in the car and drove away. We couldn't even talk. We just drove in stunned silence for 20 minutes till hubby looked at me and said, "We left our phones in the car. Why didn't we take pictures or video?" We felt stupid, but we were so shocked by the whole thing. To this day, even looking on Google Earth and talking to people familiar with the drive, no one can figure out why an empty carnival would be sitting in the middle of nowhere on a dark night. Sometime in the early 90s, let's say 90 to 92, I was 10 years old or so at a park playing with a lot of children. We all heard a loud explosion and looked up. This was the first time I had ever heard an actual sonic boom. What we saw, I can only describe as a gymnast's baton, floating through the air, silently, while slowly rotating, like when a gymnast chucks their baton into the air and it's flipping. It was rather high up in the sky, where planes fly, but it was bigger than a plane. It was silent, the shaft was silver, and the ends were these large red geodesic dome-type things, like a dodecahedron. Behind it were 2 F-16s that had scrambled after it. I'm guessing the sonic boom was from the F-16s. The UFO was silent as an owl. All the kids ran to our respective parents, and chaos ensued. Imagine a group of screaming 10-year-olds trying to explain to our parents what we just saw. This was the only time I saw something unidentifiable with other people. Did it really happen, or did I dream it? I was pregnant with my second son in mid-2000. It was hot in our house, and I had not lived in it long. After our marriage, I moved into the house my husband had inherited from his father. My husband worked nights at a paper factory just over the state line in Vermont. We lived in southern New Hampshire on the border of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont. It was on a mountain called Or Mountain. Our house was in a cleared area of the woods. I went to bed later than normal. My son and I were up playing board games and watching TV. He had gone to bed about half an hour before me. I wanted to stand out on the deck and watch the stars for a few and feel the unobstructed breeze blowing. We did not have any AC in the home. It started to rain, and I decided it was a good time to head to bed. I walked around shutting the windows unhappily because it was warm in the house, but I did not want puddles on the floor in the morning. I struggled with sleep because of the heat in my very pregnant belly. I started to fall asleep listening to the pitter-patter of the rain outside. I do not know whether I fell asleep or not, but I remember starting to hear the sound of the rain change. Instead of hearing the rain pitter-patter, it started to sound more like rustling. I felt something softly graze my face, and my eyes shot open. A young girl was sitting astride me. I could not feel any weight, but I could easily make out her face and clothing. The weird thing is she was dressed like a cheerleader, and the plastic pom-poms were grazing my face as if to wake me up. I now cannot remember the exact colors of the uniform. I could have a few years ago, but her hair was medium brown in pigtails, and she had a very white complexion. I looked at her and tried to ask her who she was, but I could not speak. She smiled the sweetest innocent smile at me, then she leaned over in my ear and whispered, "I choose you." Before I could react, she was gone. I have no idea to this day who she was or what that meant. I gave birth to a beautiful boy that November. During my first encounter, I was sitting on the couch watching TV with my dad, and since it was just the two of us at home, I saw something in the corner of my eye by his bedroom door that was about 7 feet tall and blacker than black. I looked over and said to Dad, "Dad." To which he replied, "I know, just don't look at it." Moving on a few years, I continued to see it in different houses just walking between the home office door and the opposite door that led to the garage, so I'd talk to it, which I suppose made it more active. One night I was sitting on the couch with my very blind dog, and my dog and I saw it again standing at the top of our split-level staircase just staring at me. My, once again, very blind, dog shot up in its direction and started barking at it. About a week later, I'm lying in bed watching Family Guy when I hear footsteps toward my closed bedroom door, so I thought it was my dog, and my door opened, but he didn't walk in, and I just thought he was a bit confused, so I got up to go open the door for him, and there was nothing there. Dog was fast asleep in my dad's bed. I asked my dad the next day if he still sees that thing from when I was 9, and he said yes, often. But I shouldn't talk to anybody about it because they'll think I'm crazy. At the end of summer 2011, my friends and I were road tripping around the Shenandoah Valley. After a long day exploring and traveling, we'd pull into a local hotel or motel of varying quality and comfort to grab a night's sleep before setting off again in the morning. Most of these places were fine. Except one place. The Inn at Afton. The Inn at Afton looked like it was from a forgotten season of American Horror Story. Shadows of a more glamorous heyday were still evident in its now decrepit mid-century architecture, the expanse of its long empty pool, and the sweeping views of the forested valley below. We checked in early in the afternoon, having decided that it would make a convenient base to explore the nearby area. Our clerk was an obese, balding man of indeterminate age, who wore a filthy beater and possessed the demeanor of a lobotomized sloth. He was the only other living person we saw in the building. The decor of our rooms looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s, and all the toiletries turned out to be swiped from other, more respectable, hotels, a soap bar from the Marriott, towels from the Hyatt, etc. We tried not to think too hard about the causes of the numerous stains on the walls and furniture. Nearby to our corridor, one of my friends discovered a tiled room completely empty save for a single drain in the center. We half-jokingly called it the murder room. Being young and possessing a much higher tolerance of discomfort than I do now, we didn't give too much thought to the dilapidated state of our new lodgings before setting off to the nearest town to explore its bar scene. It was on our return that the real, unexplained incident happened. The sun had long set, and the isolated location of the Inn at Afton meant that its environs were particularly dark. Between the hotel and the winding mountain road sat a huge car park surrounded by long grass that faded into deep forest. As we pulled into this car park, one of my friends, who we'll call C, declared that he absolutely had to go to the bathroom now and couldn't possibly wait the extra 3 minutes until we got back to our rooms. Our friend who was driving was the obliging sort and so pulled the car to the edge of the asphalt to let C out and relieve himself in the thicket outside. As soon as C got out, our eyes followed the beams of the headlights deep into the long grass, where before us stood about 8 figures standing motionless in a circle. Not wanting to find out what a bunch of strangers were doing standing silently in the dark, we quickly ushered C back into the car, sped across the car park, and rushed straight to our rooms. Understandably freaked out by what we had just witnessed, and having seen the movie Deliverance a little too soon before our trip to Shenandoah, we barricaded our room by pushing the sofa up against the door. Soon afterwards, and continuing all night long, we heard the sound of cars or trucks crisscrossing the car park outside at speed, engines roaring and handbrakes squealing. After a very fitful night's sleep, we left soon after sunrise, our car the only one now present in front of the hotel. To this day I have no idea why those people were standing in a circle in the dark in the middle of nowhere, and a large part of me is happy that I don't. Over 10 years ago, my husband, then boyfriend at the time, both 18, and I were hanging out and cuddling in the backseat of his car, parked behind an abandoned warehouse. Both our parents were super strict and didn't let us hang out together, so it's what we did after school. One evening around 6 p.m., Inexplicably, we both fell asleep at the same time. I never ever fall asleep anywhere except my bed. I've suffered from insomnia my whole life. Even if I'm exhausted, I can't fall asleep unless I'm in a bed. So it was really bizarre for me to be scrolling on my phone 1 second and then waking up groggily the next. I looked at the clock on his car's dash, and it said 10:04 p.m. I did a double take, then checked my phone's clock, which also said 10:04 p.m. I panicked, and he began to panic as well. My parents had a strict curfew of 8 p.m., yes, even at 18, so I was surprised they hadn't started calling me yet. He raced to drop me off at home. I walked through the front door, and my mom was just chilling in the living room reading a newspaper. She didn't bat an eye when I walked in. I thought maybe she was so mad she was giving me the silent treatment, so I said, "Sorry I got home so late." She looked up confused and said, "It's not that late?" I looked at our kitchen clock, and it said 7:58 p.m. I looked at my phone, which now also said 7:58 p.m. I was dumbstruck. I texted my boyfriend and asked if his phone still said 10 p.m. He said no and was also confused. To this day we're both 100% certain both our phones and his car said 10 p.m. He checked his car's clock later that night, and it was back to normal. So what the heck happened? Why did we fall asleep? How did all the electronics in the car have the wrong time but the same time? Were we abducted by aliens? I've never been able to come up with a reasonable explanation. I had a strange encounter in the woods today. This happened today, and I just can't get it out of my head, which is why I decided to share this with you guys. I'm currently visiting my grandma, and she lives in a small town with just a couple hundred people in it. I do small hikes daily here. We used to do them together, but because of the sunny weather today, she decided to stay home. Everything was going as usual, and I decided to do a small hike along this little path through the woods that my grandma had recommended to me. I also like to use these short moments of alone time to smoke a little, you know what, while enjoying the landscape, so I did smoke a little. After about 1.30 hours of walking, something happened. I saw a man about 60 meters away from me walking in my direction. Note, this is not a very popular hiking trail, so it is actually quite rare to see somebody else, especially with these weather conditions. Everything still seemed normal at this point. As he came closer, I noticed him really staring at me as I awkwardly broke and re-entered eye contact. The closer he came, the more tense I felt. I have to add, I'm a man and can definitely defend myself, and I met a few other people on this path before, where everything was and felt completely normal. This one was different. As I walked past him, I noticed a strange grin on his face. He had awful teeth and was quite tall, and he walked in a way that really unsettled me. It was kind of awkward, and I decided to break the silence and said, "Hello." He didn't answer right away, but I could hear a very silent mumbling as he passed me. I don't really know how to describe this, but I felt like something was just off about him. I could just tell. I felt him looking at me after we were about 10 meters away from each other, so I turned around, and I absolutely caught him staring at me and not even walking, just standing there. He quickly turned around as if he didn't want me to notice that he was still watching. Remember, I smoked a J about 20 minutes earlier, so this all really freaked me out. I tried to put it aside as paranoia from the weed. After about 20 minutes of following the trail, I noticed that I was walking into a dead end because I previously took a wrong turn, so I had to turn around, the exact way that strange man from earlier went. I decided to pull myself together and distract myself with some music as I headed back. But I just couldn't get that previous encounter and the fact that I had to go in his direction again out of my head. I kept walking for about 40 minutes. At this point I thought to myself that the chances of meeting him again were slim and that I should just focus on getting home, as I began feeling very tired from the constant sun. I also had this thought, no one would ever find me here, which is a very scary concept in my opinion. I was making progress, but then I saw someone sitting on a small bench right next to the path. It was him. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie. Thoughts rushed through my head. Did he wait for me? Did he know about the dead end and know that I will have to head back? I was panicking but decided to keep my cool. The bench was placed in a way that he could not see me yet but would have a perfect look at me facing my back when I would walk past him. As I came closer, my heart began to beat in a way it hadn't in years. The kind like you just ran a marathon and came through the finish line. I was freaking out. As I came closer, he noticed me and began looking at me over his shoulder, and there it was again, that same grin he gave me earlier. I had goosebumps. I kept walking at a normal pace and didn't go a second without looking behind me as I walked past. He kept staring in a strange way. He was just so creepy, and I had this fear that he would suddenly get up and chase me. After he kept looking right into my soul, I started slowly jogging, which turned into a sprint. I ran as quickly as I could until I could not see him anymore. Going home, I could not get all this out of my head. This really startled me. Please don't write this off as misjudgment because I smoked weed earlier. This was real. There was something not right with him. I could just sense it. I have never felt this way about anyone I've ever met. This is a real story, and I will not forget this encounter anytime soon. Somehow I can't brush off this thought that maybe I was really lucky today. Can someone explain this nighttime encounter? Does anyone have insight into this encounter my girlfriend had? My girlfriend was describing an experience that she had to me, and I was wondering if anyone could help identify/give an explanation as to what happened. I'm a bit of a skeptic myself, although I'll be the first to admit I do find the paranormal interesting from a theoretical point of view. However, she has sworn that this is something that has happened to her and swears more rational explanations aren't possible. I'll start with her account and then my thoughts and her counterarguments. According to her, when she was around 16 years old, she woke up in the middle of the night at approximately 2 a.m. to find scratches covering her stomach and neck, with a small creature hovering above her. She described this creature as being approximately 4 feet tall, humanoid in shape, with a wide toothy grin that stretched from ear to ear and was filled with sharp teeth. It lacked eyes, having only empty eye sockets, and had long fingers ending in claws. She can't find any reference material, but she claims it looked a bit like a horrific version of Gollum as a reference point. She says she then tried to move her leg away from it, but it scratched the hell out of her leg. Her mother said to her it was as if someone took a knife to it. Eventually, she claims she managed to get up and turn a light on, and then it simply disappeared, and that was the seeming end of the encounter, aside from having the image of the thing etched into her mind's eye and a fear of the dark for almost a year. As for rationalization, I have yet to ask if anyone can corroborate the story. I tend to give people, especially those whom I'm dating, the benefit of the doubt. However, the best explanations I could come up with were a mixture of sleep paralysis, vivid nightmares, and self-injury while experiencing this. For example, she simply injured herself while in a sleepwalking-like state and dreaming this or something of the sort. She swears this isn't a possibility, though, since her nails aren't sharp and she had rounded acrylics on at the time. She also believes it can't be sleep paralysis since she was able to move perfectly fine. I say all this to ask if anyone can come up with a good explanation for the situation or even point us in a direction as to what may have occurred to sate both of our curiosities. Any help is very much appreciated. The house where nobody could sleep in peace. My friend Gio, who studies painting, once stayed in a rented house with 5 of his college friends. The house was in a quiet village area surrounded by ponds, temples, and a small forest filled with trees. From the very beginning, something felt strange. The house stood alone in the middle of the woods with no neighbors nearby. Almost every night Gio would wake up suddenly in the middle of his sleep, sometimes startled, sometimes uneasy. He always felt a heavy negative energy inside the house. One day while drawing, Gio casually mentioned this to his friends. They were shocked because each of them had been experiencing the exact same thing, waking up startled at different times of the night. It wasn't just sleeplessness, it felt like something in the house wanted them awake. Later they asked around in the village and learned the house had a dark past. A young man once lived there with his family but died tragically in a bike accident. Since he didn't believe in any religion, no community agreed to bury him in a religious graveyard. Instead, his body was buried near the very house Gio and his friends were renting. The villagers said a priest once came to bless the house, but still no one stayed there for long. Even now Gio swears the house carried a strange energy, like the young man's spirit was still moving around, unable to rest. Merced Bay Loop, paranormal experience. I've mostly kept this tale to myself, as the people around me aren't really believers, but I had a very scary experience with that track late one night. I worked in a bar in West Auckland, and after our late night shifts, we'd go off somewhere just to hang out and relax after a hectic shift. There were 4 of us that night, and we decided to go out to Merced Bay and watch the stars and whatnot. We got there, the car park was empty, and we started heading up the track. Pitch black, all we had were our phone lights to guide us. The moment we stepped on the track, I felt this uncomfortable feeling in my gut, like we weren't supposed to be there, and that feeling you get when someone is watching you. I'm usually not a scared person, it takes a lot to make me feel that way. We headed deep into the tracks to find a place to sit and hang out, and I noticed it was dead silent. No bugs, no birds, no nothing. All you could hear was your breath and the waves. We perched on a cliff and hung out there for a few hours. That feeling I felt earlier had gotten a lot worse, like almost something telling us to leave. It was around 2:30 in the morning, and we had decided to head back. I had fallen behind the group with my other friend. It was feeling super airy and not good. He stopped in his tracks, and so did I. "Did you hear that?" he said. We stood there and listened. We were right next to the bush line and could hear this very, and I mean very, deep breathing. We shone our lights, and we couldn't see anything. We were feeling super uneasy and continued walking. We stopped again and could hear twigs and leaves being stepped on, and we were like, what the flip? Then I felt a super cold hand touch my shoulder, like, fully grip it, and that gave me a fright. Turning around to nothing there, he was spooked, and I was too. We still heard the breathing, and we looked at the bush, and there was this very, very sickly pale figure standing in it. All we heard was leave now. And we ran so fast and told the others to run. We got back to the car, and I looked back on the track, and I could see this now black silhouette of a figure standing in the middle of it. I've never gotten over that night. I went home and had heard nothing about the vanishings, and I was in shock seeing and reading all those cases and the mystery behind it all. So, have you guys had any experience with this track? I used to work in a state park in the Redwoods. I lived in another town and would commute in by bus and then either walk the main road into work or a side trail that was a bit overgrown but still had many folks hiking and running through. One morning, I am on my way into work as usual. It is summertime. Ahead of me, I see what I think is a woman jogging towards me towards the end of the trail. She is wearing a full jogging outfit. It's retro looking, but I don't pay it any mind. She's not that far ahead of me, and we should pass on the road. I look down at my phone for the time, taking maybe 15 seconds to do so as I clear a notification or two. I am fully expecting her to be passing by me when I look up. To my surprise, she is gone. She is not there. I look around for her and see her nowhere. There's not much chance for someone to step off the trail in this spot, as it is incredibly overgrown with blackberries alongside most of the trail. There was a shortcut trail that snakes off of the main trail in the general area, but it had a big log you have to step over to get into it, and my viewing angle showed the entire shortcut trail. She would have been unmistakable in her bright clothing, and I would have seen her. She is gone. I'm a bit spooked. I know I saw her. Where would she have gone? There was really nowhere for her to go. Into the bushes or the overgrown, rough shortcut, nowhere else. I end up shaking it off, thinking she was perhaps faster than I realized. I continue on the trail. As I am walking along, ahead of me, I see a little dog appear out of the bushes to the left side of the trail. A terrier of some sort, white with black and gray spots. The little dog is barking at me, trying to get my attention. I call out to it, telling the dog I'm coming, I see it, and I'll be there soon. I wonder if this dog is lost? Did I see any lost dog signs? Is there someone coming ahead of me? The dog keeps coming out of the bushes every few feet and barking at me. It does this to me when I am 100 feet away, then maybe 50, then less than 10 feet. I finally get close enough. I call to the dog, expecting the dog to shuffle out from where it's hiding. But as I finally reach the spot it has been appearing from, I realize that it was appearing from a heavy blackberry bramble, the painfully big thorned kind. As in, something that would hurt the dog. Why would the dog be so easily stepping in and out of thorns? I don't see any side trail or anything for the dog to be stepping out of, but I still look around, move bushes, try to get the dog's attention, and call to it. I get scratched up searching. I don't even hear rustling. The dog is nowhere to be seen. I had just seen it. There would have been, considering how overgrown and thorny the spot was, very little time for the dog to go far, considering I saw it only a few feet ahead of me. Where did it go? Where would it have gone? How would it have not been caught in the bushes nonstop? By this point, I am beyond spooked. A woman and a dog, appearing and disappearing. I have no explanation for where they either would have gone, blackberry thorns? As I am standing there in confusion, I look back on what I was looking at as I walked down the road. I think about the woman I saw. Were her feet really on the ground? Or were they floating above the ground? I come to the realization. She was not touching the ground, and neither was the dog. Did I stumble across something? A crime that was trying to be solved? I could never figure it out. I was late to work, so I lied and claimed that I had stopped to help someone. I spent the whole day Googling potential crimes in the area to see if I could find something. Nothing ever popped, but it doesn't mean there wasn't something. All I know is that years later, the thought still gives me spooks. I've seen many things. My entire family has always been sensitive to things. I think the spookiest thing during the day was when I was a nurse at a nursing home. Our residents always knew when their time had come. Either a lady in a black dress or a man in a black suit would come and tell them, and it would always happen in threes. One of my residents was telling me she could see the lady, so she knew it was her time that night, which was rather odd since she was pretty healthy compared to most, and we thought she'd be there a few more years. Assuming she was having anxiety, but of course being supportive instead of telling her that, I looked where she was pointing, and in the corner, I saw the woman in black myself. This was the first and only time I'd seen her, and to be honest, she looked really surprised that I saw her and disappeared. That particular resident passed away a few hours later. Some years back, maybe about 12 or 13, I and my partner were walking to our car. It was the middle of a bright sunny day in a built-up residential town in England. It was warm, and there was no wind. As we are walking down the road, we see this solid black object float out from between some houses. It is rectangular, maybe about the size of a piece of A3 paper and maybe about an inch thick. It sort of just floats down the street at about walking speed. It's maybe 15 feet up and stable, not flapping or fluttering, just slowly moving along. We are both just completely puzzled. I get completely underneath it, expecting to see what it actually is. All I can make out is that it is rectangular and so dark that it doesn't reflect any light at all. Think Venta black. It's so unreflective that it was actually really hard to make out anything about it, like it was hard to actually look at other than just seeing the rough silhouette of it. It doesn't make any noise at all either. We both watch for a good 10 minutes as it floats all the way down the road and goes between two houses before being out of sight. The whole time it doesn't change height and just moves steadily along. It's actually one of my biggest life regrets that I didn't just pull my phone out and record it. It was a while ago, so the phone cameras weren't amazing, but still. We just kept thinking that at any minute we would suddenly figure out what it was, then it was out of sight and we were both still completely baffled. It felt like we were asking ourselves, what on earth did we just see? On a walk at 4:30 a.m. So I went for a walk at the time in the title 2 nights ago. I live in an urban/city area that's usually pretty empty at this time, which is part of why I usually like walking around like that. I'm not bothered by it most times, no matter what time I go out, I don't feel worried or scared. I should mention I'm a relatively short female, so I have a fair share of creep encounters, but I know how to deal with them, and it doesn't bother me. That morning, as soon as I hit the bottom of my street, I felt very anxious. I didn't know if it was just general anxiety or a gut feeling, so I kept walking. The feeling kept growing until I was terrified, and yet I kept walking. It was late enough that some people were waking up, and the birds were waking up too, but it did not quell my anxiety in the slightest. I remember smelling something dead when passing by some bushes in a neighbor's yard, and for some reason I wanted to avoid all the tall dark hedges or forested areas to the point where I would walk in the street or on the opposite sidewalk. I had intended to go to 7-Eleven and get some coffee. By the time I was halfway there, I was so distraught that I just turned off and started heading home. It felt like something was following me or watching me, and I could not shake that feeling. I didn't feel any better until I was well within my neighborhood, and as I was opening my front door, I turned for a split second and thought I saw what seemed to be a very, very tall old man standing behind my next door neighbor's hedges. I'm not even sure I saw it correctly. As I said, it was just a second, but it made me jump as I opened the door. Since then, I've felt discomfort at night, but I'm not sure if it's just anxiety from the experience or if it's something else. I've had many paranormal experiences, but nothing has ever made me feel so terrified as that walk. I still don't know what it was, whether it was some kind of warning or something was in fact following me, but I don't intend to go out at night again anytime soon. However, I was wondering if any of you might have an idea? I know it's not extremely detailed. But there was nothing really happening to make me feel as terrified as I did except what I've described. It was like alarm bells were ringing in my head the entire time I was walking, and even the wind felt ominous. Usually I enjoy the breeze very much, but every time it blew while I was out, I wanted it to stop. It's odd because I felt almost compelled to go on that walk, thinking it would be calming and help me sleep, even though the wind seemed nice. But if you have any ideas as to what might have been going on, I'd very much appreciate it. An encounter I can't explain. For as long as I can remember, I've been obsessed with the paranormal. Maybe that makes me more susceptible to unexplained paranormal events. My grandpa lived in my family's basement when I was a young child, and I'd always joke about how I want to move into his room after he dies, because I thought it'd be cool to live in a haunted room. When I was in 5th or 6th grade, my grandpa passed away, and within 2 weeks, I moved into his room. After he died, all of us children got a creepy vibe from the basement and would do our best to never be down there with the lights off. I was scared of what could be lingering in the dark, but I was excited to have my own little apartment. Anytime I'd have to turn off the living room lights, I'd run as fast as I could into my room and turn the lights on. There were many times I'd run to my room and my lights wouldn't turn on. It was odd, since my dad had renovated the room and updated the lights before I moved in. I'd have to run through the dark basement and find my dad to replace the lights again. Before the winter my dad installed a fireplace in the basement, and thankfully he left it lit most nights throughout the winter. The fireplace sat directly across from my bedroom door. I'd leave my door cracked, so even if my lights didn't work, I'd have the lights from the fireplace. One night when I was in 6th grade, I woke suddenly to a noise from the fireplace. I looked up and saw a shadow of a man, who looked exactly like my dad, at the end of my bed. I assumed the noise was my dad reloading the wood. I lay in bed watching the shadow, but the longer I looked, the more I realized it wasn't a shadow of my dad. It was translucent, but it was a full figure. It was 3D. I could see the arms and legs clearly, and the hole was where the eyes should be. It was just standing at the end of my bed watching me, but I didn't feel scared and eventually fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I was getting ready for school and noticed a strange bruise on the top of my left foot. The more I looked at the bruise, the more I noticed it looked like a handprint. There were fingerprints wrapped around the top of my foot and a thumb by my ankle. I showed my dad and asked if he was in the basement while I was sleeping and if he had come into my room to watch me sleep. He was visibly concerned, thinking a man was in our house the night before watching me. He assured me that he wasn't in the basement and that I probably got the bruise playing with my siblings. I told him about the shadowy figure I saw at the end of my bed, and he told me it was my grandpa watching over me. Nothing came of it, and I just took it as my dad thinking my grandpa's ghost was leaving me a sign from heaven. After that my parents would come to check on me regularly. There were many times they would talk about coming in my room, and I'd sit up and have a full conversation with them, then fall back asleep. I don't remember this happening at all. To this day I still have part of the bruise on my foot, it's right where the palm would have been. Anytime my parents see it, they ask me where the bruise came from and why I always have a bruise in the same spot. I retell the story, and they brush it off, saying ghosts aren't real. I work as a summer camp counselor every summer at a sleepaway camp. Although I'm a counselor now, I grew up going to this camp as a camper. This story takes place when I was 12. This camp is situated in the rural areas of Missouri, adjacent to a picturesque river and enveloped by a lush forest. One of the activities at this camp was exploring this cave that's a short drive away from the camp. A longtime employee of this camp, has worked there for over 60 years, always takes the kids out to the cave and teaches them about different cave formations, salamanders, etc. We will call him B. At the end of the caving trip, it is tradition that B takes everyone to a very back room of the cave and tells a scary story. He is one of the most fascinating people I have ever met. Anyways, he leads me and the rest of my cabin to the story room. We are all getting settled down, excited to hear which story he was going to tell us. Just as he starts the story, one of the girls, who is much younger than the rest of us, gets scared and wants to be taken out of the cave. B asks one of the counselors or CITs, counselors in training, to take her out to the front of the cave and wait for us to finish with the story. All of our flashlights are out, and the cave is pitch black, to set the ambience for the story, of course. Someone says, "I'll take her," and the two get up and leave. B tells the rest of his story, and we all head out to the front of the cave. As we make our way to the cave's entrance, he counts everyone to ensure no one has lost their way. Since the two left before the story, we should have been 2 people short. However, we were only missing 1 person. When we got to the front of the cave, the camper was just sitting on a large rock, playing with some of the mud from the cave. Completely alone. We all asked her who brought her out here and where they went, and her response was one I will never forget. "This old woman walked me out, she sat with me and talked for a bit, but then she said she had to go. She just kind of walked off into the forest." Who was that in the cave with us? She certainly wasn't with us when we went in. About 6 years ago, I was driving one night around 10 p.m. down a dark road. It was in a valley, so the only light was coming from my car and the car in front of me, no streetlights. This car in front of me is probably 75 feet ahead. We go around a bend in the road that leads into a straight shot of road for about a quarter of a mile. A few seconds after I round the bend in the road, the car vanishes from sight. Having driven on that road hundreds of times, I am certain that there was no possible turning point for the car. It was just gone. I even turned around to make sure they didn't go off the road and need help. There were only trees around the road, and there was no damage to any of them. I have no idea what happened. One evening I was driving to my then boyfriend's house from work. It was early dusk, so it was still bright out, and I was driving a route I was familiar with. As I crossed a set of old train tracks, all of a sudden I saw a woman sitting in my passenger seat. I did a double take, and as I looked the second time, she was gone but standing outside the car about 20 feet away, waving and sort of grimly smiling. I remember every single detail of what she looked like: 50s, mid-length brown hair with dirt and leaves stuck in it, red shorts, white t-shirt tucked in, White fold-over socks, keds. I had never seen her before and haven't seen her since, but the instant I crossed those train tracks, I knew without a doubt in my mind that she had been ended and her body was buried there. As freaked out as I was, it made me really sorrowful, and I wanted to pull over to find her. Realistically, I couldn't have, but something in my brain desperately wanted to. I burst into tears and called my boyfriend, sobbing about the train track lady and how I wanted to help her. I had to explain to him what happened over and over. To this day I have no idea if he ever believed me, but I know what I saw, and I am fairly sure I know why I saw it. I moved from that area a few years ago, and I still hope someone finds her so she can rest. Here are some of mine. 1. Creepy voices in the woods. When I was 8 years old, my friend Patrick and I were in the woods near our houses. We were quite deep into the woods when all of a sudden we heard Patrick's mom calling us. There was no mistaking her voice, since she had a very unique Austrian accent. We keep hearing her calling out to us, and we finally make it to his house and ask his mom what she needs. She said she never called us. 2. Chased my doppelganger. I remember chasing my doppelganger around my yard when I was 9. When I finally thought I had cornered it between a fence and a wall, it had vanished. 3. Creepy writing on mirrors appeared out of nowhere and happened in multiple locations. When I was 7 or 8, I remember going to the boys' bathroom at school, and some writing appeared on the mirror, like when you write on the mirror after you take a hot shower. The same thing happened a few days later in the mirror in the bathroom at my house. 4. It rained crawfish. This one is tricky, but I swear it happened. When I was between the ages of 7 and 9, I remember waking up one morning and seeing crawfish all over the streets and on people's lawns and cars. It had rained pretty viciously the night before, and my friend and I were running around picking up the crawfish and playing with them. They were all making their way to the streets and floating down into the sewers. My friend vaguely remembers this, and my parents don't. I can't find a record of this incident ever happening, newspaper, radio, etc. However, there are records of animals raining down from the sky in other parts of the world. Someone had suggested it may have been a tornado. 6. I dreamt about a cat drowning and later rescued a real cat from drowning. When I was 17, my girlfriend and her parents went on a trip to Hawaii. She asked me to go by her house every few days and watch her cats, give them food, etc. One day, I'm asleep and hear a cat meowing in my dreams. Then, in my dream, I find a cat stuck in a pond. I immediately wake up and rush over to my girlfriend's house only to find her cat drowning in a shallow pool of water in an above-ground swimming pool. I rescue the cat, and all is well. 7. Haunted by a horrific visage in my dreams only to realize it was the face on a crucifix and an actual sculpture a few days later. Before my first day of starting at a new private school in a new town, I had a nightmare involving this horrific abstract human face. Everywhere I would look in my dream, this face would appear, and it was quite an unsettling visage. I woke up ready for school, somewhat shaken up by this dream, but thought nothing of it. On Friday, at the end of my first week at this new school, we were required to go to Mass. Upon walking into the church, I saw that the face that had haunted my dream several nights before was the same one that was on the postmodern/abstract crucifix hanging above the altar. I had never set up in that church prior to that point. In summary, I've seen some weird things that I can't explain. I don't believe in the paranormal, nor am I superstitious, but I can't explain these anomalous situations. Many years ago I dated a woman who lived in another town in my general metro area. I lived on the far outskirts of the area, and there were multiple ways to get to her house from mine, the creepiest way being going down an old state highway. This road was 2 lanes, at the time, with old trees and heavy foliage on both sides. Big southern trees that reached out over the road like a canopy. There were 2 old plantations on this road, which were tourist destinations. One had a more memorable sign than the other, Magnolia Plantation, and was my halfway mark for going to her house. One night I headed down this dark, quiet road heading to her house. I get to the point where I see the Magnolia Plantation sign and think, yay, halfway there. I tootle down the road another mile or so and see the Magnolia Plantation sign. Yay, halfway there. Wait, already past that. There were no turnoffs except for driveways to private residences back in the woods. No way I could have turned myself in a circle without noticing. Fortunately I didn't pass it again, and on my future trips down the road I only passed the sign once. So that was weird. I was backspaced without consent. When I was about 5 years old, I was at my grandma's house, and we were about to visit her friend who lived right behind my grandma's apartment. I was walking right behind my grandma when I saw a huge wolf-like dog crossing our path. I immediately froze because I was incredibly fearful of dogs back then. My grandma kept trying to tug me, but I told her there was a dog in front of us. My granny kept trying to convince me that there was nothing there, but I insisted that there was. Eventually, the dog passed, and I continued walking. Later that night my grandma got a call that her nephew had passed. I was very close to him and was saddened by his passing. The next day we went back to my grandma's friend's house, and she told her about the passing. The friend told my grandma that she had seen the dog hanging out on the back porch the night before and that it was an omen. She didn't tell my grandmother because she didn't want to spook her. Still not sure how or why I saw the dog, but yeah. I always think about that. A skeptic's unexplainable paranormal experience. This occurred a few years ago when I went on an indigenous camp with my school to visit a university in our closest major city. I don't want this to seem insensitive to indigenous Australians, as I am not indigenous and shouldn't really have been at the camp, but I was interested in the university, and my school needed to make up numbers. So, we stayed at this Christian camp facility in cabins in the mountains, facing the outskirts of the city. We stayed there for 5 nights, and the night before the event, several creepy things happened. One of the boys in another cabin, who was bunking with a friend from my school, woke up in the middle of the night screaming and yelling to my friend that he was going to end somebody. Now, this could be explained as a bad dream, sure, but a girl in another room also woke up screaming the same thing, as did a friend in my room. She was murmuring about murder, and the next morning she woke up in a different bed within the cabin. I guess this could also be explained, but it was creepy. The cabins were far apart, so the 3 unconnected people couldn't have heard or conspired to scare everybody. Throughout the week, my friends and I grew close to a teacher from a nearby school, and it was during this time that we witnessed the event involving him. On the last night, many people weren't sleeping, as we had a long trip on the bus the next day, and everyone planned to sleep then, as teenagers do, of course. We were outside the dark, empty food hall, sure no one was there, even though everyone else was awake. This teacher came and spoke to us and asked us to sit nearer our cabin, to which we agreed, but then as we got up, we all heard this undeniable screeching noise. No animal could have made it. The teacher went behind the food hall to investigate whether the noise was caused by an animal or other students. We stayed put until the teacher started yelling and came running back with a bloody lip. He told us that he saw some indigenous ladies in traditional dress with a fire, and they got angry when they saw him and lashed out. They couldn't have been there, as it was private property, and if there was a ceremony, we would have been told to be respectful or asked to join. Out of instinct, my friends and I looked behind the food hall, but we didn't see anything, no fire or embers of a fire and certainly no people. He told us to go to bed, but the next morning we were having breakfast with our teacher at our table, and one of the organizers came around and explained that a teacher was attacked, and not by students or animals, and that he had gone into women-only indigenous land, and so they didn't like that he was there unaccompanied and uninvited. When we saw the teacher, he had some bruises on his arms and was visibly shaken up, thinking he had disturbed some kind of spirits. Before we left, there was some kind of indigenous ceremony as a sort of cleansing of the land and of the teacher. He was gaunt and pale the next day, not talkative, a complete 180 from what he was the entire week. I really don't want to offend anybody, but this is truly what happened, and I just don't understand how it could have happened. This teacher didn't hurt himself up. But then they took it so seriously and went to the effort of calling somebody who could cleanse the land in a kind of exorcism. Paranormal or not, this was a weird experience and the closest one I have had. I was just curious if anyone had any light to shed on it. I have tried for 3 years to come up with some kind of explanation for what happened, but nothing comes to mind. I don't know if it's just a creepy coincidence or if there was something down there that night that gave him bruises and shook him up so badly he seemed an entirely different person. I was by myself at the lake house. Woke up to the noise of water running. It was around 3. As I turned over to see who was in the bathroom, I was facing a gray alien in front of the sink washing his hands. Really tall, almond-shaped brown eyes, thin long arms, thin long legs, a short body, and a thin torso. I screamed. He turned just his head, looking at me, and he continued to wash his hands. I was so stunned that I couldn't move. He came out of the bathroom and walked to the bedroom door. I was still on one elbow, afraid to move but still watching him. He turned around, and I could feel the fear rising in my chest. He stood for a few seconds and disappeared. I got up and turned the light on, and on the floor were a few gray dust particles. I went to retrieve a broom for proof of his appearance. Put them in a Ziploc bag. When daylight came, I went to the kitchen for coffee, and the bag was like brand new. Nothing in it. So, I began to relive the incident. And check my brain. I have had some things happen to me that I cannot explain, but that topped all of them. To this day I have not told anyone about the encounter due to them not believing me or committing me. I have read that if you have Rh factor blood, then you are of an alien breed. I am Rho positive. I want to say this is not my first encounter. Probably not my last. Never fear those encounters. They come to help you. Thank you for listening. When I was 32 and dating my now husband of 25 years, we drove from Las Vegas to Area 51 on a lark and decided to camp outside Area 51. We drove to the infamous mailbox, turned up a dirt road, and went all the way to the sign that read, "Deadly Force Authorized." It was pretty late, and we knew not to go past the sign. We were old even then and grew up when we all were afraid of the law, so my husband decided to find a place to put up our tent. As he was walking around in the dark, this is autumn at around midnight or 1 a.m., a spotlight suddenly lit him up where he stood. He froze. In about 30 seconds, felt like 15 minutes, the spotlight turned off suddenly, then turned back on right above where I sat in his four-wheel drive Buick, another story to tell. I was just sitting there, watching. About 30 seconds later, that light went out, and we decided we were not past the sign and to put up our tent so we could sleep for the night. That night, we saw lights, almost like a white laser pointer, or some kind of what we would now call a drone or orb, flit across the horizon rapidly. It would go up, come back down, and go sideways like God himself was using a white laser, teasing us like we would tease a cat. We were relatively unconcerned because the lights seemed far away. We watched the show for a bit, then fell asleep in one another's arms as people who are in love do. That night, both my husband and I had the exact same dream. The dream was that we were in the tent, and the tent was surrounded by voices. We both somehow knew in our dreams that they were military. There were several different voices discussing my husband and me, questioning why we were there and what they should do with us. We both had the same night terror frozen feeling, and after a period of absolute terror, we fell asleep and woke to the sound of a bus or two driving past us. After waking up and packing everything, we drove back down the dirt road we had taken to reach the warning sign. Looking behind us, we saw a Jeep-like SUV on the ridge, which seemed to follow us until we reached that mailbox. We didn't discuss our experience until we were almost to St. George. We lived in SLC at the time, when we discovered we dreamt the exact same dream. We returned approximately 9 months later, but the intensity of the lights so terrified us that we chose to sleep in the vehicle. The lights appeared more intimidating in some manner, and perhaps that unusual sense of fear was somehow instilled, though I will never know for certain. We have experienced numerous intriguing events, both collectively and independently, but the Area 51 incident continues to leave me pondering. Twice I have seen a peculiar light while camping in the same area, many years apart. The light was not a beam but more like a sustained bolt of lightning, appearing several times and for about 3 or 4 seconds at a time. The first time I experienced this, the light was far away at first but kept getting closer and eventually got pretty close enough that we ran away in fear. I was with 2 other friends, and we all had the feeling that this light was aware of us and purposely coming towards us. It seemed like lightning, but that didn't make sense because of how it was sustained. There was no thunder, and it didn't set fire to the trees or grass. Years later I was camping in the same area with different friends. Everyone was asleep, and I woke up and decided to go sit and look at the stars for a while. I saw the same light again, but it was far away and didn't get closer. This time it only appeared approximately 5 times. Maybe because it was far away, but it didn't have the same scary feeling this time and just seemed like a bizarre natural phenomenon, like a spark between the mountains and the atmosphere. Still doesn't make sense to me that they wouldn't set fires to the forest. This was in the Appalachian Mountains. Both times the sky was clear enough to look at stars, but with some clouds. I have decided the most likely explanation is ball lightning, but I'm not convinced. This is a weird/quirky one. I still have no explanation for it. So it's like 3 a.m., and I'm trying to get to sleep. I'm lying down with my eyes closed, and all of a sudden I hear what I can only describe as a steel ball bearing rolling around in my nightstand. Incessantly and non-stop. It's funny, because I remember feeling zero fear at the time while also cognitively acknowledging the sound I'm hearing shouldn't be happening or possible. I was just so irritated that it was keeping me from getting rest. So I'm hopping out of bed in a huff, now wide awake, and frustratedly flinging my nightstand open to try and find. I don't know what. I don't even know what I expected to find. All I could picture in my head was a medium-sized steel ball bearing rolling and knocking around inside my drawer. I was really determined to put a stop to these ducking shenanigans. I open it and find nothing. All the while the noise is still occurring. My nightstand is against a wall, but the only thing on the other side of that wall is a dark, quiet entrance hallway. After minutes of fearless and annoyed searching, I finally just kind of throw my hands up and get back in bed. The noise continues. I get up a few more times, tearing through my nightstand to try and catch whatever this is, but I never do. It eventually stopped on its own, and I finally got to sleep. I had never heard a noise like that in my house before, and I have never heard that noise since. It was such a strange and singular experience. The noise was just so specific to what I am describing, a medium-large steel ball rolling and knocking around specifically inside my nightstand. Not the wall, inside my nightstand. The fact that it was only this once makes me feel like it wasn't some sort of pipe problem, which you would think would be more consistent. It kind of gives me chills thinking of it now. When I look back, I find it funny and odd how I just flung myself at whatever this was so fearlessly and felt nothing but a sense of annoyance and frustration towards God ducking knows what. The tone didn't feel scary or malicious at the time at all, obviously, even though thinking about it today creeps me out. I'm very much a skeptic, but I have no idea what the shit happened that night. Something seemed to be taunting or manipulating me. A fairy? That's my best non-skeptic guess. One early morning, 2 or 3 a.m., I was driving home on some back roads from my girlfriend's house when I was 17. There was a truck behind me for about 2 miles before the driver started getting closer to me, closing the gap between our cars and eventually getting into the oncoming traffic lane and speeding up again. I figured he just wanted to pass me since it's a one-lane road, so I let off the gas to make it easier for him. When he gets beside me, I look over and make eye contact with this dude. It was dark, and I didn't actually see his eyes, but I knew he was looking back at me. This is when it gets weird. He slows down a little to stay next to me for what I guess was 100 or 200 feet and then gets back behind me. I was terrified, but I began to plan how to lose him and defend myself. Where I'm from, the roads twist and turn through the woods, so the next time a curve separated us, I floored it and found a pretty hidden driveway to pull up in and cut my lights off. I was waiting for him to drive past me, but he never did. Seeing some creepy things. I'm unsure about the reasons for what is happening right now, so please let me know if you have any explanations for this. I've had a weird experience lately. So, I and my boyfriend have been together over 3.5 years. I'm a Christian, and so is he, but he doesn't practice his faith much. I've always had a fascination with the paranormal and the spiritual side to life, and I fully believe in it. I guess what has been weird is that since my boyfriend recently moved a few hours away from his hometown, I've just felt some weird things. This is mainly just when I and my boyfriend will be getting ready for bed, and it's only when it's dark in his room and when we're about to be intimate that I get horrifying pictures of insanely creepy things in my head. This has never happened before, and it's just so creepy. These images in my head stopped me in the middle of our thing, and I felt so freaked out. My boyfriend was worried about me because I was just so shaken up. Again, this event hasn't ever happened before. It might be because I've been kind of more intrigued with kind of darker spiritual stories on podcasts lately, but I always try to keep some sort of boundaries around those because I don't want to open myself up to anything. But these images in my mind are of such dark things. I had an image of a little boy sitting on my boyfriend's nightstand staring at me and my boyfriend while we were making out, and his eyes were black, and his face was distorted, and he looked to be dressed as if he lived in the early 1900s and was poor. I had another image the same night of what I looked like kissing my boyfriend, and instead of it looking like me, it was a skeleton. Another one last night was a man with his hair wet, and he looked to be a pirate, and his face had dirt all over it, and his face was also distorted. The other one last night looked like the Sandman mask, but it wasn't a mask, it was the natural head of some creepy creature and was bluish colored and white. Again, this all happens when my eyes are closed and I'm tired but in the middle of some things. I don't think it has anything to do with my boyfriend, maybe just his change of location? What do you all think? So I don't really get the creeps or believe in the paranormal too much. When I was 17, my best friend at the time convinced me to drive to the abandoned haunted house in our town. I was like, sure, whatever. So we go over there late at night. It's basically a mansion, it's enormous, and it's a bit of a foggy night. It looks creepy, and we are in the yard debating if we should go in. Personally, I wasn't concerned about the haunted nature of the place. My main concern was the possibility of trespassing and facing consequences. Plus there was a party to get to with potentially girls, so I convinced him to go. I turned around, and there in the dark, less than a foot from my face, was the head of a horse. Motionless, just there. I freeze up, wrapping my head around what is in front of me and extremely close to me. I start to notice it is in fact a whole horse, not just a head, and it's just standing there. I back up slowly, and it doesn't move much. I look at my friend, and he is just as shocked as I am. How could a massive horse get as close as a foot away from me without making a sound and I would not notice? We slowly make our way to the car, keeping an eye on this massive black horse that simply doesn't move beyond a little bit, tail and head. We get in and drive away. I have no idea what the horse represented. And like I said, I don't know what I fully believe in, so it was certainly an experience. Creepy things are going on. As far as I know, nobody has died in our house. We moved in about 3.5 years ago, and the first night we were there, my husband said he kept hearing kids talking and laughing. I didn't hear anything, and he never heard it again. Everything was quiet for the most part. I sometimes would see things out of the corner of my eye or hear things, but nothing too weird that you can't write off as being tired or whatever. Things get misplaced a lot and show up in strange places or just disappear altogether. Lately, my 6-year-old has been having bad dreams and talking about a bunch of kids and a scary lady. I have let him sleep in our room for the last few nights because he was so scared. Many times during the night he's jumped up and said, "I can see the people again, they are all around us." I'm not sure what to make of all this. He's wide awake and remembers it, so I don't think it is night terrors. Another thing I've noticed is some of our electric toys all of a sudden turn on. I'm not really sure I believe we have a ghost. I'm more worried that my son has something wrong with his brain. It could be a ghost. We have my father-in-law's ashes in the house, but he's not the type to go scaring people. Has anyone experienced something like this before? My hometown is a pretty old city. It was established way back when Texas was still a part of Mexico. It has a Civil War fort that at one point housed Robert E. Lee. There's still building from early on in its life scattered throughout the town. Most of them are still in use, and some are left to rot away, probably forgotten by whoever has inherited ownership. My grandmother lived down the street from a building that served as the city's first schoolhouse and hospital, aside from the infirmary at the fort. The door had been kicked in at some point, and the city never bothered to officially condemn it. My friends and I would like to do urban exploring and just check out the old abandoned buildings around the city, and for some reason we kept avoiding this one. This building is 2 stories with an unfinished root cellar. As soon as you step in, you have a doorway to your right and left. Straight ahead is a hallway leading to what was either a kitchen or a supply room and a set of stairs against the wall to the right leading up to the 2nd floor. If you head towards the kitchen, there's another doorway to the left, and to the right there's a restroom. The upstairs is a similar layout, but instead of a kitchen, there are a couple wrought iron bed frames with springs that were once part of a mattress. The floor on the 2nd floor was in bad shape, with a lot of it broken or rotted through. One night my friends and I, after a few beers, decided to explore the place. We get to it, but everyone is too chicken shit to go in. Since I already knew the layout, I finally said I'll go in if someone else comes with me. I don't remember how it happened, but we all wound up inside exploring the bottom floor. We were going from room to room using our phone screens as flashlights, just checking things out. Suddenly there was a clatter, and almost everyone bolted out except for me and 2 of my friends. We stood there arguing over cutting the exploration short and going back to drinking or checking out the 2nd floor. At some point someone said, "I bet y'all won't go up top by yourselves, $20 for the first one to come out on the balcony." So we bolted up the stairs trying to be the first. I had completely forgotten about the rotted through floors. $20 was the only thing in my mind. We get to the balcony, which is right above the front door, and start arguing over who made it first. After a few seconds, we turn around and head back downstairs, and my buddy yells, "What the F is that?" My eyes are just barely starting to adjust to the darkness when I see something down at the end of the hallway crouching and beginning to stand up. Its eyes caught the light just right and shimmered a reddish orange in the darkness. We were frozen just watching this figure tower over a door that was leaned up against the wall. It was easily 7 feet tall. My buddy was the first to snap out of it. He hopped the banister, and his foot crashed through the step he landed on. He hightailed it out before my other buddy and I knew what happened. At this point the figure was almost standing completely upright, did some motion that looked like it was trying to crack its back by leaning back, and then hunched forward with its arms wide at its side. My other buddy and I snapped out of it, and we also jumped the banister. He landed awkwardly and rolled his ankle, and I almost landed on top of him because of that. We didn't bother to look back, but when we were going down the stairs, I swear I felt it swing its arm to try to grab me. We made it to the bottom of the steps and ran past our other friends and straight to my grandma's. The rest tried to ask what happened but knew better than to stick around to find out. We all get to my grandma's, and after catching our breath, we explain everything that happened. We kept going back and forth with what it could have been, from someone using the place as shelter to us just making it up, until we finally agreed to go back during the day. We go back the following day equipped with flashlights and something for self-defense, but when we get there, everything is boarded up. All the windows, both the front and back doors, and even the 2nd floor windows were boarded up. We walked around to the back and saw they missed the cellar access. We debated even going in since that would be our only exit in case whatever attacked us the night before was still there. We decided against it and walked back around to the front, and that's when a cop pulled up. We thought we were ducked for trespassing, but the cop asked us what we were doing, saying we better not be tagging up the place since it's a part of our city's history. We tell him we were just checking it out since we've heard stories about it, and he goes, "Oh, like the story of the patient that haunts this place?" We tell him we had never heard about it. Long story short, there was a patient that was special. He used the R word. He was mistreated by many people because of his size and specialness. One day something happened, and he was accused because only someone his size could have done it, so he was hurt badly. When he was brought to the hospital, instead of helping him, the staff just let him suffer until he died. After a bigger hospital was built, that building became a schoolhouse, with elementary on the first floor and middle school on the second. The kids that would stay behind to help clean up and dust off the chalkboards would tell stories of seeing a giant walking down the hallway. There's no record of this happening. The story has been kept alive through the generations by people that heard it from someone older than them. Whatever it was that we saw, that shit chilled me to my bones. I've seen a coffee mug slide across a table, a rocking chair start rocking on its own and then suddenly stop, and the key cover to a piano just slam itself shut. I've even had the blankets ripped off of me in the middle of the night when I lived alone. None of that has gotten to me the way this experience did. Prefaced, we have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. My father was an ex-fireman and ensured we had them in good places / up to date. Other than that, what can I say? Our house is 115 years old and weird. There are a number of incidents in this house that involve several live-in witnesses and several guest witnesses, usually house sitters. Most events are auditory, but a few are visual and 1 or 2 are physical. For me, the creepiest was the one where I heard a voice. Not just random mumbling or anything, but full-blown words. That day everyone in the house had left for a music gig except me and my toddler, who was sick, hence the reason we stayed home. I was working in my office upstairs, and she was sitting on an office chair next to me. I heard someone downstairs walking about quickly and figured something for the gig had been forgotten and they needed to come back for it. This went on for several minutes, and then I heard a male voice yell up the stairs, "Hello." It sounded like one of the bandmates, so I figured he had been the errand boy. But no one came upstairs, and the noise quieted for a while. I figured they just yelled to let me know what the noise was and left. Then I heard more noise downstairs start to pick up again. I was thinking, geez, this is a chaotic gig if they are back again. Then a male voice in the stairwell said my toddler's first name clearly and crisply. I shouted, "Hello?" Then it went silent again. I got up and checked down the stairs. No one was there. I sat back down and continued working. Suddenly close by in the room, I heard a male voice say my toddler's first and middle names loudly and crisply. My toddler turned and looked towards the sound. By that point I knew there was no one up there with us. I called my husband at the gig and asked if he could come home sooner. Luckily he was out running errands and nearly finished. The band was fine, so he headed home. The first 18 years of my life growing up in my old house, I'd always hear my sister screaming either my or my mom's name in the middle of the night, always from the garage. She lived across the country. I'd always hear the sound of a large man in boots walking down the hallway, and the steps would always stop right before whoever was in those boots became visible in the doorframe. When I moved my room to the top floor that was connected to the attic, I'd hear those boots coming down the attic stairs in the middle of the night and stopping right at the closed door, but they never went back up the stairs. The boots thing was a constant. The scariest was when I was about 16, in the middle of the day with just my mom and me at home, I heard her begin screaming the most ungodly scream from the kitchen. Like begging for her life kind of screaming, so I flew down the stairs and into the kitchen, and as I turned the corner, the screaming stopped. And she never was screaming at all, she was on the phone with her friend and didn't even hear it. She was scared now because I'd just flown down the stairs, but the worst scream I've still ever heard in person apparently never happened. That house and the school near it were both built on a large Native American burial ground. I always suspected it, but it actually came out and was talked about on the news when we'd already moved. My sister had an imaginary friend when she was a little kid who told her that he was buried in the woods next to our house. Every time I watch The Shining, it gives me the same exact vibe that I felt all the time growing up there. You'd have the most insane dreams every night in that house, hear the weirdest things, and wake up in different rooms than you went to sleep in. Even the people on that dead-end street just seemed like they had the devil in them. I've never had stranger, angrier neighbors than those people. My family changed so much for the better once we moved. I'm tempted to reach out to the new owners and ask them if they've had any experiences like the ones I grew up having, because it was undeniably real, whatever it was. Before I start, not my story, but my aunt's. Personally, I'm an atheist who doesn't believe there is a scientific explanation for paranormal activity and would try to attribute most of the stuff I'm about to explain to pure coincidence. However, I do place some trust in my aunt. She's a bright woman, a fellow atheist, and a family-renowned skeptic like myself. That being said, she is absolutely convinced of what happened in her home and recalls it like it was yesterday. So my aunt lived up in coal country in PA but later moved to Harrisburg. It's a spooky place to begin with, at least in my humble opinion. There has been a fire burning under Centralia for 50 years. To this day, no one knows for sure how it started, and during the winter months, you can see the steam seeping up from the ground. The fire ripped through the underground caverns of coal and the town cemetery. Eventually the population dwindled because of the safety hazards. Nothing remains except roads and, if I'm not mistaken, a handful of stubborn people. Anyway, on to the story. My aunt lived up there in coal country with her husband. The houses up there had basements dug into the ground where people would shovel coal into the furnace to warm the homes. Her home was somewhere over a large coal dig. That's another weird fact. People were never sure if miners were digging for coal under their land. Sometimes the ground in the backyards would simply buckle. The man she bought the home from had lost his wife in a tragic accident. She fell down those steep stairs to the coal furnace in the basement. Tragically, he died the same way. He fell to his death down those stairs and died alone, incapacitated at the bottom. So, my aunt and her husband buy this place a few months later and immediately begin noticing odd things. Occasionally, they'd be outside hanging laundry on lines, and the radios would randomly switch stations from low frequencies. Low frequencies had several stations my aunt enjoyed, to high frequencies, country. My aunt absolutely loathes country music. At night when the sun went down, the house would creak quite a bit, and doors would be slammed around the house when no one was present. Whenever they went into the basement to store some things or clean up, this would get worse. Whenever they made alterations to the house, the oddities only multiplied. One day my aunt recognized these occurrences were having an effect on her mental well-being. They were driving her mad. So, she sat down with her husband and spoke to the man. This sounds weird to me as well, but she explained that they tried to drive a bargain with the old man who they thought haunted the house. They screamed out loud to the guy that they wouldn't make alterations to the house for a few months if he would go peacefully. After 7 to 8 months, he was gone. Several years later they sold that house after it collapsed in on itself near the spot where the man had died at the bottom of those stairs. Could have been the coal mining below the home causing instability. Okay, so this happened a few years ago. My sister bought this house in Phoenix, Arizona. It was a beautiful house with a nice backyard, nice kitchen, large bedrooms, etc. She fell in love with it. So my dad and my siblings were helping her move into her new home. She had a 3-year-old dog, and at first, he was skeptical about going into the house. He stayed outside and whined. He finally went in and ran straight to the master bedroom. He started scratching on the carpet, and my sister sent him out to the backyard. Anyways, we all left, and a few weeks passed by, and my sister told us that she thought her new house was haunted. She said she would wake up to the TV on or loud bangs on the wall. She also said she would hear dishes being moved in the kitchen or bedroom doors closing. So a month after moving in, she decided she wanted to change the carpet in all the rooms. When the installation guys started to remove the carpet in her master bedroom, they noticed a good amount of dried up blood on the concrete floor. She freaked out but continued with the carpet change. It left her feeling unsettled, so she started to do research on her house and previous owners. She found out that before the previous owner, the guy who owned this house ended himself in the master bathroom. Which explains the haunted part of the house. Well, I live in Tucson, Arizona, a couple of hours away from Phoenix, and I decided to visit my sister and meet a couple of friends there. We had all planned to stay at my sister's house. By this time it had been like a year since she lived there. We went out to a few bars and came back to her house. Our other friends stayed in her guest bedrooms, and I decided to crash on the couch. Sometime during the night I was sleeping face down with my arm extended out dangling from the couch when I felt a dog lick my hand. I assumed it was my sister's dog and told Ernie to go back to bed, without looking, and he stopped. Later that morning, everyone was in the kitchen eating breakfast and discussing our fun night out. I then mentioned how Ernie had been so cute last night, keeping me company by the couch and even licking my hand. My sister just stared at me with a scared look on her face, and I asked her what was the matter. She then explained how Ernie was locked in her room with her all night because she didn't want him disturbing us. I literally freaked out. To this day I have no clue what licked me or kept me company by the couch. She ended up selling the house 6 months later because she couldn't handle all the strange things that would happen. Really creepy. Can anyone explain what this might be? I have resided in the house I cherish with my mother, father, and brother for approximately 17 years. However, recently, roughly 5 months ago, unexplained events have begun to occur. First, I mentioned to my mom one morning that our living room is exceptionally colder than anywhere else in the house, and then that same night I went downstairs to switch the light off in the living room, and when I did, I saw a figure that looked human, but even though I saw it for a split second and then I slammed the door, I knew for a fact it was not human in any way. I mentioned this to my mom, and she was like, "It's your eyes playing tricks with you," and I pretended that was the reason to avoid scaring myself. For a couple more weeks, I kept seeing these shadowy, dark figures in the corner of my eyes. Then I was talking to my brother maybe a month later in the kitchen, and in the garden I saw this dark figure sort of peeking round our fence, and then it disappeared. And as soon as I saw it, my brother said I went completely pale. I kept feeling like I was being watched throughout the house, but I just ignored it. Then last week I came. While I was upstairs alone and walked into my room, I saw a figure lying face up on my parents' bed, staring at the ceiling out of the corner of my eye. I just ignored it, but I feel like something/things is/are in this house, and I don't know what it is. Does anyone have any sort of explanation as to what this could be? Also, the figure on the bed couldn't have been a pile of clothes, as my mom suggested, because the bed had just been made, and there was nothing like that on it. The house I grew up in had a bunch of odd occurrences felt by multiple people. Our family lived there from 1997 to 2020-ish. I'm sane and have never felt/observed anything like this outside of that property. It was bizarre. First, there was this general feeling of unease and being watched that everyone in the family and even guests experienced frequently. We would be spending time together, and we would all see things out of the corner of our eye, often observed at the same time. Friends and family who visited the house consistently felt a heavy feeling when moving around. It's really hard to explain, but it felt like it took a lot of effort to move around. People would also experience cold or warm spots. This house had no central air, and friends would notice it at times when it was a comfortable temperature, with windows down and there weren't even fans running, while in interior locations of the house that should not have been drafty. After a few years of living there and experiencing these things collectively, our neighbors told us it was a divorce house and that every family who ever lived in the house experienced some sort of traumatic event or breakup. Objectively, a lot of relationships end in divorce, so we took it with a grain of salt. Fast forward a year or two after hearing this, my brother left active duty military service. He was ended at random less than a mile and a half away while trying to sell his car in the newspaper. This was before Craigslist/Marketplace. After that, shit started to get weird. I painted a plaque in memory of him and hung it on the wall, like grieving siblings do. One day we heard a loud bang from downstairs and upon further investigation found that the plaque had fallen. But not in a way that made any sense. It was all the way across my bedroom on the opposite side of the bed. This thing moved over 12 feet from the spot it was hanging, clear across the room. My mom and I were downstairs, and nobody else was home when it happened. I still can't explain it. Another time, I came home from school and everyone was still at work. When I was walking up to the door, I noticed the blinds in my room were pried open, and I could make out a faint face looking through the opening. When I approached, the blinds closed. I called my mom to see what she was doing in my room and where her car was. She was at work, and nobody was home. Our pets always acted strange. The cat would stop and stare at literally nothing. Ears pulled back and hair on end, tracking nothing visible, intently. Our dogs would bark and chase nothing. The strangest thing I experienced there was witnessed by my mom too. I went to open a drawer in the kitchen to get a fork, and before I could even open my hand to grab the knob, the drawer opened itself right in front of me. She was vacuuming across the kitchen and saw the whole thing. We both still talk about it to this day. It defied logic. These experiences were not constant and did not follow a real pattern but were felt by no less than a dozen people in our friend/family circle. It was impossible to ignore after a while. I've never really talked about it with people, for fear of being looked at as crazy. As I've grown older, I've lived in a couple of other houses and haven't experienced anything else unexplainable or strange. The same is true for the rest of my family. I still don't have any logical theories or explanations for the things we collectively experienced at that property. This happened when I was 18, I had my daughter at 17 and moved and lived on my own at 18. I moved to some apartments. This place was perfect for us at the time. My room was at the end of the hallway. The bathroom was right next to it. If my room door were open, you could see inside my room. I had a walk-in closet, and the room was pretty big. A few things happened that I can't seem to make sense of. So I remember being tired. My mom had my daughter at her house. It was me, my daughter's dad, and my older brother. My daughter's dad went to pick up pizza. My older brother was in the living room on my computer. I was in my room. As I started to sleep, I remember seeing a man standing by my daughter's crib. He started saying he's lying to you repeatedly. It was getting louder and louder, and I saw him getting closer and closer. All I could see was a silhouette of a man. As he got closer and louder, I forced myself to fully wake up, and I ran to where my brother was. I was scared to be by myself in that area for a while. Another thing was being asleep and the window being shut, no AC, no pets, and nothing that could be a reason why something would move. My daughter's dad and I were dead asleep, and sometime between 3 and 5 a.m. we both woke up at the same time to the blinds above us moving. Then we fell back asleep. Weird, but it didn't scare us. One day my daughter's dad and I were mad, and I left the apartment with my daughter. This time we had a little dog named Ruby. She also went with me. When I came back, my daughter's dad looked terrified. He said, "You had Ruby all this time?" I said, "Yeah." He said while he was in my room that he had fallen asleep. Sometime later he woke up because he heard something sniffing around him. He thought it was Ruby and that I had left her. I said no, she was with me, and the look in his eyes said it all. He never felt comfortable being in that apartment again. There are more stories. I can tell you all that takes place in that apartment. Weird things that happen not only to me or my daughter's dad but also things friends and family saw as well when they were there. During high school, I was spending time at a park after sunset with a few friends. One of my friends ran into a bush behind the swing set, intending to jump out and scare another friend who was swinging nearby with me. Before he could leap out, my friend began shouting loudly, disengaged from the swing, and nearly exited the park entirely before we were able to catch up to her. She said she'd seen a little boy playing on the playground. He was so vivid, seemed so real, but when she looked back, he was gone. She didn't know I had a neighbor who died of a brain tumor around the age of 5. He would always hang out at the park, playing in the exact bush our friend had gone into to scare her. She described him completely as I'd remembered him, even what he was wearing seemed to fit the description. Years later, my husband wanted to see the famous rock star's grave, who was buried in my hometown. We went to the graveyard, and I was completely convinced the grave was in a certain section. I began walking there. My mom, who was with us, said no, he wasn't buried in that section, but the little boy neighbor was buried over there. I didn't know this. She then told me the boy's mother would say all sorts of awful things about her son, being possessed by the devil, etc., as he was dying. Okay, so a few things to note before the story. My grandmother was very sickly. She lived not even 5 minutes away from us. She had no voice and only spoke in a whisper. And last but not least, she had no phone at the time. Now for the story. One night, around midnight, my mom and sister are in my sister's room talking to one of my aunts on the phone. All of a sudden my mom starts getting private calls on her phone with about a minute or so in between each phone call. She answered the first couple, but no one would say anything, so she started ignoring them. After she starts rejecting the call and not answering at all, they start coming in back to back. As soon as she ignores the call, it starts ringing again. So she says, "I don't know who keeps calling me, but I feel I need to go check on mom." My sister, still on the phone with aunt, says, "I'm going to go with her, we'll call you back." Once my sister hangs up, she starts receiving private calls too. So now, my mom goes and tells my dad she's going to go check on my grandmother, and he says he'll take her because it's late. So now we all go. The whole drive, both phones are ringing back to back with private calls. So pulling into my grandmother's apartment complex, my dad says, "I'll answer it." As soon as he says hello, we hear Kika, my mom's nickname, in my grandmother's whisper. So of course she frantically tells my dad, "That's my mom. Hurry." And that is where the most important detail of the whole story happened. My grandmother did not have a phone at the time. How could she call? The phone had broken, so they were going to be bringing her another one the following day or so. Now we're at the apartment, the phone calls have stopped, and we realize we don't have a key. So now everyone is there. My aunt, uncle, and almost all of her kids. So they all agree to just break the window in the back, and they would all pitch in to pay for it. So right before that happens, my cousin, who lived with my grandmother, comes around the corner and is shocked to find us there so late. So he says, "What's wrong?" In response, my mother says, "I kept receiving these strange phone calls and came to check on mom." "Where were you?" He replies, "I was at a party at my girlfriend's house. She lived in the same complex, but something told me to come check on mom, so I left." He called her mom because she raised him. Now he opens the door, and everyone rushes in. Now here's where it gets weird. As soon as we go in, my grandmother is sitting in the dark with just her TV on. She's sitting at the very edge of the bed like she's sliding off with her feet, but something is pushing her forehead up, and she's mouthing, "Kika." As soon as we turn on the light, her arms fly up and her forehead goes back as if something pushed her head back, like if it was holding her up just long enough for us to get there. Like I said before, my grandmother was very sickly and had no strength to hold herself up like that. So now comes the chaos of figuring out what's happening. My mom jumps on her bed, holding up her head. My grandmother is sweating profusely, so she instantly knows it's her sugar that's gone extremely low. She's asking for sugar, water, soda, and jam. Anything to get her sugar up. This is all happening while my sister is on the phone with 911. We were able to get her sugar up at least a little until they arrived. Thankfully she was okay. Now, while we are all sitting around crying, scared, and talking about what happened, my sister gets one last private call. When she answers, a man's voice says, "I hope everything is okay now," and hangs up. We never found out who that was, and that ultimately was the night that everyone decided my grandmother couldn't live on her own anymore. We've never been able to explain any of it. The calls, my grandmother not having a phone but us hearing her voice, whatever it was holding her head up. We still talk about that night to this day because it's just so bizarre. My grandmother has since passed, and not a day goes by that I don't think about her. But that night will always haunt me. I was young, and I still remember everything vividly due to the many frightening and chaotic events that occurred. But truthfully, many things happened in that apartment. I'll never know whether the apartment itself or the stories of my grandmother and great-grandmother practicing witchcraft are true. Because although it seemed like whatever it was helping, it felt anything but good. Anyway, thanks for sticking around. I have many more things that happened that I'd love to share. I know it sounds crazy, but the events I describe really happened, and I witnessed them with my own eyes. I've told people this story, and some don't believe me. But I remember it clearly. I really do not know what I saw that night. One particular day, I was very sick with vomiting and a fever, so my mom asked me to rest in my room. She was watching something on her phone in the other room, and my sister was with her. It was winter, so I closed the glass windows in my room. To give you a layout, my bed is on the right side, and the windows above it connect to the long balcony. Okay, so I was resting. I was feeling nauseous and was really exhausted. I was trying to fall asleep, but then I heard knocks on the glass window behind me. I was annoyed because I thought it was my sister. She had this habit of coming to that part of the balcony and annoying me by knocking there, so without looking, I just loudly said, "Don't do that, I'm sick," but there was no reply. I did not think about it and tried falling asleep, but again I heard a knock. Since my body was aching, I shouted, "Mom, can you ask her to not knock on my window? I'm trying to rest," but then I heard my sister's faint voice from the other room saying, "What is she talking about?" Then my mom replied to me, "She's watching YouTube with me, you must have heard something else." The only thing that came to my mind was, "Wait, what?" And I looked behind, and there was this shadow figure that was misty but visible too. It was very tall, and its upper body was a blur. I ran out screaming, "Mom!" At that moment, I believed there was a person on our balcony rather than a non-human entity. I thought someone had climbed up and was at the window. My mom ran towards the balcony, and I was screaming, "No! Don't go there, he might have weapons," but she still did. She came back after a while and said that she saw no one on our balcony. She even checked the ground to see if someone had jumped, but there was no one. I was crying, absolutely shaken because I couldn't figure out the thing I just saw. My brother said maybe I was having sleep paralysis, but I know I was up, and I could perfectly move my body. I still do not know what I saw that day, but nothing like that has happened ever after that. I was taking care of my grandfather at his home at the end of his life. I was young, 23-24, and was completely unprepared in many ways to do this. His wife, my grandma, had died 8 years or so before this. I was inexperienced with caretaking on this level and didn't know what I was doing. In the last week or so, I slept very little, as he needed almost constant attention. I was practically psychotic from lack of sleep, or maybe literally. There was a hallway in my grandfather's home that always creaked when anyone walked down it. You could hear the sound progressing from one end of the hallway to the other. One night, I heard the creaking as I was just settling back down to sleep after an incident. I sat bolt upright on the couch I was sleeping on. I could still hear the creaking, coming down the hallway. My grandfather was practically comatose at this time and could not walk unaided. I knew with absolute 100% certainty that it was the ghost of my grandma walking down that hall towards me. There was zero doubt, no chance of error. I knew it to be a fact, like you know whether it's day or night just by looking outside. And, with that feeling came a certainty that this spirit was neither benign nor malignant, wasn't a danger to me in any way, but, also, was absolutely nothing I wanted to see or experience. There was a feeling of otherness about that presence that made me want to bury my head under a pillow just so I didn't have to see/feel/experience its true nature. There wasn't anything to see, just a feeling of something that passed by, almost unconcerned with me, or that we were just so unalike in nature that we could barely even perceive each other. Like it took me being crazed with lack of sleep to be able to even sense what could be a permanent presence. I was terrified like I haven't been before or since. It wasn't a fear of physical harm but rather a fear of the unknown. I don't know what my opinion is of this today, really. I tend to be a skeptic but also open-minded. There are lots of things that we just don't understand. There are many ways of framing things we don't understand. Maybe calling something a ghost is just a way of describing a natural phenomenon that we just don't understand yet. Maybe I was truly and literally psychotic at that point and simply experienced a brain malfunction. Maybe both? But I do know that I just nod and smile when I hear about paranormal things from other people because what the duck do I know? Tenpenny Bridge. When I was 14 and my sister was 16, we went to high school in a small Indiana town. This was back in the AOL days of the early 2000s. There wasn't much to do there, and we were often left on our own. So naturally, we got into trouble and made plenty of mischief. My sister and I have always been pretty good friends, and I helped her cheat in French, which has nothing to do with this story, but it's fun. Well, one evening we decided to search for local spooky and haunted places. We found a few and resolved to check them out the next night with two friends of ours who are also brother and sister. We'll call them Samantha and Steve. So the following evening, my sister, Sam, Steve, and I piled into my mom's car. Off we were to go ghost hunting, armed with only a list of a few locations, a Ouija board, flashlights, and 10 pennies. The 10 pennies were for a specific location, Tenpenny Bridge, a kind of local folktale that reads similar to the Jersey Devil, various goat men, and the like. And as such, we reserved that one for around midnight. We hit up a few supposed haunted locations but got nothing. It didn't matter though, we were just kids out being kids. We were having fun. By the time we got around to Tenpenny Bridge, we were feeling plenty skeptical and fearless. We drove for what seemed like ages to reach what we decided was the exact location of the middle of nowhere. Granted, much of Indiana felt that way. Finally we found it, Tenpenny Bridge. All we knew about this spot was that it is supposedly haunted by a vagrant man who was ended there. Perhaps he only had 10 pennies to his name at the time, but that part was unclear. Anywho, the story goes if you park and turn off your car and headlights in the middle of the bridge and place 10 pennies in a row on the guardrail, actually a concrete block, your car will stall and the pennies will either be moved or missing. This seemed like an easy one to try, so there we were. We got out of the car, stretched our legs, and set our 10 pennies on the guardrail in a straight, neat row. Then, not knowing how long it might take, we meandered about, talking and joking. I think it was Steve who called us back to show us that the 2 pennies on the right end of the line had been pushed aside about an inch. We weren't sure about it, deciding that any of us, including Steve, could have moved them while we were all scattered about. We decided to move them back, and all stood on the other side of the car facing each other for 5 minutes before checking again. We stood talking, Steve and I leaning against the car, and Sam and my sister facing us. Suddenly there was a flick and a ringing. The sound of a penny spinning through the air between my head and Steve's, and the all too familiar bounce of a coin on the pavement. It would seem that someone or something had thrown a penny over to us. We froze. After what seemed like 20 minutes but was probably 20 seconds, we moved as a group to investigate the pennies on the bridge. Then we saw it. Pennies arranged like the panic line of a heart monitor in cardiac arrest, predicting our own panic. Compelling it. Some of the pennies were pulled to the very edge, barely balancing on the rail. I cannot tell you how difficult it was for us to pile into the car fast enough. We literally ran around it in circles like an episode of Scooby-Doo before finally getting everyone inside and stalling. My sister, who is a competent driver, I will have you know, attempted to start the car and stalled it 3 times before it finally ignited, after which we accelerated rapidly. After about 2 miles we stopped screaming, and she pulled over. We gathered ourselves, and my sister, of all people, suggested we go back. Well, she was driving, so off we went. Arriving back at the bridge, we found all 10 pennies back in a neat, straight line. We promptly left, leaving the pennies behind. The next morning all 4 of us woke to find that we were sleeping on a penny. More than 20 years later, my sister and I still talk about the 10 penny bridge. When I was 17, 2004, We had a terrible experience camping near haunted train tunnels and sites of sudden tragic death. History of the immediate area: 1 square mile, a mother and son were tragically drowned in the nearby creek. The old man ended himself from this old dead tree that hung over the water. Cliché creepy dead hanging tree, I know. Drug dealers were ended in a state police shootout at a nearby hunting cabin, and many, many years before, cheap laborers had been ended building this double set of train tunnels. They were actually buried in a long forgotten little graveyard near the tunnels, which have since been found and restored. Story. We decided to go camping before graduation as a friend group of 4 just to do something one last time before we all went our separate ways in life. This is private property on the backside of a big forested hill around which the creek flows in a massive, several-mile-long bend. Camp set up, fire going. Shortly after nightfall, my cousin and I sat on the creek bank, maybe 20 yards away from camp, spotlighting fish in the water. We began to hear a rhythmic slosh of what sounded like someone wading through the water maybe halfway up their shin, so we shined the light around upstream. We then spotted the symmetrically and rhythmically consistent disturbance made by what looked and sounded like invisible feet/legs sloshing towards us. When we turned the spotlight off, it would start. It would stop when illuminated. It was reacting to us, and this was the first moment of sheer panic. We knew this was not a fish and could not rationalize what was happening. This scared us pretty badly, but we decided it was best to keep it to ourselves and join the others gathered at the fire. As we made our way back, we heard the sloshing sound reach the bank where we were standing, and then the noise stopped. Given the speed we witnessed it moving and how far it was from us when we were watching it, it must have sped up to make it to the bank we were on in the amount of time it took us to get back to camp. Others at the camp heard it as well and figured we had either gotten in or somehow riled up some fish, but we just played it off. It sounded and looked like an invisible person wading towards us through the water. After the noise stopped at the creek bank, we all saw the tall grass moving as an unseen entity ran around the leafy perimeter of our circularly cleared campsite. This could have been an animal, but it was fast. We then began to hear what sounded like a man talking to us, as in speaking into the ear of each person, the left ear if that matters. At first it sounded garbled, but after maybe 15 to 20 seconds we could make out the words saying we shouldn't be there and we needed to leave, before finally addressing us directly and saying slightly more forcefully, "You need to leave." Obviously this was terrifying, and at first we thought there was a person or group of people out there walking up on our camp, and that is dangerous. We were all frozen with fear, but then adrenaline hit. As we freaked out and started to run to our ATV, all 4 of us saw a tall black shadow man wearing what looked like a hat, relaxing against the front of our ATV. It straightened up when it noticed us, and then it just hung there, staring at us for a few seconds. No feet. The legs ended in sort of wavy lines, like looking above the fire at the heat waves. It stood out against the dark night behind it. The girl screamed, which broke our fear freeze, and it zipped like a flashback to the train tunnels people had died in. Interestingly, when we went to start the ATV, it turned over sluggishly as if the battery had been slightly drained, despite working fine not long before when we rode it down. This entire event happened over the course of maybe 5 to 10 minutes and within an hour of the sun going down. After putting our story out there, I received a lot of feedback from people who have also had bad encounters in this area over many years. Even a guy I worked with, who I didn't know knew this area, told me that my uncle had hired him to trap in that area and it was the only place he didn't check traps alone at night. He mentioned that it seemed as though the animals left that area at night. No less than a month later my uncle, who owns the property, was up on the hill raccoon hunting at night with a dog. At some point, the dog was on a rock face up above him and knocked a large rock loose that fell and struck my uncle in the side of the neck. This understandably messed him up pretty bad and paralyzed almost his entire body, but he still had limited functionality on his left side. We could never figure out how he managed to return to his ATV, turn it around, and drive himself out of that location. It wasn't until probably 2 or 3 years later, around Halloween, when my story made its rounds on the local Facebook groups, that my uncle texted my mother out of the blue. You have no reason to believe my uncle's character reference, but he is a salt of the earth, hunting, farming, working man, even working past his retirement as a millionaire. Honest, funny, just an incredibly stand-up guy. He is easygoing but also no nonsense. In his text to my mother, he said, "I've never told anybody this before, and I probably won't again. The man in the hat the kids saw at the creek that night helped pick me up off the ground and put me back on my ATV and get me turned around. Until I heard that, I had always assumed that the shadow man was the one who was trying to scare us out of there, but thinking back on it, maybe he was the one whispering to us, telling us we needed to leave and possibly avoid something scarier and more dangerous, although I have no idea what could have been scarier than that. We used to live on the edge of a huge cemetery. You could see the gravestones out of our back window. This was the biggest cemetery I had ever seen, taking up about 6 city blocks. It was full of walking trails and had some really old antique Victorian church buildings that were only big enough to fit 2 or 3 people and many ornate statues. It was an interesting place. I used to take my kids on walks there, and sometimes I would walk, and they would ride their bikes. One day my kids were riding their bikes directly in front of me, and I was walking behind them and saw my daughter get shoved sideways really hard by some kind of force, knocking her and her bike over, and she went crashing to the ground. It literally looked like something out of a scary movie. She was 10 years old at the time and a really good bike rider. She hadn't fallen down in years. She got up and looked so confused and asked, "Did you see that? Something knocked me off my bike." We were so creeped out, we went back home, and the kids never wanted to walk or ride bikes in that cemetery again. When Halloween came around, there was a ghost tour list, and that cemetery was on the list as one of the most haunted places in our town. We had nightmares and trouble sleeping when we lived there, but they stopped after we moved. I'll never live that close to a cemetery again. When I was 10, I was upstairs in my room. My mom was out shopping with my brother and sister, and my dad was downstairs watching TV. Our house was designed, or rather not, a little odd. It was built in 1932. My understanding is that initially the upstairs was a loft, and walls were put up later to make 2 additional bedrooms. Along the back of the house was a long, low room, almost a corridor. Along the roof, you could literally see the shingle nails sticking through the ceiling all along the way, and, boy, did it hurt if you accidentally stood up too tall and bumped into one with your head. We called it the attic because it was used for storage, but it was adjacent to my brother's and my room, accessible through a regular wooden door. Actual wood, not the garbage they now make interior doors out of today. Anyway, my mom's birthday was coming up, and I was in my room wrapping a gift for her I had bought with lawn mowing money. I've always been terrible at wrapping presents, I still am today. But when I was 10, I was even worse, and it always took forever. I'm finally nearing the end of my labor wrapping this thing when I hear a noise come from the attic, almost like a muffled thump from a stacked box falling onto another box or something soft. I looked up at the door leading into the attic where the noise came from, and I saw the door handle slowly turn and the door slowly open. Now the door was hung slightly too low, so it was rather difficult to open, as the bottom would rub against the carpet. Only my dad and I were home, so I knew nobody could be in there. Furthermore, of note, there were no windows in the attic, so it could not possibly have been a draft or anything like that to cause it to open. And because there were no windows, even in the middle of the day it was always pitch black in the attic. So there I am, a terrified 10-year-old staring into the pitch black void of the attic, and it felt like the pitch black void was staring right back at me. I dropped everything in my hands and ran out of the room, down the hall, and down the stairs as fast as I could. I told my dad what happened in my manic state, and he looked at me very skeptically. He went upstairs, into the attic, turned on the light, and nothing. Of course nothing was there. But I saw what I saw. That was 30 years ago, and with the exception of what I bought my mom, I remember it like it was yesterday. Tied for the scariest experience I had in that house. When my sister was around 5 and I was 7, we both heard a woman whispering our names at night in our newly built house. I didn't even say anything about it until she mentioned the lady whispering her name late at night. I don't ever remember it happening again. Another event happened, and I still think about it from time to time. I was around 10 years old. I was at my friend Kevin's house, and we were digging in a spot where he had found some arrowheads and other bits of what may have been stone tools. After his family had moved in, there was talk of the house being built on burial grounds, but that may have just been some made-up bullshit. So we camped out at night in a tent next to a small creek in the backyard and stayed up late playing Coleco head-to-head football, if anyone remembers, ha! While my friend was still asleep, I woke up around what I think was 3 a.m. to a low, soft murmuring type noise. I unzipped the flap, looked out, and saw across the creek, about 25 feet away, what I can only remember as a white, pearlescent glowing figure of what looked to be an ancient man, possibly Native American. I watched and listened for a short time and then frantically tried waking my friend up to look outside and see for himself. By the time he looked out, there was nothing there. The next day I couldn't shut up about it, and I think his family thought I was making shit up. Those 2 memories still give me goosebumps, even when I write this. I had an aunt and uncle who lived in a haunted house. My Uncle Kyle and Aunt Jenny were moving out of my grandma's house because they had a baby on the way and could finally afford it. They moved into a small house in a place called Little Russia in Topeka, Kansas, which is a place where Russian immigrants migrated to at whatever time or from wherever. It's next to a bridge, a small 4-block neighborhood with tiny houses. Anyway, while Jenny was pregnant with their first and only child, she took maternity leave for 3 to 4 months before her daughter was born while Kyle continued working. She was alone in this house for most of the days and started hearing things in their cellar/basement, which was really a trapdoor in the middle of their kitchen that led to a dugout cellar sort of thing, with dirt on the walls, sometimes foundation, a dirt floor, and that sort of thing. She heard movement and noises, which could easily be explained by water pipes, gas heaters, or similar sources, but she was absolutely convinced that someone was living in their cellar. Kyle told her fairly frequently that she was going crazy and there was no one in the cellar, but she wouldn't budge on her opinion. And so it went for the next month or two. Finally, they had their daughter and brought her back home after a few days in the hospital. The first night back, she unsurprisingly cried, like babies do. Kyle and Jenny were awakened by it and decided they would let her cry it out for a minute to see if she would go back to sleep without intervention. Their bedroom door swung open, crashing against the wall, and they heard footsteps go around their bed and gently push open the door to their daughter's room, and they heard their daughter giggle while the airplane ornament that jingled when wound up began playing. At first they were stunned and unable to get out of bed to check on her, but eventually they did. They found her asleep, with the ornament winding down to the end of its song. From this point, these occurrences were incredibly common. Rarely was it because of their daughter crying anymore, it was more as a playful activity. When Kyle got out of the shower, he would suddenly feel incredibly cold in the middle of summer in their smarmy, hot house. He yelled, "Enough!" which caused the bathroom door to open and shut, and an unhappy ghost marched out of the bathroom. During the 7 months after their daughter was born that they lived there, their 3 dogs would occasionally stand up and follow apparently nothing around the house to a door, or car keys would get misplaced. None of this fazed Kyle or Jenny anymore. It was like living with a 5-year-old that they couldn't see. One day it got out of hand. They decided they were done living there, as they could afford a new house in a better, more suitable neighborhood, hopefully devoid of the supernatural, and were planning on renting out the house. To do this, they first replaced the door. Enter me and my other uncle Chris, who are both very realistic and think the idea of ghosts is just silly. We arrived to help put in a new door, me because I happened to be spending the weekend with my uncle, and him because he's a carpenter by trade and helps the family with these tasks. About halfway through taking off the door, we hear a door open and shut. The house was empty aside from us 3, in the back bedroom, and decide it might be the wind. Kyle, of course, knew better, but Chris and I weren't worried about it. We got the door off and put it against the wall outside, when I saw the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. Chris's toolbox, which we were pulling hammers/screwdrivers out of, had been lifted off of the porch, carried a foot suspended by nothing, and thrown off the deck, sprawling all of the various tools onto the lawn. What the duck? I've since re-evaluated what I consider realistic and have become more agnostic than anything, with a healthy serving of collective unconscious a la Carl Jung, plus the idea of the connected mind being the universe and us creating everything around us. It was the first Christmas I spent visiting my husband's parents, as well as the first time I met either of them. I felt quite nervous about meeting my husband's parents for the first time, and since I am naturally shy, I mostly kept to myself throughout the entire evening. We had a delicious dinner, and afterward my husband, his dad, and I retired to the living room, where my husband and his dad played guitar together. Their small house had a kitchen that connected to the hall and living room through 2 doors. Where I was sitting on the couch, I could look down the hall and see straight into the bathroom, and to the right of the bathroom was another room, parents' room. I remembered getting up and walking through the first doorway, living room doorway, and asking my husband's mom if she needed help doing the dishes that she was doing. She shooed me away and told me to return to the living room, and she'd take care of it all. So I did. After a few minutes I needed to go and use the bathroom. Just as I was about to get up to do so, as I looked forward down the hall to the bathroom, I saw a very tall, very dark, human-like figure dart through the first doorway from the kitchen and rush into the parents' bedroom. It was not a hallucination. It was as real as seeing any person in front of me. Panic set in, and I could not take my eyes off of that location. I waited for it to re-emerge, convincing myself it must have been my husband's mom. The figure was so damn tall, though, and tracing my mind back, could she have been that imposing? Was she wearing a large black sweater? It must have been her, and my eyes were playing tricks on me. Except. Then my husband's mom walked through the other doorway to the living room, asking us if we wanted any dessert. It was not her. And no one else was in the house. Eventually I did get up to use the bathroom, But when I looked around the area and into their bedroom, nothing was there. It took me months to say anything to my husband about that. We were dating at the time, and I thought he'd think I was crazy. One day he was talking about how he grew up in that house, though, and some of his experiences. His experiences were a lot worse than mine, which definitely made me feel much less crazy about sharing my sighting with him. He believed me and even told me about how his father had seen things in that hallway as well. They believed that when they bought the house, a family friend was working on some trim in the hallway and had suffered a heart attack, not in the house, before passing away. They assume he felt he left a job unfinished and sometimes comes back. The feelings from that sighting made me feel almost ill, however, and I believe it was something pretty menacing. The whole house has a really bad vibe to it and a not so great history, so who knows what it was. On a road trip, a friend and I stopped with our kids and stayed the night at my uncle's place to save money on a hotel. My friend got up in the middle of the night because she heard voices, and it sounded like people playing poker in the dining room area. She heard two men talking. One said, "Waylon, grab me an old E while you're up." A little while later, another male voice said, "Jimmy, pour me some more, some brand of whiskey, while I'm in the bathroom." Finally, her curiosity got the better of her, and she got up to see what raging poker party was happening while we were asleep. I was asleep in the living room just next to the dining room. She decided she would pretend to get a glass of water. When she got to the kitchen, she could see no one was in the dining room. All of the lights were out. We both fell asleep on the pull-out couch. She went back to the bedroom she was sharing with her two children. In the morning she recounted the entire story to me and my uncle. We were a little shaken. His dead father was named Waylon. His dead best friend was named Jimmy. They were both alcoholics. She had mentioned their beverages of choice, and they had always gotten together to play poker in the same spot she'd heard the noise coming from. What I later told her when it was just her and me was that about 20 years earlier there had been a single wide trailer on the side of the house we had been sleeping in. My uncle's dad had been shot to death by his wife in his sleep while in a bedroom that would have been roughly in the same area as the room that she was sleeping in. Did she have a ghostly encounter with my uncle's dad and his friend? I don't know. But I'm not sure how she would have had the details she did otherwise. This took place in 2005. My ex-husband had some encounters at my uncle's place too, but they were mostly hilarious. Like one soldier messing with another. Waylon had been in the army during Vietnam, and my ex was just after 9/11 until recently. The weirdest, unexplainable things always happen in my house. In October 2024 I bought my house, technically a townhouse. Cool little 2-bed, 3-bath double garage townhouse. Everyone gets along, relaxed HOA, gated, etc. When I came to see the house, everything looked normal besides the fact that all appliances were original to 1989. To be honest, it looked like no one had lived in it for decades. The county recorded the deed late afternoon, and considering I was staying with my parents, I drove that same day to the house and stayed overnight to clean. Immediately the house felt cold, creepy in a way. I can't explain it, but at the time I thought it was just a new place and it was expected. Over the months so much has happened, but it has always been things that you can't quite prove weren't normal. Loud noises, doors being shut when you leave and open when you return, and so on. Things that make you think, wait, did I? Still, there's that 0.1% chance it might have been you. Until there's no reasonable explanation. At 3 a.m., someone is tapping on the bedroom door. You open the door at 12 a.m. because you feel thirsty and want to get water, but the second you open it, you hear footsteps running and shushing downstairs. Someone broke in, so you go searching the house. Until eventually, after so many times, reality sets in and you start thinking, okay, maybe I don't need to go outside until morning. Then you accept it's your new reality and you coexist with these occurrences. Random sticky goo footsteps on the stairs, objects missing just to turn up a day or two later in the most random, plain view places. The moment you cross the doorframe, you feel a plus 10-degree change in the room, and no amount of open windows or window AC units seems to cool it down. Like I said, I've accepted reality at this point and perfectly coexist. I've found ways to minimize occurrences. I've removed multiple doors, including the downstairs bathroom, both bedroom doors, and the upstairs bathroom. There are no more doors shutting and opening on their own, no footsteps running and shushing the moment I open the door, and no tapping on the bedroom door at 3 a.m. The banging is still there, but it's just another Tuesday afternoon. Sometimes I feel violated, like last night. Someone touching you without your awareness can have a profound impact on your mind. I have to clock in by 5:30 a.m., so I slept fairly early. I wake up at 4:20, after which I promptly proceed to eat, get dressed, prepare my meals, and attend to other necessary tasks. I woke up and went to get Greek yogurt, and it got on my lips, right? I lick my lips, and I get this intense chemical taste. Beyond that, I observe that my lips are smooth and plastic-like. However, last night I went to sleep with chapped lips. I try to forget about it and keep eating. Again, I lick my lips again, and it's all over them. I go for my pre-made coffee jar I left on the countertop. Ew, old coffee, blah blah blah, and it's covered in this oily residue. The oil is not dripping, but it creates a visible difference on the glass surface. First weird/unexplained experience. I was lying in bed around 5 a.m. last night when I heard clothes hangers in my wardrobe clattering against each other. At first I thought it was my cat, as she sometimes likes to climb on top of the clothes hanging up in the wardrobe, but I quickly realized she wasn't even in my room. The door was closed and the window closed too. I decided to get up and use the torch light on my phone to look at the wardrobe, and one of the hangers was still swaying slightly. No clothes had fallen from any of the hangers, so I'm really confused how this happened. I'm the most cynical person when it comes to this stuff, but now I can't stop thinking about what could have possibly caused this. My brother also experienced the lights turning on by themselves around 10 years ago. He moved out, and now I'm staying in the same room. Just thought I'd share my first unexplained experience. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, we lived in a house with a lot of acreage. It's nothing fancy, but it did have a lot of ground. In the backyard was this huge bolete, rubber tree. Our neighbors have frequently tried to tell us that an entity lived in that tree, but we paid it no mind. I mean, why would we? Depending on who you ask, it is one of the following.
A many-eyed woman in a white dress.
She had eyes even at the back of her head, which was weird because they claimed she had long hair.
B. A gigantic man perpetually smoking tobacco, a capre in Filipino lore, normally hanging around on one of the tree's branches. C. A faceless lady in black.
Out of the three, can you guess who took the time for a meet and greet? I should tell you that I was a very brave kid. The dark didn't bother me, and I frequented the backyard even during nighttime to fetch water. We also had a well in the backyard. I always believed that creepy things happened at night. One afternoon after school, I was busy playing with my grandmother's old pedal-powered sewing machine. I really like watching wheels spin. It also made a monotonous mechanical noise. This sewing machine was resting against the back of a bookcase. My grandmother was eating a late lunch a few feet away, and the sounds of the TV could be heard in the distance. Wait, why did it suddenly become so quiet? The sudden silence was the first thing that made my hair rise on end. It was sudden, it was foreboding. My ears strained for sound, nothing came. The next thing was the sudden cold. Not freezing cold, but more like cold sweat. Really cold sweat. Did I say that I was still pressing on the pedal of the sewing machine? And then I felt it, rough cold hands like they've been in frozen ground for so long they sucked the warmth out of everything they touched. They were on top of mine on the pedal of the sewing machine, pinning them down as if to stop me from moving. I knew I was screaming at this point, my throat felt sore from the effort, but no sound came. I tried to pull back from those gnarly, bony hands, but they held me in place. And then her face was just an inch or so from mine. How to describe it? Her face looked incredibly smooth, like no pores at all, except where her eyes should be were hollow spaces with stretched skin to fill the void. She could have been beautiful if you forget she had no eyes and that her hair was a dirty, tangled, oily mess, or that it was obvious she was trying to smell me. I think she finally got a good whiff, because she smiled. I will say this, a good dentist would have a really hard time fixing her teeth. They were yellow and chipped like they'd been in the well, the one in our backyard. It had notoriously rusty water, and she had used her teeth to bite into rocks, or someone had used her mouth as batting practice. It had sores and blood, or at least I hoped that the black substance that was oozing from her gums was blood. She made this open-mouthed smile that sported all the horrors of her mouth, and I feel like I should faint from the smell. Looking back, she must have come from the bookcase, since she looked like she was only halfway out of it. I couldn't see her legs, but it did look like she had a really long torso. And just like that, she was gone. One moment, all that horror was happening, and the next I was back. The TV was droning on in the background, and my grandmother had this wide-eyed look on her face because apparently, I really was screaming. From that point on, I started seeing what the neighbors have been telling us for so long and then some. I saw the lady with eyes all over her head by the tree, but it looked like she didn't pay me any mind. I stayed away from the capre. That lady with no eyes, though, she made life really hard. I tried pretending not to see her, so she went out of her way to scare me. She will chase me through the alleyways around the neighborhood even during the day when I get sent out to buy things from the store. She will be by the shower stall when I'm in the toilet. She will stare at me from across the garden when I get off the school bus. The nights were horrible. She will run her nails over the glass of the windows, and I will often wake up to see her at the foot of the bed. She would often grab at me, and it took all of my willpower not to scream every time this happened. It was only a few years ago when I found out the story behind the lady. She was apparently someone who worked nights, and one of her patrons got obsessed with her. After he confessed and got rejected, he ended her. When he was finally caught, he confessed that he had thrown her into the well. Yes, that well. The well in our backyard. We left that house shortly before I got into high school. I heard that the new owners filled the well over. I knew she wouldn't be happy with that. They should have known, and I should have told them. But to be fair, would they even believe me? We have no idea what we saw. This story takes place over the course of a week or so, and I am leaving my friends' names out for anonymity's sake. I was back for the summer from college and was enjoying a regular summer hanging out with friends and doing odd jobs for family members, recutting trails on the property for my mom and stepdad, fixing fences with my dad, and running errands for my yaya, who no longer could drive or get out much due to a recent knee replacement surgery. It was near the end of the summer, and a few of my friends and I had been out late, as none of us really felt like getting home anytime soon, so after dropping off 2 people, the last 3 of us took a slightly longer route home. It was about 3 a.m., and we were still on the freeway with few others. It was a starless night, and my friend's car's exterior lights were all that was lighting up the surrounding area, save the occasional lamppost. I was riding shotgun, and my second friend was in the backseat. We were having a funny debate, as we did when we hung out, and were generally coming to a consensus when I thought I saw something ahead. At the very edge of the bubble of light of my friend's car, I saw a light tan shape on the side of the road. I'm from California, and deer aren't uncommon, especially by the side of the freeway. Given all this, I assumed it was a deer, albeit a notably lighter colored deer than I had ever seen. My friend in the back seat was looking at his phone, and the friend who was driving was focusing on the road, so I figured they'd miss it if I didn't point out the deer to them. The driver and I used to work at a zoo and are nature geeks, so this was a common habit, pointing out animals when we see them. Just as I point at the deer and say, "Hey look, a deer," I was proven wrong. The deer was close now, and I realized it had no hair on its body, and as it stood up slowly, it pivoted to face the road. This exposed the tall, entirely, and I mean entirely, hairless body of a completely naked man. No hair on his head or body, and at the speed we were driving my eyes didn't pick up facial features, so all my mind had was the flesh-toned silhouette of a man who must have been at least 6.5 feet tall, with long thin arms and legs, slowly rising up from the darkness. My friend, who was driving, and I immediately freaked the duck out. We each start yelling and screaming shit like what the duck was that? And was that a person? And that sort of shit. In the back seat, our other friend asks us what the duck we're freaking out about, and we tell him. Now, this incident freaked me out because we were only about 4 miles from where I was staying at the time, and that proximity to who we just saw was enough to make me uneasy. After a few minutes of driving and freaking out, we got to my family's house. I sprint up the walkway and close the door behind me, locking it. My dog, a Mastiff/Pit mix, greeted me, and I quickly made sure every window and door in the house was shut, locked, and, if possible, barred shut. Then I went to my room, making sure my dog came with me. My dog was not particularly ferocious, despite his intimidating appearance, and generally was a big teddy bear, really, but he did have a strong protective instinct, and once had stopped me from walking right into the ambush of a mountain lion, only for me to realize that fact the next day, but that's another story altogether. Point being, my dog was a good protector and would warn me of any trouble. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night. The next morning I crashed and woke up after about an hour and went about my day, somewhat groggier than I would have liked to be, but generally not letting the previous night bother me. This is typically where I end the story, at least most of the time I tell it. The last part of what happened isn't something most people need or should know, in my opinion. About a week later I was asleep when my dog woke me up, growling at the big window in my room. I assumed he was growling at my fish tank's filter or something, which he had done when I first put the tank in, and waited maybe 15 minutes until he stopped growling, then went back to sleep. The next morning I woke up and checked my room, maybe a rat had gotten in the walls, or there had been a bat or something outside. What I saw on my window made me feel like I'd be doused with ice water. There was a large handprint on my window, right in the center, overlooking the part of the freeway where I'd seen the man on the side of the road. The handprint was at least another half a hand larger than mine and up higher than I or any of my family could reach without a step stool or stepping a couple rungs up on a ladder. Had he found my house? Was my family in danger? Luckily for now at least, the second question was answered. Nothing bad or strange has befallen my family since then, and so far nothing has. And about a week and a half later, I went back to college and was no longer in town for this crazy mother ducker to stalk, so hopefully he lost interest in my family's house since then. Still, this is one of the two scariest and most unnerving things to ever happen to me, and I hope it remains so, and nothing like this ever happens to me again. I think what scares me most about this experience is the lack of context for what I saw and my lack of understanding afterwards. I'll never know why this guy was by the side of the road, and I'll never know if it was his handprint on my window, and, if it was, why he'd chosen me to follow and observe. That lack of information is what scares me. To this day, I swear I died when I was 19 and woke up in another timeline. I was devastatingly depressed. I chased a full bottle of Vicodin with a full bottle of Bacardi Raz, on an otherwise empty stomach, at 93 pounds, deeply in the grip of an eating disorder. The last thing I remember was Bex's Lost Cause blasting on my phone while I vomited all over my blankets and passed out on my bedroom floor. And then morning came. Sunlight filtered through curtains I don't remember owning. I woke up comfortably tucked into clean sheets and blankets, the same ones I distinctly remember vomiting on, feeling happy and not a bit hungover. My phone sat charging next to me. I lived on my own, in a third-floor walk-up, to which not a single other soul had a key. The unit did not have a washer or dryer. I'd like to say my life turned around after this, it didn't, not right away, at least. But the path got significantly less dark. I started eating. My friends suddenly seemed kinder. Eventually, I was able to get a job that gave me purpose, after almost a year of applying and being told no. I'm sitting here almost 15 years later in a beautiful apartment building, married to a wonderful man, eating late-night mac and cheese, all because somehow, I woke up in a world where I didn't die that night. I still think about it frequently and have never been able to explain it. In 2007 I witnessed a UFO, in the strictest definition of that term. I had to drive back to my hometown after a full day of university classes. It was a 3.5-hour drive, and it was about midnight when this happened. I was the only one on the road and driving alone. As I begin exiting the highway, I see a single dot of white light directly ahead of me drop from the sky. I say drop, but it moved at a speed that no aircraft or device at the time, since this is way before drones, could pull off, and it seemed like it moved faster than something simply falling even at terminal velocity. And then it hovered, completely still, what seemed like maybe 100 feet off the ground. I had no way to actually judge the distance, but as I got to the red light at the intersection I was to turn at, it was still a little distance directly in front of my car. And past this light, the area starts to get more rural with no streetlights, so no real points of reference. I am flabbergasted. I get to the red light and roll my windows down and stick my head out of the car. Something with that kind of speed and then the capability to simply stop midair must make some noise, right? Nope. Just silence, since there are no other cars nearby or passing on the highway or the roads, and the gas stations at that intersection are closed. Not a single sound, and if it was, say, a helicopter or any aircraft I am familiar with, it seemed close enough that there should be some kind of sound. Dead silence. The light just hovers there. Doesn't move at all. Not even a slight movement in any direction, which also seems weird because how could it actually have moved that fast in a straight drop and then suddenly stopped without having to make any kind of small adjustments? I just stare at it for about a minute, even past when my light turned green. No sound, no movement. I eventually just make my turn under the highway and go on my way. I try to look back as I'm driving away, and the thing is nowhere to be seen. It wasn't some kind of reflection, as there was nothing to make that single dot of white light reflect onto my windshield, and there were no billboards or street lamps or structures ahead of me where it appeared to be. It couldn't have come from my headlights because it was just a single point of pure white light, and it completed its descent before I had reached the stoplight at the intersection. And I have driven on that particular stretch of road so many times before, as that was the exit I always had to take to get home from work or school. I know that intersection and everything around it intimately. I've got no explanation. No other witnesses. I even tried to look up UFO sightings for that date in the following days, months, and years and found nothing at all. Last week, my sister, 78 years old, completely spry and uninhibited, looks like she's in her 50s. She absolutely does not believe in anything supernatural. She had her first experience with something that's bothering her that had happened. She lives alone and went to bed about 11 p.m., but as she lay down, she recalled she needed to prop a shampoo bottle on its side so the contents would pool by morning. She gets back into her bed, wide awake still, and notices what looks like a weird blurry rectangle or square in the middle of the air in her room. It's roughly 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Her bedroom has 2 windows each on 3 of the 4 walls, so even if the lights are off, it's still rather visible from streetlights/outdoor landscape lighting. As she's questioning what she is looking at, a solid man, in his early 30s, appears to come up to and a bit out of the frame of the rectangle. She could only see his chest up to the top of his head, and the bottoms of his arms were not visible, still behind this portal-like frame. She said she did not feel afraid at all, for some reason, and she leaned up and said, "Well, who are you?" She said the man smirked but said nothing. At this point she became angry at herself for believing what she was seeing. So out loud she said she's not let herself believe in ghosts for this long in her life, and she's not starting now, and flopped down in a huff. But, she said, curiosity won, so she immediately looked back and everything was gone. She got up, turned on the lights, and looked around. Nothing was there. She said she couldn't stop checking for a moment and was racking her brain for a logical reason why this may have happened. She said she did not recognize the guy, and everything in her room around this blurry rectangle was visible. The man was crystal clear, though, as if he was coming through the rectangle, and again, he was solid, not an apparition. He looked friendly and was only 5 feet from her face, so she's certain. She doesn't say anything to anyone the next day but does check her BP and other vitals. She's a retired RN. She was thinking she had a UTI or something physically wrong to cause such a hallucination. Everything was fine as far as she could tell. But, 2 nights later, she had another visitor. Similar situation, right as she's preparing for bed, except this time, as she sat upright on the bed, about to lie down, she had the urge to look where the rectangle had been. Nothing was there. She looked straight ahead and then in relief but noticed an entire person was standing in front of her, about 5 feet away. There was no rectangle at all. It was our younger sibling. He's alive but doesn't live in a nearby city. She said, "Hello, John." And he smiled and put his hand on his hip like he always does. Since she knew it couldn't be her brother John, she was going to say go away, but felt bad since it looked like John, so she quickly lay down as she tightly closed her eyes. She opened them immediately, like she did before, and he was gone. She then calls me the next day trying to figure out why it's happening. She was first afraid it was a sign she was going to die. She said as a nurse sometimes those patients near death would see people from their past who had died. Maybe she wasn't recognizing who came the first night. But then, why a visit from something that looks like our brother? She called him as well. He's doing fine and hasn't been in our area for months. He just laughed about it because he knows she refuses to believe in this stuff and she's all upset that she's experienced this. We did wonder if our brother may have been our father but a younger version, and she just figured it was our brother, but she's not convinced on that theory. She said without a doubt she was awake and aware of what was happening. Both times she was feeling a super calming sense about the situation in progress, when normally an unannounced visitor would have her in a fit. Any insight? Why is she getting visits now? Her husband died 15 years ago, and she never had any ghostly interactions even then. No one else has seen any ghosts in that house. It's been 4 days now since the second visitor. If anything else happens, I'll update this. Updates. So my sister went for her bi-yearly checkup yesterday, which happens when you are over 70, and at this point really, no news indicating any medical issues. They sent her blood work out as typical, which she does a few days before the appointment, and nothing out of the ordinary appeared. She previously had a yearly eye exam in May, and there were no significant changes in the notes. Therefore, her doctor examined her eyes and found no issues. He did discuss some possibilities, misinterpreted dream, etc. But he said as a geriatric specialist, he too has had many patients discuss seeing loved ones, deceased, but not typically living ones. We checked/tested her smoke/code 2 alarms and updated a couple batteries just in case. Nothing more has occurred at night either, and her quote to my peanut gallery is, "Don't worry about me, I'm over it. It must not have been too important, or they had the wrong house." She also thinks if it was a bogeyman of sorts, it took one look at her and changed his mind. The creepiest thing that I've experienced was about 15 years ago. I was living alone in a house I was renting. My bedroom had a sliding glass door that had some linen curtains that you slide on a bar. They weren't closed all the way at the top, they were open in a kind of V shape, so the bottom was closed all the way. I could see outside into the backyard. Outside that particular sliding glass door was a grill that I didn't use, so it was up against the house right in front of the door, and a bush that was off to the left side of the door up against the wall of the house. I say this because, from what I saw, it would be impossible for a person to fit in between the two without making a ton of noise or moving them out of the way. I never used that door. Basically, it was a full moon outside. I was lying in bed with the lights off in my room, and the rest of the house, and all of a sudden, I see a pitch black shadow of a person standing right in between the open V of my curtains outside. Right up against the sliding glass door. It was a very distinct head and torso, but I couldn't see the rest because the bottom half was obscured by the curtains that were closed. And it definitely was leering and looking into my bedroom. But it had no facial features, no hair, no eyes, nothing except an outline of a torso. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And all I could do was throw the covers over me and hope it would go away. I'd never been so scared in my life because I knew it wasn't a person. I think I eventually fell asleep, but I definitely didn't look that direction the rest of the night. I think I felt safer knowing it was outside and not inside the house. The next night I had a super creeped out feeling like something was watching me from my backyard. I didn't see anything, but I had a feeling that having any sort of light on in my house was just giving it an opportunity to look at me, that even using my phone in my bed was too bright and would bring attention to myself. I hid in my bed and prayed for it to go away. Eventually the feeling left, and I haven't had anything like that happen since. I moved out later that year. A series of events surrounding one particular building that made me start believing that there could be paranormal things. 1. About 15 to 18 years ago, my grandparents bought this old building in my town. It was about a block away from my house. They had plans to renovate it and had invited family to come with them to tour the building. It was my grandparents, my parents, and me wandering this large complex. It was the usually creepy abandoned building vibe, but the foundation of the building was still in great shape. The entire time we were touring it, I kept feeling like we were being watched. Honestly, I was young and just thought it was because the building was old. But when we were in this big open area, that feeling got more intense, paired with the feeling that we weren't supposed to be there. When I looked around, I saw a tall dark figure with red eyes standing in a doorway leading to an unlit room, staring at us. It stepped away from the doorframe into the room when I looked at it. I was freaked out, and it looked far too tall to be a person. I just thought I was imagining things, and we continued on the tour. That feeling of being watched didn't go away until we left. 2. Same building, fast forward, like 2 years. Renovations are going great, and there are already businesses moved in. My dad was recovering from a work injury and was laid off because of it. My grandparents asked if my dad could keep an eye on the building at night while they were getting the security system sorted out. Codes on doors were already installed, and cameras were already up. They just wanted to verify that things were okay for a couple of weeks. Occasionally, my dad would bring me for a few hours. I would usually just work on homework, watch Netflix on my laptop, or whatever. Mostly, he would relax and monitor the cameras, but every hour, he would take a walk around the building. I would be left alone when he did that, and that feeling of not supposed to be there would come back. Like I was being watched again. But we were supposed to be alone. I would hear footsteps around me, but the cameras would show no one, and my dad is on the other side of the building. I couldn't hear him from there. It was just eerie. 3. Gotta love this old creepy building. Third time's the charm on the freaky encounters, and one that actually left some marks. This is what finally got me believing. My dad got a job at the bistro that was in the building. He would be there after hours, making hoagies and sandwiches for the catering vendor that the bistro would deliver to, or more specifically, my dad delivered it to the vendor. Sometimes he would ask if I wanted to come with him, and I was down. I would usually just chill with my laptop set up on the short boy fridge/counters they had. Other than hating to be in the building alone at night because it was creepy, and especially after the other 2 mentioned encounters, it wasn't too bad when I was with someone else. One night, my dad went to go to the bathroom, and I was left in the kitchen area. For context, the kitchen was like a long hall. There was a door at one end, out into the bistro, which was a huge common area for all the businesses, and the other end led to a hallway that connected to the loading dock and a set of offices. At the end of the kitchen, there was a dry stock storage closet and a walk-in freezer and fridge. They kept the dry stock storage door propped open for my dad since he didn't have a key to it. He would just close it when he was leaving. The light in that back hallway was a motion-sensing light. Now, sometimes passing cars would trigger the light, thanks to a small window. I knew this, and after the first few times I saw it happen, I thought nothing of it. I was watching a show, and I don't know, I felt something weird. I took off my headphones and looked down at the back hallway. The light was on, which, again, normally wasn't strange. But I kept looking down that way, and I got up from my chair. I watched the dry stock door slam shut hard enough that it rattled the pots and pans hanging around the kitchen. It got all the hairs standing up, and I couldn't stop looking down that way. I quickly backed away and accidentally bumped into my dad, who looked confused about why I was so upset. I told him the door slammed shut, and he just said he hoped it didn't lock. Now, I had worked for a summer at the bistro after it changed ownership. Stupid idea, I know, and I had tried to slam that door one day. I was just curious, maybe the foot stopper slipped, I don't know, it was one attached to the door that you pushed down. That door didn't slam. It had some sort of hinge that helped it close slowly. I tried forcefully shutting it, and I could never replicate just how tightly that door had slammed shut that night. A few days after that incident, I had stayed up all night, binge watching a new show. I had both my dogs curled up on the couch with me. My arm started burning really badly, and I watched 3 long scratches appear on my arm. It went from the top of my arm, around my shoulder, and all the way down to my wrist. And it burned like hell. The bottom part of the scratch had faded away, but the top part, where the scratches had started and were the most defined and scarred, was still visible for several years after it happened. When I was at my doctor's a day or two later, the doctor commented on some weird scratches on my back. He showed me the scratches, which were all across my back and grouped in 3s. I swore off going back to that building, especially at night. A few years later, I took a summer job at the bistro because I needed the money for a school trip. But apart from some intensely weird feelings, nothing happened. I have only been back to that building a small handful of times for some family stuff. Even driving by it gives me bad vibes. In 2008, a group of friends and I found a haunted trail in the hills of Temecula on a random online forum. When we got there, we had to walk up a paved pathway, and at the top, across from a water tower, was the circle of trees. It was a small clearing surrounded by trees, pitch black at night. We spent about 2 minutes in the clearing before one of the girls we brought started screaming and ran down the hill to the car. We all get out, but I hang back with a few friends, A and S, taking our time. Not even 3 seconds out, S starts sobbing, saying they saw a translucent woman in a white dress. She starts running down the hill too. So it's just A and I walking down, laughing it off because we aren't afraid of any ghosts and didn't see anything. Until I turn around and see 2 floating black masses, see-through and somehow looking like smoke/water and oil in the air, standing next to each other. One was tall and skinny, the other short and fat, very crude figures of humans but not fully human-like. I confirmed A could see them too, so we picked up our pace. When we were about to round a corner, we looked back up to see both figures halfway down the trail, physically following us. Yeah, we ran. The next day, the original screaming girl said she saw a smiling little kid in the clearing through what little light came in. She was right next to the opening, until a black mass cut in between them. She said the kid immediately looked terrified, and she couldn't move or speak. Until her boyfriend unknowingly walked in between her and the black mass, somehow cutting off that connection, allowing her to run. We went back during the daytime with A's mom, who claimed to be a medium. She said the trees were filled with trapped women and kids. She starts praying and saying they're free. All of a sudden it sounded like a bunch of little feet scurrying and crunching the leaves all around us for a few minutes before it went back to silence. I don't talk to any of those people anymore, but if I did, they would confirm this happened. Stuck in an endless loop. This story happened to me back in January of this year, 2025. I am 15 years old and have decided to share this peculiar, or rather intriguing, story here. I live in California. During this time it rains a lot in Northern California, but the rain had stopped after school, so I decided to hang out with some friends at a shopping plaza. After the hangout, around 6 p.m., I decided I needed to head home since it was becoming late. I needed to get home by 8 p.m., but since I didn't have a ride, I was going to walk all the way home. It's about a 40 to 50 minute walk, but I thought it was good exercise for some visualization. Imagine a shopping area on a map. And my home was headed north from it, and in between the path there is a trail that leads straight to where my house is, but before I could reach the beginning, I had 2 routes, either cut through the street or a quiet neighborhood, so I decided on the neighborhood, less cars and more peace, so I headed in. All I had to do was walk straight through it to get out of there and into the trail, but as soon as I entered, it started to pour heavily, so I started picking up the pace, and I started walking for what felt like 10 minutes, heading straight. I start to feel dizzy and out of place. I see no one. I feel lost. I fell in the middle of a puddle. It felt like absolute hell at that point. I realized I was lost, so I pulled out my phone under a tree, but my Google Maps wasn't working, my compass thing was glitching, and the map couldn't say my location. I started freaking out. I have been through this neighborhood countless times, maybe not walking, but I didn't remember it being this large. I started to dissociate. I started aimless walking. I was on the verge of tears, and I finally saw the end, or so I thought. I ended up right where I started, the store. I fall on the crying. I just want to get home. I start to think maybe I am dreaming. I probably look insane, but when I look at my phone, it's finally working. I see many missing calls from my mom. An hour had passed, it was almost 8 p.m. I end up getting an Uber home, but I will always look back wondering, could it have been the rain? But even when I got out, it was still heavily raining. It could be the area is cursed or maybe haunted. I guess I will never know. Unexplainable things keep happening. Growing up for 24 years straight, I have not experienced one paranormal encounter. That was until 2 months ago, when, out of nowhere, random handprints kept appearing on the windshields of my car that's not mine or anyone else's that's been in my car. I would wipe and clean it, but the next day, a new one that 100% wasn't there before would pop up but in a different size. The size was never consistent. Sometimes it was handprints, sometimes it was like someone left scribbled fingerprints on my windshield. The prints were always from the inside, not the outside, but I always ensure that my car is locked, and I also park my car inside the garage. Here are more unexplainable encounters. 3 weeks ago, I was parked at the park with my mom, just the two of us in the car at 11 p.m. There was no one there but us. She stayed on the phone speaking with her friends whilst I slept. An hour goes by, and as I get up ready to reverse my car and leave, I realize the back windshield is all foggy, and someone left scribbled fingerprints on the left side of the back windshield from the inside. It seems as if someone was playing with the foggy window. I drove home immediately. I later told my mom about it, and she said, "No wonder why when I was talking on my phone, I thought I saw a figure walk past our car, so I quickly got up, but there was no one." Chills. A week ago, as I drove into the driveway, randomly the hazard lights turned on by themselves. My hand was nowhere near that red button for it to just magically turn on by itself. Tonight I parked my car at the nearest chemist to buy some band-aids. As I got back into my car, left hand resting on the passenger seat, right hand on the steering wheel, magically the windscreen wipers turned on by themselves. There is no other explanation for what might have been strong enough to pull that control stalk down that's not the driver, me, pulling it for the wipers to turn on. Eerily, when I pulled the control stalk up to turn it off, it confirmed to me that something really did pull it down for the wipers to activate. I could have said the hazard lights might have just been something wrong with my car that I needed to get fixed, but the wiper situation makes me think it's something more paranormal. What I'm wondering is why all these weird encounters keep happening to me when these unexplainable things have never happened before. This is truly so random and abnormal, and I wish it would just go away. If anyone can debunk this and say I'm probably just reaching/thinking too much, or if you also think this sounds like something paranormal, I would like to hear your thoughts. The most unexplainable thing I've encountered. I'll tell you my scariest story. I have had creepy experiences that freaked me out, but they were explainable and not as scary. I've also had religious experiences and supernatural experiences. I will stand by being something otherworldly. This Ouija one isn't necessarily one of them. I can tell you it's 100% supernatural, but it's not bullshit, I just don't have a great explanation. Halloween 2 years ago, I and a buddy decided to do something fun. We got the car and a couple of drinks. We were in high school, so 6 beers was all I could get on short notice, and we went to round up 2 more people. We ended up only getting 1, and I told them I really wanted to try an Ouija board. We went to Walmart, a game shop, and Target, but no boards. Finally we get to a bookstore and search the whole game aisle, which was very small. We asked if they had any in the back, and the guy said he'd check. He comes back with nothing but says, "Wait, I think I saw one here." We checked the shelves again just for the hell of it, and there it is. We definitely checked the whole aisle, but honestly this kind of thing happens a lot, so probably nothing supernatural there, just us not seeing it. We made jokes about how it appeared, and we got the last one. We kept jokingly saying the nights were meant for us. We take my car and the beers down to the woods. This place I know like the back of my hand. It was where I played as a kid and kind of my sanctuary. I and my brothers would jog or drink there sometimes. It was pitch black, so we didn't go all the way in, and we set up the board. We wanted to stay in the shadows, as a girl recently died on the tracks that ran through the woods when she was drunk and got caught under the train. My buddy, Red, received a call from a close friend of mine and his, as she had a fight with her boyfriend. I and the other kid, Glenn, decided to get started. I was jokingly carving sigils and stuff into trees and some other symbols I knew from an occult book I'd recently read, which in hindsight was probably stupid, but most were harmless sigils just meant to open up the other side. We cracked open the beers and got started. I was driving, so I only had 1, and the other 2 had 2 or 3 apiece. Nowhere near enough to get me drunk or even tipsy. One friend had 3, but he was fine as well. I started using the board maybe 15 feet from Red on his phone, who handed it over. We asked some questions and got mostly psyched and the usual, mostly it barely moved. We kind of thought, damn, Ouija shit doesn't work, but Glenn was really into science and was saying, it'll definitely work, but it's not spirits, it's just subconscious muscles. I was cool with that, I just wanted to get something. After a couple tries we said, duck it, let's go back to my place or cruise around, but Red had just ended the call and said he wanted one try at it. So I said we'd do it. At this point it started getting weird. Red was pretty serious and agnostic/atheist. If anything, the biggest joker there was me, and I can tell you that I wasn't pranking anyone that night. He walked over to the board, and we noticed the little triangle was gone. We had had it seconds before and looked around the busted picnic table we had used, and it was nowhere. A minute or two of searching led to us finding it 15 feet away where Red was sitting. He hadn't touched it at all that night, and he was the only one over there. Since we arrived, it had been me and Glenn on the table and Red 15 feet away. When Red walked to the table, no one was over there, leading us to think, how could it get all the way over there when it was here seconds before? I kind of shrugged it off and maybe thought one of the guys had somehow snuck it over, but that's pretty unrealistic unless they threw it when my back was turned, and neither of them seemed like they would. This really had no effect on us after a minute and confined. I and Red did the board while Glenn finished the last beer. We asked about the mutual friends relationship, something like, will they stay together or break up? And did it with eyes closed, and we got the letter HEL. Glenn would tell us when it had stopped, as well as the letter. He also later assured us neither of the two of us had eyes opened, and we went for another letter. At this point I thought, and later Red tells me he thought I was doing the same thing, he was purposely controlling it to spell hell yes, as in they definitely would break up as a joke. We got the last one, and it really wasn't on a letter, it was kind of on cue. So we decided on another jumbled up word. Well then we both realized it was also half on P, and we all kind of got it at the same time, HELP. We all totally freaked out, experiencing a feeling that something was wrong and a sense of total dread. We grabbed all our shit. Sometime in the night, I believe at this time, I grabbed a key from the table, thinking it was one of the guys. I don't believe it was there when we arrived, but I can't be totally sure about this either. I pushed it all in my pocket and ran. The rest of the night went fine, and we were all kinds of spooked. I told them maybe it was the girl hit by the train, as it happened maybe a couple hundred yards from us very recently, and she was doing the same shit we were that night. About a week later I wore that flannel again. In the top pocket was the key. Realizing it was one of the guys, I shared it in our group chat with a picture. Whose key? Everyone said it wasn't theirs. I was sitting next to Red later and double-checked it wasn't his. He was kind of spooked by the Ouija board, and I kept saying it was the ghost key to duck with him. I said I was going to leave it in this class to haunt the teacher. It was kind of a joke, as the teacher was really into Poe and kind of a weird dude, but also because I didn't need the key, so I might as well toss it. Red watched me toss the key into the trash. This was the teacher's last class of the day. And it was one more class till school's out. We went to the final class, and then when the bell rang, I left to go to the top floor, which held only the choir room. I was going to chill with Red till he was done there so I could get a ride home. The teacher was a super religious Polish dude. When I walked in, we hung out, and the teacher was tossing something up and down, and I asked what it was. He showed me a key. I made a joke to Red that it was the ghost key, but he actually looked at it and commented that it was the same size and color with a similar backing. We had the photo in the group chat, and he pulled it up. The grooves matched perfectly, and the scuffs too. At this point the Polish teacher asked what was happening, and Red told him. He was super pissy because it was a Catholic school, and hearing us with an Ouija board was basically telling them I loved Satan. I asked where he got it because I thought Red gave it to him. He was dead serious, not joking anymore. It appeared to me, he said. We kept asking what that meant, and he just kept saying, it appeared to me. That freaked us out, and I told Red to come clean, assuming he asked the teacher to open the room to grab the key, something I don't see him doing but was the only logical explanation. Red was more freaked out than me. The teacher lost his shit on us and wouldn't give it back to me. I wanted to dump it in holy water or something. Later that day he went to his church and had the key blessed, burned, and then buried. I got yelled at by 2 teachers, and Red no longer wanted to mess with Ouija boards or talk about anything like that. I put away the Ouija board and have used it once since, but nothing ever happened again. On graduation day I talked to him about it, and he alluded to something more happening. I asked what happened with the key, and he said something like, well, I took it in, and the priest tried to burn it, blessed it, and rid it of evil, and then when I asked what the but was, he wouldn't tell me. Maybe he just slipped up, maybe something happened. Red never admitted it, even though I'd cow he would. And Glenn was told about it after the key was burned. I don't know what happened and won't claim it was definitely paranormal, but there is definitely no explanation I can come up with. Strange occurrence this week. I'm sharing this for the strangeness of it, but also because I'm looking for an explanation. 5 days ago I was visiting my two friends, Jake and Ryan, at their house in South Michigan. It's in a pretty rural area, their house is set back into the woods off a quiet road, and the rest of the surrounding area is mostly farmland. Neighboring houses are several hundred feet apart. There's a road that branches off the main road, which loops around a large grove of trees. It connects to their driveway as well as neighbors' driveways, then connects back to the main road. We often like to walk this road at night without flashlights, because with the tree cover no natural light is able to reach the ground. Just before 11 p.m. on my second to last night there, after sitting around a bonfire in the backyard, we decided to do that exact walk. Earlier in the night, Jake and I thought we should try to scare Ryan. So while we were walking off their property, Jake and I quietly picked up a few things to throw into the darkness to startle Ryan. He grabbed a large branch, and I got a pine cone and a smaller branch, then we set out. Along the walk, Jake threw his large branch, then I threw my pine cone, then there was a third sound that wasn't either of us, and then I threw my branch. Jake and I are acting afraid of the noises, but none of our attempts seemed to affect Ryan. We made it around the bend of the road and were coming up on where the trees clear and the moonlight illuminates the ground. Though we were still in the pitch blackness, we could see the light as we approached it. Jake suddenly stops in his tracks and says, "Wait. I hear dragging." I assume he's joking, so I play into it, but then I hear it too. About 30-50 feet in front of us, there's a loud dragging sound against the asphalt. Whatever it is, it sounds very heavy. I feel my entire body run cold. The sound stops, and we all stand still to listen, then it starts up again around 15 seconds later and quickly stops. I try to use my phone's flashlight to light up the road, but even at the most powerful setting, it only reaches about 10 feet in front of us. Ryan quietly says to us, "Ready, guys?" Then dramatically breathes in and lets out one of the most deafening yells I've ever heard in my life. Why this was his first instinct, I don't know, but he later said it was a survival mechanism. We stay still, then the dragging starts again, almost sounding closer than before. Not wanting to stick around to let it get closer, the three of us take off running back the way we came. We reach the bend of the road again and slow down because we assume whatever it was didn't follow us, then we hear a branch snap in the woods to our right and run all the way back to their house. They told their parents what happened and that the yell wasn't anything to worry about, and they dismissed it. About 20 minutes later we all decide to head inside. Their dad stays outside to put the fire out, then comes in and says to us, "There's either an owl outside or something imitating an owl." Which may be one of the most frightening sentences anyone's ever said to me. We go to the screen door to listen, and there's a clear patterned owl sound very far away. There's also another, louder, closer, and less patterned sound that sounds like it could be an owl but could also be something else. The sound stops, and within the hour we're asleep. The next morning, we drive off their property by taking the long way along the same path we walked the previous night. There's nothing to be seen in the area where we heard the sound. The road was clear of branches and logs, and there was no evidence of dead animals. At the closest neighbor's house, which is a few hundred feet from where we heard it, we see the local feral cat sitting on their driveway, so we get out to say hi. The neighbor, who is likely in his 40s, was in his garage and saw us and came out to talk to us. Ryan asks him if by any chance he was doing any work outside around 11 p.m. the previous night. He says he wasn't. He and his wife were asleep upstairs by that time. We've thought about the incident a lot and can't think of a logical explanation for what was causing the sound. Weird encounter on a rural dead-end road. First, a little context as to where/when/how this occurred. I was in rural New Brunswick, Canada, at my grandparents' home. They had both recently passed away, and my family was there to help clean up the house. It's located near the end of a dirt road that ends in a little lake. So the road is usually quiet, except during the day when people come to kayak/swim in the lake, etc. The house has no running water because the pipes froze during the winter when nobody was there, but there's a little building about 200 to 300 meters, 2 to 3 minutes walk, by the lakeshore that has public bathrooms and showers. It's unlocked 24/7, so we had been using this facility as our place to shower and use the toilet. So it's about 12:10 a.m. on a Monday morning, Sunday night, and after a week of avoiding the gross bathrooms, I was just like, "Duck it, I want to go take a shower and clean up before I go to bed." So I grab a towel and a flashlight and start walking down there. Now, keep in mind that without a flashlight, it's absolutely pitch black, and you can't see anything. Which means that anybody who has a light is very visible from basically all sides. At this point everything was pretty chill, and I was just enjoying the peaceful walk when suddenly, toward the end of the road, I heard a car's engine start and lights flick on. The vehicle was facing away from me, so I saw taillights only. Immediately I'm like, WTF, why are there people down here at this hour? Because you rarely see anybody parking down there, even during the day. So I'm already a little bit creeped out. The car does a 3-point turn and starts coming up the road towards me. It's an older model Chrysler 300 that looks beat up AF. I've also never seen this vehicle out here before, which is weird because the driveway is the kind of place that only locals use, so you get to know the cars around here. It's pitch black, and I can't see inside the car. It drives past me at a super slow speed, and then I breathe a sigh of relief as it starts to leave toward the main road. At this point I'm almost at the dirt path where the bathrooms are, and I can see the light from the building. They have a small light on 24/7. That's when I turn around, and the car is doing another 3-point turn coming back towards me. At this moment, I am panicking and wondering what is happening. So I turn off my flashlight and just run towards the bathroom area as the car is making its way back. I duck in behind the storage shed for hiding. The car passes the bathrooms but immediately stops, turns around again, so the headlights are now facing in my direction, and then everything goes silent and the lights turn off. I was tempted to go in the building and do my bathroom business, but they would have seen me walking into the light, and I felt unsafe coming out of the bathroom if I didn't know who was out there. I hear some doors opening and closing on the car, and I thought I heard the sound of a voice, but it was faint. I saw the light from a headlamp or flashlight over by the car, and I heard some walking around. I was so ducking terrified. I thought I was going to get kidnapped or something because I'm all alone in the middle of nowhere with some weirdo in a beat up car. I wanted to run back towards the house, but I couldn't because the car was right in front of my hiding spot, so I couldn't go that way. After about 25 minutes of sitting there, I stopped hearing the noises, but the car's still there, so I decided to bushwhack through the forest to cut back to the house and avoid the car. So I safely made it back to the house and never saw that car again. My conclusion is that maybe they were doing something illegal, and they saw me coming with my flashlight, so they got out of there because they thought I was a cop coming to investigate. Then they realized I was just a random kid, so they decided to return and continue whatever illegal activity they were engaged in. Seems like the most likely explanation, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. If anyone has ideas of what might have been going on, please share. My family stayed in a pretty shitty condo in Hawaii when I was around 12. After a few days we agree it felt weird. After several more days, we begin to wake up to find all the kitchen cabinets left open, a classic horror movie trope, I acknowledge. A short while later, my sister reports waking in the middle of the night to find a tall, dark figure looming over her, which only vanished after she had soiled herself and closed her eyes. Near the end of our stay, my mom nervously tells us that before her morning run, she would wake up at like 4 a.m. when it was still dark. She was leaning into the bathroom mirror and saw a dark figure rush past the hallway behind her. My 11-year-old sister and I decided we'd had enough and that we had seen enough spooky ghost shows to get to the bottom of this. Mostly jokingly, because I think neither of us wanted to admit that this condo was truly horrifying us, we held hands and tried to make contact late one night. It's just us and our mom. I remember her begging us not to do it, that it wasn't funny. Sorry, Mom. A couple of minutes in, I interrupt my sister because I am hearing a noise just outside the room, on the patio. It sounded exactly like someone scraping or dragging their foot along as they walked, but the patio was lit and nothing was there. My sister goes to say something, and I say, "Shut up," because I'm freaking out. Then the room speaks to us. No ducking joke. It might have been a foreign language, I'm not sure, but in English it sounded like "I hate you." The sound of the voice is burned in my brain. It was like an angry, hiss-like whisper but somehow also a shout. Like I said, it didn't come from anywhere in particular, but the entire ducking room. Long story short, my sister runs off sobbing. I freeze in fear and probably a puddle of my piss. We get the F out of Hawaii, and I try to tell myself that I did not just interact with a goddamn tropical demon. Yes, this really did happen, and no, I can't really explain it. I think I've cried a couple of times thinking about it because that voice we heard was so chilling. If I recall correctly, the man who used to own the condo died there. Make of that what you will. Weird light and booming sound phenomena in Broward County, Florida. I'm curious if anyone else has had similar experiences. So to get things out of the way, I do not believe in the paranormal broadly defined, though I was intensely interested in UFOs in my childhood and still like reading about the subject. I am an agnostic deist, I don't believe in the immortality of the soul, and I am basically a pretty extreme skeptic who has debunked a couple of stories on this forum before. Alcoholism runs in my family, so I grew up in a dry home where no one drank except on New Year's. To this day, my alcohol consumption consists of 1 or 2 beers every other month when I am with friends in social settings where drinking is unavoidable. I do absolutely no drugs except for caffeine, and my only psychological diagnosis is general anxiety disorder, but what lawyer doesn't have that? As far as I know, I have never experienced sleep paralysis or any other hallucinations of any kind. Every Tuesday night I attend a mindfulness meditation session at a location located in a strip mall abutting a very busy highway, I-595 for you South Florida folks. This basically consists of sitting in a darkened room and turning your mind outward. You focus on your breathing as much as you can, and when your mind wanders, you anchor it on something else until you can bring it back to your breathing, in my case, the sound of the AC in the room. You do this with your eyes closed. The goal is to still the chatter of your mind by instead focusing it as much as possible on the external world. We sit facing a wall that has no windows, but there are windows on the left side, i.e., on the wall that would be on our left as we sit. These windows abut the interstate, and though they are draped, light can come in because there is no light at all in the room, so if, say, a cop car or ambulance goes by, the flashing lights can be perceived in the room. This kind of distraction is one of the reasons we keep our eyes closed for 90 minutes. The location is in what I have described as a strip mall, but it would be more precise to say it is a low-lying, one-story office building with small businesses, barber shops, dental clinics, and the like, facing the road. We meet relatively late at night, 9 p.m., and every other locale is usually empty. Immediately behind the location is a storage facility. In early December of last year, I, the meditation leader, and 8 or 9 others were doing our normal thing when this phenomenon happened. About 10 minutes into the meditation, I saw through my closed eyelids 3 flashes of yellowish light, spaced about a minute apart. Immediately afterwards, and I truly mean at the same time, I heard a deep booming sound accompanying each flash of light. The sound lasted exactly as long as the light, a period between 1 and 3 seconds. Then about 20 minutes later it happened again. 3 flashes of light, 3 simultaneous booms, each separated by perhaps a minute. The closest analog I can think of to what I heard and what it sounded like was transformers blowing. About 20 years ago we were hit by a Category 1 hurricane, and for whatever reason we decided not to put up the storm shutters. I witnessed a transformer blowing a couple of blocks away, and the sound was similar, except that the light was green and pulsed, which I did not witness in my phenomenon, which had solid light. Still, at the time I thought that the transformers on the street in front of us had blown for some reason. In the time since, I have confirmed there are no transformers near this location, but that is what my mind concluded I was experiencing as it happened, so I was surprised when at the end of the session we were able to turn the lights on. I looked outside, and all the lights were on. I saw no sirens, emergency lights, emergency vehicles, or power company trucks on my way out, or anything resembling a blackout on the drive home. At that moment I thought maybe the meditation had somehow unlocked synesthesia? And that my brain had provided the flash of light as a response to a booming sound that was maybe something heavy being dropped, repeatedly, in the storage facility. But I was immediately skeptical, as the instructor had told us not to expect the meditation to cause any new abilities or open a third eye or anything like that. Plus again, I have never experienced hallucinations nor synesthesia, nor has anyone in my family as far as I know. I waited until the instructor and only one fellow student were left. I asked if they heard the noise, and they said yes. They also said they saw the yellow light appear with each of the 6 booms. Neither one had any notion what it was. Now again note that the sound took place at the same time. I am sure that I would have noticed if there was a space of more than, say, 1/5 of a second between the sound and light. Given that sound travels at 400 meters per second, rounded up for simplicity, this means that the source of the sound and the light could not have been more than 250 feet from us. But we got out of the place, and everything was completely normal. The only things within 250 feet of us would have been the rest of the building, the parking lot, the stretch of I-595 directly in front of us, and the storage location directly behind. The instructor and the other student had never heard such a sound in the 6 years they had been there, nor have any similar lights or sounds reoccurred in the months since. I put this out of my mind until exactly a week ago. I went into the office on Sunday, as I had a case in court this week and had to wrap up some paperwork. I found my go-to paralegal there, the one that gets things done and I prefer to work with, working on my case and a couple of other attorneys' cases. Since we were the sole occupants on that side of the office, we became more conversational as we collaborated, and she began sharing details about activities she enjoys doing with her boyfriend. She told me not to judge her but said she and her boyfriend had gone on one of those Bigfoot hunting expeditions once. They did not see anything. I laughed and told her that as a child I was into UFOs. Expanding on the topic, I described the above incident, and she stopped me and said, "I know exactly what that is." I asked her to explain. The paralegal story. She and her boyfriend were in bed. She did not specify the date apart from some months before, when a long yellowish flash accompanied by a deep sonic boom-like sound occurred. She stated that, like in my case, the sound arrived at the same time as the light, so they knew immediately that it was not atmospheric phenomena like a sonic boom caused by a meteor, nor was it an echoing sound from a firework or something similar. The boyfriend thought a car crash had happened in the street below, so he went to the window to check it out. Her apartment is on the 5th floor, in front is a Wells Fargo bank/office building with reflective windows, and beyond that is US 1, a busy street, note again the busy street nearby. He peered down and saw nothing off, which puzzled him. He was there scrutinizing the street when it happened again, and he saw it. According to her, he says that above the street, in the middle of the street, about the height of the 2nd story, a yellow sphere appeared for a couple of seconds, while the same deep booming sound happened. He says it looked like an explosion that only expanded maybe 3 to 4 feet across and then held steady for a couple of seconds and then contracted as fast as it expanded back into nothingness. The object held steady at the point of maximum expansion for 2 seconds or so, just long enough that he could directly see it in the air hovering over the street and also see it reflected on the mirrored reflective windows of the office building directly across. He called her over to look out with him to see if it happened a third time, but it never did. The apartment where my paralegal's boyfriend saw this is in Pompano Beach, Florida, perhaps 8 to 10 miles from where my experience took place. I asked her what she thought it was. Her response, "I think it was something coming across, like from another dimension, or perhaps going back." I replied that I thought that was an interesting idea, and we got back to work. At the end of the day she thanked me for sharing my story with her, because now she knew she and her boyfriend were not alone. I spent yesterday looking up stuff on this, and it turns out that flashes of light accompanied by popping or booming sounds are reported immediately before and after some Bigfoot cases, but it is especially common immediately before and after MIB, Men in Black, sightings and Beck, Black-Eyed Kids, sightings. It felt as if an entity from a different realm had suddenly appeared. I don't like the thought that something like that, especially Black-Eyed Kids, a concept that I find deeply unnerving, could have popped in and out within a block of me in December. Have any of you heard of or experienced such a thing? When I was 12, my family lived in a house that had a huge pond behind it. Think less of a pond and more of a tiny lake. So when we first moved to this house, the neighbor's son was always out at the pond fishing. When I talked to him, he would swear that there was an absolutely huge catfish in the pond. He really wanted to catch it but was never able to. He said he knew that it was there because he had seen it eat some of the baby ducks and geese that lived there. He watched them get sucked down under the water while swimming on the surface. I thought it was fascinating that a fish could eat baby ducks but never really gave it a second thought. The neighbor's son eventually moved out. He never did catch the catfish. After living there a few years, I was probably around 16. I finally saw what my neighbor's son was fishing for, or at least saw its effects. My friend was spending the night, just hanging out playing video games all night on some random weekend, when we heard the ducks on the pond completely losing their shit. The hour was around midnight, and normally we didn't hear the ducks inside, so we had to see what was going on. At first we didn't notice anything. It just seemed like the ducks were going crazy every once in a while for no reason. We had around 10 to 20 ducks and geese on this pond, which was a lot. One day, my dad counted approximately 300 ducks. They would fly off the pond for a little while and then come back down the whole time freaking out. Then we noticed it. Ducks were being pulled under. We watched as several ducks were pulled under the surface by an unknown force, causing all the nearby ducks to panic and flee from that area. It was insane. I have seen ducks dive for food before, and this was not that. They would kind of struggle as they were being pulled down, throwing their wings and head up as they went down. It seemed like something was grabbing their legs and pulling them down. And let me clarify, these were not baby ducks. These were full-grown adult ducks being pulled under and not resurfacing. The next day we told everyone, and hardly any people believed us, as these things usually go. I never really saw anything like it again and had stopped thinking about it until one night when something happened. Cool summer night, window open, playing a game on my Nintendo SP, when I heard something outside. It sounded like someone with big, sloshy, wet boots was stomping through mud. I was sitting on my bed next to the window looking at my SP when I first heard the sound. It sounded like something was walking down the fence line toward the pond. I jumped off my bed to go look out the window. When I looked out, I saw what I can barely describe. At the end of our fence, about 20 feet away from the pond, was this giant brown and black mass of something. The size of it was around a small car, and it was rounded, kind of like Cousin It, with two shiny black eyes near the top. It was looking right at me. As soon as my eyes met its gaze, I collapsed with fear. I have never felt anything near that level of fear before in my life. Once I almost died from car surfing, and the fear I felt then was a drop in a bucket to what I felt when my eyes looked into whatever it was. I lay there on the floor, unable to move, unable to breathe, and listened to the creature walk to the pond. I heard splashing, and that was it. I lay there for what seemed like hours and eventually moved to my bed and stayed awake in fear all night. Just stared at the window. No idea what it was. I think about it often. My paranormal haunting. This was probably around the year 2015, and my wife and I were living in American Fork, Utah, while I was attending Brigham Young University. We rented the basement of an old red brick house. The owners, Ed and Darlene, lived on the first floor, and they were very old. Probably in their 80s. They were always very sweet, and it was kind of like living with your grandma and grandpa upstairs. Ed's property had a bit of land in the backyard that he had converted into some stables for horses. And while we lived there, he had one horse that someone paid Ed to care for. It was really nice to be able to go out and feed the horse apples with my daughter, who was probably about 2 years old. The first strange thing that happened while we lived here was one day when we went out to feed the horse, and he was lying down on the ground. Usually the horse would come right up to the fence when it saw us coming because he knew he was going to get a delicious snack. But not this time. I don't remember ever seeing it lying on the ground before, but I thought it was probably just taking a nap or something. We went up to the fence and called for the horse. But it didn't move. We held out the apples, and still nothing. So I told my daughter she was probably just tired, but I could tell something was wrong. So my wife took my daughter in, and I told Ed that something was wrong with the horse. Ed came out, and I watched from a distance as he went into the stable and tried to interact with the horse. Pretty quickly Ed called a vet to come and take a look, and they told Ed the horse was dying. The next day the horse was gone. It felt really strange to go into the backyard without the horse back there. So we spent a lot less time back there than we used to. Maybe a month or two later, someone knocked on our door. We opened the door, and it was Ed and Darlene's daughter. She told us that Ed had passed away, and Darlene was moving in with her. She also told us they were going to sell the house, and we had 6 weeks to move out. I was shocked. I expressed my condolences but felt like it was too intrusive for me to ask how he passed. I was so confused that he had passed away and we didn't even know. I had never heard any ambulance come to the house or any commotion upstairs from someone falling down. I had no idea how he had passed, and then Darlene was just gone, like that. We didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to her. Ed and Darlene's adult children would come and take all the furniture and appliances and everything out of the upstairs till it was completely empty upstairs. We had started moving our own stuff out, and I was transferring to Weber State University, about an hour north of where we lived. So it was a slow process. But we chipped away at packing boxes and loading up the car and taking it to my parents', where we would live till we could find a new place to live. We got to the point where all of our stuff was gone except for one more load. It was late on a Friday, so we decided we would spend one last night there and wake up the next morning, eat some breakfast, and then load up the last of our stuff and head out. But that night, at about 3 a.m., my wife and I both woke up to something happening upstairs. It sounded like something had fallen down on the hardwood floor above us and then was being dragged across the floor above us. But it was as if whatever was being dragged was very heavy. Because the dragging sound had pauses in between the noise. As if the person dragging the item had to pull as hard as they could, then brace themselves to pull again, then brace and pull until the sound traveled from right above us to above our kitchen. When the commotion stopped, we looked at each other, and my wife said, "What the heck was that?" I could tell she was terrified, so I felt like I needed to be the calm one who could help cool down the situation. So I told her that I had noticed when we put our daughter to bed that the leaves for the table were leaning against the wall. And I was worried if they fell over in the night, they might make a loud noise. I had thought the noise had come from upstairs, but my mind was trying to make sense of everything. And I had just woken up, so I thought there must be a logical explanation for the sound. And that was the best I could come up with. So we quietly went to our daughter's room and slowly opened the door. But the leaves were still resting up against the wall just like we had left them. So we looked at each other, and I could see the fear settling in for my wife. So I said, "This is an old house, and it makes lots of noises. I'm sure it was just the water heater or something." But as I'm trying to console my wife by explaining it away again, we heard it again. It was exactly the same as the first time. Slam on the hardwood above our room, and then drag. Pause. Drag. Pause. all the way across the floor toward the kitchen. We looked at each other again, and I knew I couldn't explain it away. Fight or flight kicked in. Someone was upstairs, and I had to protect my family. I didn't own a gun at the time, so I went to our kitchen and grabbed the largest knife out of our knife block. We walked toward the door that went upstairs, and I stopped right in front of the door. I looked at my wife and said, "Get your phone out and dial 911. If you hear me start to fight someone, close the door and lock it, then call the police." She nodded and gave me a kiss. We turned out the lights so that when we opened the door, the light wouldn't alert the intruder. Then I quietly unlocked the door and, as slowly as I could, opened it. I remember it creaked a little as it opened. But there was no turning back now. I slowly and quietly tiptoed up the stairs, gripping the knife. I remember thinking to myself, this better be an intruder I can just fight with, because if this is a ghost, I don't even know what I'll do. There was no door at the top of the stairs, it just went into a hallway. As I approached the top, the only thing that lit the house was the moonlight that came in through the windows. To my left and behind me was the living room, which was the area we believed the noise was coming from. Directly in front of me was a wall, but the hall wrapped around a corner and continued in front of me slightly to the right. The kitchen was the first room to the right, and then bedrooms were beyond that. I could see the kitchen from the top of the stairs and could tell that no one was in there. I decided it would be better if I kind of leapt out of the doorway into the opening of the living room. At least I would get the jump on whoever it was if I did that. So that's exactly what I did. I kept out of the opening to the living room, but nothing was there. I flipped around to face the hall, and there was no one behind me either. I had never seen the upstairs empty like this before. It didn't feel like Grandma's house anymore. Now it seemed more like that uneasy feeling I had when we went into the backyard where the horse had died. But 100 times worse. The living room was empty, and there was nothing for anyone to hide behind. So I turned around and walked toward the kitchen. I peered into that doorway and saw that it was empty too. The bedrooms were the last place this person could be. So I began to tiptoe toward the bedrooms. I proceeded to check every room in the house. And there was no one there. I was so paranoid I checked every room again, but this time I checked every closet, cupboard, and pantry. There was absolutely no one up there. And the doors were all locked to the outside. Maybe I should have been reassured by that, but I wasn't. I went back downstairs, and my wife and I told her there was no one up there. I told her how I checked every room and closet and everything. As we were talking on the stairs, we heard it again. But now we could hear the noise dragging closer and closer to where we could see whatever it was when it traveled across the doorway at the top of the stairs towards the kitchen. We both looked up to the top of the stairs and then back at each other. Then we ran down the stairs, closed the door, and locked it behind us. We woke up the baby and put her in the car, and I packed up the rest of our stuff while my wife called her parents to see if we could come over. I grabbed the last thing, and we drove away as the house disappeared into the distance behind us. And we have never gone back. To this day we don't know what it was, and it freaks me out just thinking about it. Paranormal whispering in a creepy old house, on a lake. I lived in an old house for, 6 or 7 years. The house was on a lake, the lake was in the middle of town, though, but terrible things have happened at the lake. Mostly cars driving into it at night or bodies being dumped in it. Charming, right? The house had some rumors surrounding it about what happened there before my husband's grandparents bought it in the 40s or 50s. Husband's dad got the house when they moved away. We stayed in the house for a few years after his parents moved out. The house always creeped me out, but nothing really happened aside from noises that I attributed to it being an old house. I figured my fears stemmed from the fact that it was just a big, old, creepy house and I have a wild imagination. Of all the years I lived there, I only experienced something really crazy and unexplainable once. Very clear whispering in the middle of the night, a woman's voice. We usually fall asleep with the TV on, and I was still awake because I'm a night person and always fall asleep really late. Thinking it was the television or a sound distorted because of it being on, I muted it. Whatever was whispering was saying my name. Super ducking clearly. And I don't have a name that sounds like any other word, it was definitely my name. Thinking I was imagining it, I thought maybe it was the hum of a fan. We never really ran the AC upstairs, so it wasn't that. I walked into the room across the hall and listened for the fan in there, but once I left my room, I couldn't hear the whispering anymore. I turned off all the fans in the house and got back in bed, heard it again. It only said my name and hello or hey, but it was so clear. And I only heard it when I was in my bed, but it was directly above me. We had a house fan on our ceiling directly above our bed, not on, that shit was loud. But it sounded like it was coming from within. I finally woke my husband up to ask him if he could hear it, and he said he couldn't hear anything. even when I was hearing it at that very moment. So then I felt like I was going ducking insane. Like in horror movies when nobody believes the protagonist. I knew what I was hearing, and it wouldn't stop. It actually got clearer as the night went on. It kept me up all night and never stopped. I think this is how I knew I wasn't imagining it. It just never let up, and it was saying my ducking name all night. I remember that I wasn't super scared, more irritated that I couldn't find the source of it, but by the end of the night I kind of felt like I needed to admit myself to an institution. Sleep deprivation and phantom whispering all night will do that, I guess. And I know I was driving my husband crazy because I definitely woke him up and asked him more than once. I went into every room of the house that night, investigating every possible source, even downstairs, and still never heard anything. It had stopped by the time I got out of bed to get ready for work that morning. I never heard it again after that night, but only a few nights later I had a really vivid, really terrifying dream. In the dream, I woke up and looked into the room across the hall while still in bed. You could see into the room because it was directly across from us, and if you looked past the door, you could see a window in the other room. When I looked to the window, I saw a really ducking scary looking old man looking at me in bed. He looked like an 1840s gold prospector. I know that sounds silly and ridiculous, but he looked mad as hell, like he wanted to hurt me. If it means anything, the town I lived in was a base camp for miners back in the day, on a river and at the base of the foothills otherwise known as Gold Country. Even creepier, we were on the second floor. This made it seem like the guy was either on a ladder or floating. But I could only see him from the shoulders up. Anyway, I woke my husband up to tell him how scared I was, and I just remember him being really pissed at me for telling him something like that. I must have really freaked him out, I don't know. Usually he's very comforting. I have many ducked up dreams and terrifying episodes of sleep paralysis a couple times a month, so he's used to waking me up from screaming during nightmares. The thing about the dream that bothers me the most was how realistic it was. All of my dreams, especially the bad ones, take place somewhere unfamiliar. I'm never in my house or anywhere recognizable. But this was totally my house, and it felt like it was taking place in real time. And the only dreams I ever remember for this long are the really traumatizing ones. Last thing, I mentioned earlier that the lake we lived on had many bad things happen in/around it. It's also located in a not so great part of town. Besides all the druggies/transients, who've made it their home, people have dumped corpses there, maybe ended selves, and, surprisingly, a lot of cars have driven into it. It's weird because it is in the middle of town and fairly well lit because of the surrounding houses and businesses, although we were the only house on our cul-de-sac with just the lake across the street and some Section 8 apartments behind us and surrounding us. And no roads run toward the lake, they all run parallel to it. I guess if you get in an accident, your car could roll or slide into it, but I don't think I've ever heard about that happening. It's like people just straight up drive into that lake. One morning I woke up and looked out a top floor window to see a team of divers in the lake and an old Honda Civic being pulled from it. Apparently, a drunken man had crashed into the lake the night before and escaped on foot. I know that one time a ducking bus full of kids drove into the lake, but nobody died. The two creepiest incidents happened while I was living in the house on that lake. Just around the corner from our home, two teenagers were fishing. Side note, I really hope nobody that fishes in that lake actually eats the fish, gross, and they saw what they thought was a large pile of garbage floating off the shore. I guess they managed to hook their fishing line to it and pulled it toward them, and just before they got it up to the shoreline, they noticed it was a ducking dead woman. The worst part was that they weren't able to pull her all the way up to the sidewalk, so they actually got in the lake and pulled her out. Nobody swims in that lake. My husband dove in it once as a teenager to save his skateboard that fell in, and I always tell him he probably has ducking dysentery. I used to walk around the lake pretty often, and I've seen some gnarly stuff, like rotting dead fish floating around, or sometimes on the sidewalk, or dead ducks/geese, but holy shit, I'm so glad I wasn't the one to make that discovery. The scariest one, though, is that they discovered an old car in the lake while conducting a search for a stolen vehicle that had been driven into it the night before. They found the skeletal remains of a woman in the car. The car and body had been in the lake, which is fairly shallow, I should mention, for more than 20 goddamn years. But here's the scariest part. I looked up the incident recently, and the night she drove into the lake, or mysteriously ended up in it, and died was the night my husband was born. Same day, month, and year. WTF. Foul play was suspected in both cases, but the police closed both investigations fairly quickly and ruled them as accidental deaths. They suspect the floating body had accidentally fallen in and hit her head on the rocks even though her family said she was a strong swimmer, but if you hit your head and are knocked unconscious, that wouldn't really be relevant. In the case with the 20-plus-year-old car skeleton, police concluded that she accidentally drove in. But like I said, it's a shallow lake, and it would be very easy to escape from your vehicle if that happened. In every other incident in which a vehicle has driven into the lake, the passengers escaped, basically unharmed. Furthermore, cars take a while to completely submerge into water, so I imagine you'd have a lot of time to get out before it even went under. Both victims' families suspected foul play, but the police were very quick to rule it out even though they never could come up with a definitive cause of death for either woman. Actually, the initial reports regarding the floating woman quoted the police as suspecting foul play, but I guess they changed their minds at some point. I believe they neglected to investigate their lives or the relationships they had. The skeleton woman was apparently on the run from testifying against some drug dealers and was living in a motel near the lake at the time of her death. When they recovered her driver's license, it was issued in another state, and I guess she moved around a lot with her young son. According to one article, he arrived at the motel room after school, and his mom wasn't there, as she hadn't been that morning. He didn't tell the motel employees and stayed in the room alone for 2 weeks, skipping school. They finally realized he was there alone and contacted CPS, who put him in foster care. He said for 20 years he thought his mom had just abandoned him. Sorry for going somewhat off topic, I just think these stories are so crazy, and I really do feel like there's more to them. Anyway, I know my experience happened the same year that the floating woman's body was found and that it happened later in the year, after the discovery. I remember it was the same year I started my new job. But I wish I could remember when, exactly. Who knows, maybe it happened between the time she fell in and the time she was found. Maybe it was the night she died. Maybe it was a few months later. I know it was late spring or summer because we had fans going in the house, and I know the body was found at the beginning of summer. So that's my long story. This could all just be coincidence. The happenings at the lake may be nothing more than what the police concluded. They could very well have nothing to do with what I experienced that night. I tend to be a skeptic with any paranormal story I hear or picture I see. I enjoy real accounts of paranormal activity and watching those based on true events horror movies, but since I've never really experienced it myself, I can never say if these things actually happen. But I know what I heard that night. It went on for hours, and, even though it was whispering, the voice was clear as day. I always had a generally creepy feeling in that house, especially at night and when I was home alone. I'm pretty sure something eerie was going on in that house, at least that night. I don't believe in ghosts, but there have been a few intriguing incidents at my mom's house. My parents split up when I was young, and my mom bought a house a few years later. The person who lived there previously had died, but I never found out whether it happened in the house or not. I've always had an uneasy vibe there and still do, for that matter. Anyway, as a kid I woke up one night and saw what can only be described as a ghost. I was on the top bunk, and all I could see was a hand holding the side of my bed. Position-wise, it would be as if the ghost was using the top bunk to support itself while staring directly at my brother on the bottom bunk. I could see the hand clearly even though the room was completely dark. Being a kid, I hid under my covers until I fell asleep. Another one was when I stayed there as an adult when my mom was away. I'd been listening to music in the dining room. I turned off everything to go to bed, but when I got to the top of the stairs, the music came back on. My favorite happened to my brother when he was staying there alone. He woke up in the middle of the night and heard a noise in the bathroom. When he went to investigate, he found 2 electric toothbrushes had turned themselves on. Oh yeah, out of 2 dogs that lived there, one was terrified of the cellar, and the other would go down and start trying to dig a hole in a somewhat suspicious soil patch that was down there. As Ingo Swann once said, I've joined the club of people who have experienced something impossible they can't prove. For the record, I am an atheist. These experiences are unrelated to religion or any concept of a god. In chronological order, when I was 3 and 4, I started having extremely vivid dreams of a past life. They appeared to be in what I think was the Midwest, maybe Illinois territory. I was a 19-year-old female living in a very primitive log cabin, and I was heavily pregnant. My partner, I can't remember either of our names, went hunting and never came back. I got sick, probably from the water in the creek, and the baby inside me died, and then I died. As the dreams continued, I remembered lots of details that no 3 or 4-year-old in 1956 and 57 could ever have knowledge of. This was pre-TV in my household. The creaking noise, the rope, bed made when I moved, the 1-plank rough-hewn table in the center of the room with a hollowed-out bowl holding my last piece of stale bread and nothing else, then, antique gun hanging on the wall by the door, which I found out much later was a flintlock, the door hinges made of leather, a large fireplace big enough to walk into with a fire that had gone out because I was too weak to get out of bed, the smell of cold ashes, the door had been left ajar, and a horse with a rope bridle kept sticking its head into the cabin. I went in and out of consciousness for several days, watching the light change and the dust drift in the sunlight until I just didn't open my eyes again. The dreams were in full color. I remember vividly the green of the grass outside and the quilt on my bed, but the room itself was very dark inside, and the dreams frightened me until it got to where I was afraid to go to sleep. At some point, I finally told my mother about the dreams, and she gave me one of those looks that made me realize I wasn't supposed to mention them. I doubt if my 4-year-old self could have described it very well. They finally went away by the time I entered kindergarten, but the memory of them has stayed with me all these years, along with the question mark of what could have caused them except a prior life. As a bit of backup to this, I learned to read spontaneously at the age of 3. I clearly remember lying on the living room floor looking at what appeared to be chicken scratches in the bubbles above the Sunday cartoons. Someone went by, and I asked them what that word was, and all of a sudden the entire page made sense. I could read anything from then on, and at the age of 4 was testing at a high school reading level. Why I wasn't put in some advanced class I'll never know, except that it was the baby boomer era and they were awash with kids, and I sucked at math, always have. Smile, I consider this proof that I already knew how to read and only needed to be reminded. Fast forward until the year I was 10, 1963. The family took a car ride down to Florida and stopped at Gettysburg on the way. I'd gotten into an argument with my idiot brothers and didn't want to get out of the car to see some stupid battlefield. My father made me get out and just walk around, and I went one way, and they went another. I crossed a parking lot and some grass, and there was a line of ancient trees. I was looking at them and realized there were bullet hole scars in them, hundreds of them. I went closer and touched one of the trees, and instantaneously, the day went from noon and a bright, sunlit blue sky day to gray, deep fog and smoky. I heard people running in the fog, equipment rattling, gunshots, booms, and shouting. I smelled gunpowder, which I knew from fireworks. It lasted long enough for me to blink again, and yet again, thinking it would go away. Probably 45 seconds to a minute, a very long time considering. Years later I realized it stopped when I took my hand off the tree. I was badly shaken, returned to the car, and waited until the others came back. I never told anyone for years. It was only recently I found a word for it, bilocation, but having it happen along with a 100-year relocation back in time is certainly interesting. Fast forward again, I was working at a local hospital night shift, coming home around midnight down a 4-lane highway. I was in the left lane and needed to get over to the right to take a turn coming up. There were no other cars on the road, and as I was thinking about moving over, a male voice in my head said very clearly, "Don't move over yet." The other voice in my head, my own, kind of went. When, at that moment, a police car came screaming past me without sirens or lights, going easily double my speed. I never would have seen him, he was behind a rise and wouldn't have shown up in my rearview mirror, and if I had moved over when I was thinking about it, he would have gone right through me. Years later, my son was about 2 and my daughter a newborn. He was playing outside on his new tricycle, and she was asleep but restless in the playpen. I thought about picking her up and going outside on the stoop to watch my son, and the same male voice told me, "Don't pick her up," and this time repeated the warning, clear, concise, and demanding. In my usual chronic lack of sleep at that time, I just obeyed with a kind of okay then. As I went outside, I somehow tripped on my feet, fell forward down 3 steps, and only broke my fall because my hands were free. If I had had the baby, I would have landed on her, and her head would have hit the concrete. I've had several other less intense instances of knowing stuff, like knowing that the phone ringing was bad news, or just feelings that couldn't be pinpointed. Some vague, some definitive. It's one of the reasons I'm now learning about remote viewing. My first experiences with it were unnerving, to say the least, but the final one, and the most significant in an evidential sense, was when my father died. He had had a stroke and was in a coma that grew heavier over the ensuing 10 days. I was cleaning up after dinner in my house, with no one else in the room, and I suddenly sensed my father in the room, followed immediately by getting bonked in my right temple by a literal force that had a real impact, followed then by him, his spirit or soul or personality, whatever you want to call it, going through my skull and bouncing up against the other side, saying, "This is fun." Not words I had ever heard from my father before, but damn if it wasn't him, full force personality and quite happy to be out of the shell and coma. I got a call a few minutes later telling me that Dad had just died, but here I was, in my kitchen, with him in my head. He stayed with me for several weeks after that, as a sort of double personality taking up space in my head. He went with me to his memorial service and joked about "I've always wanted to do this, like Tom Sawyer." And chided my sister-in-law, who he never liked much, for wearing a real fur coat and me for eating too many cookies at the reception afterwards, not the first time. So, After several months of trying to figure this extraordinary experience out, going through the whole litany, yet again, of am I crazy? Was I hallucinating? Was it wishful thinking? No, and no, at least I don't think so. I was left with the only conclusion possible, that he had left me one hell of a going away present. We survive physical death, and it's pretty cool, too. Nothing like having one of life's eternal questions answered for you in no uncertain terms. And the most extraordinary part of this whole extraordinary experience was that his spirit had mass, about the weight and impact of a small glass marble. And yeah, I know the soul is supposed to weigh 21 grams. That's right on the money, I'd say. And if the soul has mass, what in hell is it, anyways? I dunno. Do we trade back and forth between physical and energy? It would seem so. When I was 11 years old, aliens abducted my mom, dad, and me. Weirdly, we never brought it up. Not even once. Then, over 30 years later, at my mom's house, while my wife was sharing an interesting story about something that happened to her, my mom, with her back to us, casually said, "Oh, we were abducted when he was 10 to 11. She said this casually, then turned around, smiled, and asked, "Why in the world haven't we talked about that?" She asked, "Do you remember that?" And I replied that I remembered it very well. I recall telling her to stop crying and reassuring her that everything would be okay. And I wanted to keep my eyes closed, and they offered to be less scary, and I remember how they looked, and my dad remained silent the whole time. And how we were 2 hours late to my aunt's, and how we saw the craft on the side of the road and she asked me to duck down. I remember every detail of the experience. How weird is that? Never talked about it. It's as if I'm stuck in a rut. I'm just a normal 51-year-old dude with 3 girls. Besides dreams of them showing me how some things work, I haven't had anything else strange. Suddenly woke up from sharp pain and deep scratches? I need help rationalizing or at least getting an idea of what caused this. I've had random scratches appear my whole life without much thought, but this was different. This morning my girlfriend woke up suddenly from a sharp pain, and it looked like she had been in a fight. Earlier at around 3:20 a.m. my girlfriend suddenly woke me up to her jolting up and spazzing out. I sat up after being hit by her as she got up to find her holding the side of her head. She told me it felt like a sharp aching pain and was convinced it was a headache. This worried me because I'm a hypochondriac and thought it could be anything from migraines, which she suffers from on occasion, to a full-blown low seizure, etc. As she rubs her head, she notices a large, deep scratch where her head hurts. It goes from her eyebrow all the way to her hairline. The scratch seems fresh. It was red, bleeding, and inflamed, you know the deal. We then noticed the same thin, razor-like scratch on her hand, from her thumb to her wrist. The line has a skip a quarter of the way through, like when you cut something very quickly and it bounces off. I take a closer look, and there was blood on her nose and in the middle of her forehead as well. They were from small dots that were reminiscent of digging your nails into your skin. Upon heading to the restroom to check it out, we dry the blood from the scratches up and notice a smaller one under her eye, as well as what looks like a rug burn type of lesion where the corner of her eye is, between both scratches. A few smaller marks are nearby. We check for other scratches and find none. We checked our nails for blood. There were none. Her nails were dull, soft, and short. I cannot see how her nails would scratch anything. My nails were long, but I was not in the position to scratch her at night. I was on the opposite side of the bed and had both hands under her/my pillow. She wore rings to bed, but after checking, the rings had no way of scratching her. She did not move all night either, as we were cuddling. I am also a very light sleeper and wake up from most small movements. I usually stay up much later than her on most nights, lying in bed beside her, and so I know her sleeping patterns very well. She does not scratch in her sleep and has no history of any skin-related medical issues. I have eczema myself and am familiar with lesions caused by nails and dermatological medical issues. She doesn't jolt in her sleep except when kicking her leg when she's first falling asleep. She couldn't have jolted and scratched herself, nor did I feel anything like that happen. We checked the bed, and there was nothing sharp. We have a cat, but he has never done anything like this before and doesn't even scratch our toddler. The cat, when in trouble, also runs off. The cat was laid up beside me on the opposite side of the bed when we woke up, clearly waking up just now with us. I checked for any other animals in the house and found none. No bugs either. There was nothing nearby to scratch her at all. She was on the edge of the bed at this point. Her scratches are all on her right side, toward the edge of the bed. I genuinely cannot explain this. It looks like she was attacked and torn up by something. All the scratches are from the same side of the body and trail off from each other. Because of this, I cannot see how she could have done this herself. I couldn't reach that side of her either. She had no marks prior to bed. When she woke up spasming, she did not scratch herself either, she only held her forehead after the fact. It's like she was suddenly scratched and woke up from the sharp pain. I am skeptical of the paranormal, despite having some odd experiences, but rationally I have no explanations, as we've ruled anything we could think of out. Once again, she didn't wake up to find scratches. Being scratched woke her up. The 2 major scratches were deeper than your usual random cuts. My girlfriend doesn't scratch when stressed or anxious either. Her coping mechanisms are well known due to her mental illnesses. Eventually, we switched places on the bed, and I ended up sleeping on the side. What do you think is happening? We still haven't gotten a conclusion, it's just been a mystery for us that we've somewhat forgotten about now. We aren't even sure if it was paranormal, as my belief is very fluid. It was just weird. Since then, nothing as significant has really happened. We still feel odd sometimes, but sometimes nothing happens at all for weeks. The noises have been non-existent, and I don't hear creaking or banging at all. Doors open, but nothing major. In fact, lately it's convinced me that nothing was really happening at all to us just a few months ago. My toddler was just probably saying words she had just learned as well and wasn't seeing anything. Maybe it was a normal scratch, etc. That was until last night. We've had very minor strange occurrences happening but have had a logical way to explain it all. For example, our front door violently opened in front of us, likely due to the wind. I cannot explain what happened last night. Here's the story, finally. Last night, while watching a movie together and doing laundry, a painting in our hallway flew off the wall. The nails were still in place in the wall, but the painting had fallen off somehow and was a few feet away from the wall. It hit the thermostat, and the plastic cover fell off completely, revealing the wires and such. So it was moved with some force. Feeling quite startled, we reassembled everything and continued with our day. We've never had a problem with this painting, and we checked that it was sturdy on the nails. It wouldn't budge even with a pretty good amount of pressure. I couldn't see a way it could have flown off. A few hours later, we decided to make some food, and we heard a loud bang coming from the oven. We checked up on it, and the metal tray we had our food being cooked on seemed like it was violently thrown across the oven rack. Far from where we originally put it. We've both never experienced this before or heard that noise before. We shrugged it off once again, somewhat spooked. Maybe, we thought, heat did something science-wise. As we returned to the room and watched something in bed together, we once again heard scratching on the wall across from us. She told me she had heard it earlier but ignored it. The scratching continued, moving along randomly in or on the wall. It was repeated in the same pattern. I checked for rodents, and there were none. A neighbor's room is on the other side, but the walls aren't thin, so we've never heard a thing from them. This is by far the spookiest thing that happened that night. The scratching noises were very loud. These unexplained instances just got more and more scary throughout the night. All of these experiences made us feel like we had done it months earlier. Also, we no longer have that cat with us, and he's living with a friend of ours. I also explained that our toddler would say some pretty strange things. Although this has not happened, she is much more coherent, and in reality, she can form full sentences now. But one thing does stick out. When putting her to bed, and this would happen for a couple of months, she would point up to the ceiling above her bed and tell us there was a bug, Godzilla, what she called monsters or anything creepy for a while, a dog, or just a plain monster up there. She would even say goodnight to it. This has stopped recently, but she wakes up at night hysterically crying often. Always around the same time at 12 or 1. We assume it's just sleep regression. Does this correlate? We aren't sure. However, her behavior was the same as when she consistently pointed out the monster. I don't intend to oversimplify, nor am I suggesting that there is a genuine presence here. I am scared that someone will get hurt again. I'm not even sure if something supernatural has hurt us before, but since it remains unexplained and some recent events have spooked us, discussing it here has provided us with comfort in the past. Whether it's paranormal or not, we've experienced numerous unexplained situations before meeting each other. We're just confused. What do you think? If you've reached this far, I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening.